A very warm welcome to you, and thank you for joining us. We trust that you're in good health and great spirits. As always, we continue to pray for our country, Dominica, and all the challenges we continue to face. Today, we especially pray for the friends and the family of Mr. Ken Richards, a broadcasting legend who passed away on Sunday, as well as the legendary singer, Miss Tina Turner. We just found out today that she passed away at the age of 83. And as we mourn the loss of another Dominica stalwart, Mr. Ken Richards, let me just say this. The passing of those who have paved the way for many of us should be an opportunity to celebrate their life and the contribution of that person. However, it should also remind us to reflect on our own lives and how we too will be remembered, because we heard all the great tributes, the deserving tributes that were sent out for the week with regards to the humble and creative mind of Ken Richards and how he gave back tirelessly. And we have to think for ourselves, will we be remembered as being haughty, arrogant, self-centered, or will we be remembered for our humility and our grace, especially during challenging times? Will we be remembered for all that we took and acquired from the world, as we would say in Dominica? Will we be remembered for being a vierge, for how much we took from the world? Or will we be remembered for all that we did to positively impact the lives of our family, friends, colleagues, and everyone we came in contact with? So while we continue to enjoy the many tributes, the deserving tributes that are coming in for the great human being that Ken Richards was, let us also use this opportunity to reflect on who we are and the impact we are having on the world around us. And so with that, we are very happy to be joined by the Caribbean Agriculture and Network this evening. They are certainly having a positive impact on Dominica and the Caribbean. So again, welcome to Roots Connections on Q. This is episode number 47 for today, Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. And I am your host, Simone Mathieu. We have another packed 2-hour program for you this evening as we look at embracing opportunities to revitalize the cocoa industry in Dominica. How can we develop sustainable cocoa production options for Dominica? So if this is your first time joining us, don't forget Roots Collections is about continuing to explore what are our concerns as we look at what in the world around us is changing and evolving, what are new approaches we should consider embracing and adapting in various aspects of our lives. What are the challenges and opportunities, especially financial opportunities, which come with these changes? So we are always grateful to our Dominican experts at home and abroad who stop by to guide us in navigating these changes. So with that, let us welcome our panel and thank them for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here. This evening, we are joined by Mr. Davidson Lloyd, attorney at law, Mr. Gabriel Christian, and Mr. Errol Emanuel. So let us welcome them to unmute their mics and to tell us a little bit about who they are. I think Gabriel Christian will join us in a little while. But in the meantime, Dave, you want to introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about your background?
Okay, good evening, Simone. Thank you for having us. I want to say good evening to all your listeners out there, especially my family, my mom and sisters in New York and everyone else. Yeah, I am Dave Lloyd originally I like to say I'm from High Street in Roseau, but most of my life I've been in Emsor and with deep roots in Corleho. My connection to agriculture, I think, started right, yeah, in Corleho. And of late, well, my I have a background in agronomy, working in the banana industry, really almost all facets of production there, and serving at different levels, reaching up to with DECO as the Diagnostic Services Manager in St. Lucia, with responsibilities for the entire Windward Islands. Of late, I've been involved in environmental management and agriculture development, basically around the same fields. I have a first degree bachelor's from UE in agronomy, did a master's in soil biology and soil ecology, and a PhD in soil science from Cranfield University in the UK. With CAN, I served as the chief operating officer, and recently we had some, what we call it, not reshuffling, but sort of elections and so on, and I was designated the treasurer of CAN. So that's my position right now. So happy to be here and to engage and to discuss on this important topic.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Errol Emanuel, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Simone, for having me. I'm Errol Emanuel. I'm a River Street original man. Remember the days when we would go by the market and jump into the river and have our swim. And these are the things that gives me a passion for the environment and good environmental management and good stewardship. I want to say good night to my wife, Ezra, who's listening. My mom and my dad, who actually my dad is from Lapland, my mom is from Vickers, and I often ask my dad, why did he have to live as far as Lapland to go all the way to the north? And then when I look at my mother and her beauty, I said I probably would have done the same. So I want to say good night to Mr. and Mistress Bass and Emanuel at 44 Fields Lane. And thank them for all the attributes that they gave to me growing up. And my dad did some farming, although he was involved in the construction and he was a craftsman doing furniture. He also did some agriculture in Springfield where he worked. And so at an early age, I got exposed to agriculture. And then it just happened that my first job was in the banana industry, and I stayed there for 33 years. I told people I started at the bottom and I left at the top. So I was involved in fruit quality management, certification systems, and pest and disease management, quality control, you name it. And then I was operations manager. I then became the general manager. And I never let that go to my head because I always remind people that when somebody calls you boss in any company, it means you are the closest person to leave the door soon. And so I spent 33 years that have given me a lot of experience that I think I can still continue in my retirement to add value to the process. And it is good that people recognize that there's a knowledge asset that is floating around in this country. And if we just cast them aside, then we will be losing a lot of value in the process. And so I'm happy that in my relationship with CAN as a director, that we were able to do that project. And we are very happy for the feedback that we're getting. Some of our farmers are telling us, people are calling them from all over the region, telling them about the project and how well it was executed. And so we are just humbled by that because we think that Almighty God has used us as the vessels to do a work while we're here on earth, and we're just happy that we had the opportunity to do that first part of it. May He use us in many other ways.
Yes. Thank you for that. Nice to meet you, Errol. And of course, I have to comment on the whole, why did your father go all the way to Vegas? Because my dad is from Vegas, and I have to tell you, the most beautiful people come from Vegas.
I
So
agree with
just
that.
follow up on that with you.
Okay.
Yes, so we're going to go over to Gabriel Christian, a man who needs absolutely no introduction, attorney Gabriel, attorney at law Gabriel Christian. Just for your introductory remarks, Gabriel, and I want us to already just jump into the conversation once you've given your introductory remarks. So go ahead and just let us know what you would like to introduce with this evening. You're muted.
All right. A blessed good evening to you, Dr. Simone Mathieu.
Good evening.
It's always happy, always a pleasure to see beautiful Dominican people like my handsome brothers, Brother Lambie at Master Control, uh, Brother Errol Emanuel, Brother Dave Lloyd, Dr. Dave Lloyd. I am after Brother Dave to do his book on soil science. He will be doing something that will be epochal in that it'll be the first of its kind. Simone, where do I start? But first of all, let me just say this. This moment is one full of love and full of respect for our people. Post-emancipation of 1834, our people, that is the African and Kalinago people, we got no compensation. But through astute positioning and hard work, we were able to survive. I give thanks in this moment to the almost 50 years of relationship with Errol Emanuel. So you know me as an attorney. You said Attorney Gabriel Christian. I'll just have you know my first job when I graduated from sixth form was as an assistant teacher on qualified agriculture science for fifth form, because I had the best grade in agricultural science at all levels. And one Hubert Charles, who was principal, called me and said, we don't have a graduate teacher. So I taught Errol Emanuel. Errol Emanuel was my student, and he's been my friend and brother since that time. People like Simeon Joseph. Val Coffey of Bullseye Pharmacy said to me that his mother took him out of the class because she heard I was a radical. But Val, is still close to me. And we had a good time. At that time, for those of you who know, we were at the back of the works. The Elrose Works was then still in progress. And Dominica had been had been the largest exporter of limes in the world. My sister talks about going to Zimbabwe at Victoria Falls, and there was a map of the British Empire. And then there was Dominica, largest exporter of limes in the world. So our father, when he left the army in World War II, the government gave them an option, a government job for 7 acres of crown land. Clem Ferrara, the renowned banana farmer who was in the British Army with my dad, whose wife was introduced to him by my dad in St. Vincent, he took 7 acres of land, and my dad became a soil conservation officer. My mom was born in the Lai Valley at Cocoa Center, and he met her there and they got married. So even my own birth has a role to play in this whole agricultural effort to bring our people together in blessed union, because there's no culture without agriculture. Let me just repeat. There is no culture without agriculture. Agriculture provides the fuel to sustain the human body and human life. So we had cattle at stock farm. We had sheep, goat, chickens. We produced milk and sold to the family. I remember one of our customers was the family of Colin McIntyre. And we bought eggs from them. We had chickens, we had sheep, we even had turtle at one point. 3 Moroccois from Martinique. I don't think we ate them. We must have just played with them. We had rabbits. So we grew up in a home where, roasting our cocoa over the coal pot, shelling the cocoa on newspaper. And as a child, there was a lady in Pound, right, the financial center is, where Emanuel Loblack's family lived in Pound. And she had a mill, a cocoa mill, and it would be 10 cents a turn. So you brought your cocoa and you paid her the 10 cents, and a turn would be 1 cup. You fill the cup, you turn it, and you put the cocoa liqueur, which is the grounded cocoa, which is glistening, oily, in your little bowl. You go home, you sat on the dinner table, and you rolled it. You make cocoa sticks or cocoa balls, and then you rolled it in flour, and then you put it in an old oval tin or Milo canister, so you could use it whenever you needed. So this idea that as Dominicans, we could do something for ourselves and not export our cocoa and buy the finished product had its genesis in Dave's experiences, in Errol's experiences. And about 7 years, almost 8 years ago in 2015, Captain Tong, Major Francis Richards, myself, Errol Emanuel, Dr. Sam Christian and others, we formed the Caribbean Agricultural Network. And that was the idea that led to Operation here with this cocoa project. But in 2008, at Alwyn's Promise, in honor of what the folks in Cocoa Center had done, we did Dominica's first chocolate bar. It was milled in Trinidad with Dominican cocoa. And then the second project in 2015, Errol and myself and others, Dr. Sam, along with Theodora over at the Dexter and Greg Thomas, we again harvested cocoa, cured it, and once it was cured, sent it to Maryland and did the second chocolate bar. So here we have continuity in organization. We involved the cadets at some point. And so we're happy to be working together, Dominicans at home and abroad, working together in peace, love, and unity, going back to our roots, as your program suggests, to bring our resources and our capacity and our ingenuity to show what it is Dominicans can do. And we're very proud of Brother Dave and Brother Errol. They've been the ones who carried the gargantuan task on the ground of working with our farmers. And I hope that by coming together this evening to share our experiences and bond with our people in productive endeavor, we shall continue to live that life our parents desired for us, which is one of sustainability.
Yes, thank you so much, Gabriel. So as you can see, we have a lot to cover this evening. So I'm truly grateful that you all are here representing the Caribbean Agriculture Network. We're also grateful for our Q95 audience worldwide listening to us right now. And of course, everyone who's joining us on Facebook and YouTube Live at Q95 FM Radio, as well as Push Past 10. Don't forget, share the live. Let everyone know that we are here. We're looking forward to your contributions, your questions, your comments via the radio, as well as on your comments on Facebook. And I see we have quite an audience on Facebook already. So we say good evening to Carl Kofi James, Rich James, David Joseph, Theodora Anthony. So we have quite an audience. So guys, come on in, share the live, let everyone know that we are here as we talk about revitalizing the cocoa industry in Dominica. And again, don't forget, for the best in programming, Q95DA.com is where you will want to be. You can catch the live programs as well as the replay of any episodes of our programs. For example, our last episode of Roots Connection, how can we empower our girls to know their true value, is currently streaming on Q95DA.com. We remain grateful to Mr. G and the Q95 radio family for the opportunity to be here every second and fourth Wednesday and to tap into the human resources, which is a great example of what we're doing this evening for the advancement of Dominica and the Caribbean region. Lambi, we are grateful to you for being on the console as always, and showing Norris and DJ Shan in the background. So again, welcome to Roots Connections. This evening, we're talking about revitalizing the cocoa industry. And already we started the conversation because, and thank you, Gabe and Dave, for sending the information that you did. We have to take a look at the documentary film that you guys did. And if you've not had an opportunity to see that film, which kind of documents what this project is, I would encourage you at the end of the program to head on over to pushpast10.com, pushpast10.com for all the information. And this is where I thought we could get started. I really want us to focus on the current project that we're here to discuss this evening, but we always have to consider our history, right? So what we are finding out, which I didn't know, is that even before banana, cocoa production was big business in Dominica. So Dave, let me come over to you as we talk a little bit about the history of cocoa production. And then Gabe, I want to come back to you as well to talk about what you started talking about in 2008. The Chocolate de la Dominique was also established in 2008. So Errol and Dave, let's talk about the history of cocoa production and what led to the demise. Why was it not pursued further than it went in the beginning?
Yes, Simone, thanks. Okay. Yeah, cocoa, yes, in fact, yes, that's correct. That cocoa was actually, big business before bananas.
Mm-hmm.
And bananas initially came in as a shade crop for cocoa, right? because cocoa is it's naturally an understory crop, um, where cocoa originates in Central America and so on. You would find it would occur naturally under the forest, and cocoa loves shade. So initially, so you're going back way back. I mean, you know, some of the plantations you would read from Lennox Honeychurch, there were cocoa plantations, cocoa and coffee were grown a lot here in Dominica. Places like Soufriere and so on, some of the old um, areas for drying and processing cocoa, you could find. But the estates would have a lot of them would be located in areas that were naturally shaded. Okay, in the valleys and so on. These were the areas selected for growing cocoa. And with we were colonies of Europe, the British and the French, and the British in particular, sought to develop agriculture. Was really the big business worldwide, whether it's sugar cane and so on. That's really was the currency of the day. So they invested in research. So you had the formation of the Imperial College for Tropical Agriculture in Trinidad. Incidentally, today, the Cocoa Research Center in Trinidad, which is now 93 years old, it was opened in 1930. They had their annual symposium today. Well, it runs from today and tomorrow. So that history is rich, and the demise came about. The price and demand for cocoa seem to have dropped over time, and bananas, already took prominence. So you would find cocoa trees were being cut down to plant bananas at one point in time. So in from the banana boom, really, cocoa kind of waned, and production and exports and so on were really, nothing to shout about. And even now, but what happened over that time was the exchange of planted material, and the agricultural entities, or what should I say, the British government, so to speak, invested in each island basically with their propagation centers, and there was a lot of exchange of planting material from Trinidad in terms of cocoa. Well, a lot of what we had came initially from Trinidad, but it seems there's some records that we found of somewhere around 1922, and the botanic gardens have their very good detailed records of the activities that went on at the botanic gardens at the National Archives. Um, Recently, there was some information shared with me by my colleague, Mr. Arlington James, concerning some research work that was going on with cocoa very, very long time ago in terms of breeding. So, and that knowledge has sort of been there with regards to the types of cocoa that was available. And I think the old agricultural workers and basically the systems had a good handle of that. And they did a lot of preparatory work for for the farmers basically. So a farmer would get cocoa plants, but there would be a mixture of different varieties because there's knowledge in terms of cocoa. You have different types. And apart from the color of the pod and the size of the bean and so on, there are cocoa trees or cocoa cultivars that can pollinate themselves, right? And there are those that require cross pollination. So pollen have to come from another tree. So all these details are very important in terms of productivity of a cocoa field.
Mhm. And Dave, let me say we will get into that as well as we continue with the conversation, because I found the work that Ken did fascinating. So I want us to explore that in more detail. But let's just go over to Errol for his thoughts. Dave, thank you very much for that. Let's go over to Errol for his thoughts. And then Gabriel, when I come back to you, we're going to talk about the project in 2008, and then we're going to jump right into Can being established from 2020, 2014. What was the vision? What was the concept at the time? How we got into the cocoa production project. So, Errol, let me hear your thoughts on the history of cocoa in Dominica.
The history of cocoa, like they've said, there should be there are records going back to the early 19th century. And in our recent work trying to get to old farms that people told us about that exist in estates, we were able to discover one or two old estates, which tells us that these estates took cocoa very seriously. Um, they they had a system of pulling in and pulling out to dry, and their fermentation system, and it just speaks of how organized that they were. I remember a specific farm in Cottage. You will hear about Bois Cotlet in the Soufriere area. Bois Cotlet is a cocoa estate that existed. The Melville Hall area. If you speak to the elderly folks in the Marigot area, they will tell you that they actually had a drying facility and processing just before the bridge in that area where you see the old ruined buildings on the right side going to the airport. That was actually existing. And a number of the farmers that you'll speak to will tell you that with the coming into being of bananas, that a lot of cocoa trees were cut down, um, because banana was the new crop on the block, and it was a fast cash crop. It was a crop that you could actually sell year round and make money. And so farmers figure out it was an option. As they've mentioned, the price was also an issue. And then in Africa, they expanded their cocoa cultivation and produced what was called as mass cocoa. And so our cocoa, which was fine flavor and was the production declined, um, it it affected us at that point. But as we speak presently, the question of fine flavor cocoa, which is probably 5% of the market, but the value and the price of fine flavor cocoa today is much more than the mass cocoa. So yes, the history have taught us that it was a crop. It was more or less an estate crop, but you had smaller farmers producing and doing their own fermentation. Farmers would use their crockers bags to do their fermentation because they didn't have the money to invest in large drying and fermenting facilities. And now what we've learned and what we are now learning, it it kind of brings us at the crossroads where our view on the cocoa industry is going to have to change dramatically. It has to be different. It has to be science driven. And so the history has taught us certain things,
Mhm.
but we are here today. I recall, just to mention, Mr. Derek Zamo, who worked with the Ministry of Agriculture. In doing that project, Dave and I spent about 5 hours at his home, um, because he has so much, like I said earlier in my opening remarks, there's so much knowledge in this man about cocoa and tree crops. And he actually guided us as to where to go to look for all types. And it tells you how much value we have in our human resource here, but we have to engage them.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. So, Gabriel, let me come over to you. So, the attempt in 2008 and why did that not continue, as well as tell us more about the Caribbean Agriculture Network, how it came about, and why the focus on cocoa from the Caribbean Agricultural Network?
Very good question, Simone. So the CAN idea really has its genesis in the Dominica Diaspora Summit of December 7th, 2001. A few months after 9/11 took place. We planned to do it at the World Trade Center, and we had then Agriculture Minister, I believe, Vince Henderson there with us, and we had a Education Minister by the name of Roosevelt Skerritt. We had Edmund Tavernier from Rutgers University, who had taught alongside me in grammar school, and we had about 1,000 Dominicans. That's where, a lot of reconnections took place. That's where, people like Matt Peltier was there. Thompson was one of the organizers. He was the treasurer of the Dominican Academy. So the whole idea was for Dominicans to come together at home and abroad and to meet and not look at our development mission as being externally orchestrated, but being a product of our own native intelligence, our own self-love, our own self-respect, and our own ability to can do. And that's where can, you know what I mean? You'll understand the can do concept. So
Yes.
you had agriculturists like Dr. Clayton Shillingford, who worked at DuPont Labs, who had gone to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, who used to be the director of research at the Jamaica Banana Board. You had people like Dr. Dave Shillingford, who went to Cornell, who started off at the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture in Trinidad that Brother Dave referenced, right? All these people were involved. Now, they were on the older side of things, no disrespect in way of age, but they were dynamic. And then we thought, let's do a Project White Cocoa, because cocoa, of all the tropical products, is a multi-billion-dollar industry. But it's been historically dominated by Cadbury's in England, Hershey's in the United States, all working off, cocoa from the Caribbean, from Latin America, from Africa. So the idea was to bring something from conceptualization to actualization. But what Dave and Errol will tell you, our two dearly beloved brothers, is that we have cocoa in Dominica, but we do not have a cocoa industry, you see. So this was conceived of as a pilot project to say, on the 30th anniversary of our independence, here, folks, this is what we can do. If we focus on things that will carry us through, as opposed to fly by night and flash bang whiz without any substantiality, we can really be able to create a world-class industry. Because what Dave said to you is, we have Trinitario and Criollo. And Dave mentioned, and Errol will substantiate, that's what you call fine flavor. So cocoa originated in this region of the world and was taken by the colonizers to Africa and other places. But we are in the historically, we're in the historic foundational base of cocoa in this area. The gentleman who got lost at sea and ended up in Colombia is because that's where the currents go. Colombia, the isthmus of Central America to the islands, the canoes with the native people would move up and down. So when Columbus came to Dominica, there's already cocoa in Dominica. And what happened was, because of the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture in Trinidad, really studying the bean, we also had a degree of specialization and a degree of focus on fine flavor. That's why in the Layou Valley, where we built this Alwyn's property, you had Cocoa Center. The Cocoa Center was in the Layou Valley, right? And so the idea was to sort of go back to our roots, right? Because that's where our mother was born. She was born at Cocoa Center. Our dad was a soil conservation officer, planting bamboo so that you wouldn't have slippage on the sides of the valley because of soil erosion and that type of thing. So we didn't have the internal capacity to have continuity. So it was a what you call demonstrative project, right? And then, of course, CAN came about because Captain Frankie Town in the Virgin Islands, always buying stuff, taking some by plane, some by boat, to feed the local markets in the Virgin Islands. Then Errol and I had that relationship. And then Errol knew Dr. Dave. You see how it's happening? It's all relationship capital. And then CAN was formed. And one of the first things CAN did as CAN was not the chocolate project, but was the project with Dr. Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey, the last son on earth of Marcus Garvey. He gave us about 400 breadfruit plants. And we brought breadfruit to Dominica. And some of that is now being used to make breadfruit chips by Adrian Banas, right? And because it's a new kind of breadfruit where you can stand on the ground and pick it with your hands, you don't have to use the long fourchette. Is it fourchette, Dave? Errol? The long, you know, Simone, your partner is better than mine.
Yeah.
My thing is a long stick. And what would happen? It would burst
They,
this
mute,
off.
they,
Kali,
mute, they
Kali,
forgot to
Kali.
unmute it.
A Kali. That's what we
Kali.
call it. Yeah.
Indeed. Indeed. So the second project of Chocolat de Lot Dominique was with Creole, well, I won't say Criollo and Trinitario, but we chose being that had those tendencies or that background with Eric Reed and Chris Reed. Chris is from the Dominican Republic. Eric is from Panama, with West Indian heritage, and they ran a chocolate factory in Maryland, the only one of its kind. So they came to Dominica. They taught us the technique of fermentation. Errol's there with us at Batley. And you know, cocoa can be bitter, but when we did it, what happened with the cocoa's taste, Brother Errol? Can you tell Sister Mathieu?
The bitterness disappeared because of the fermentation and the drying technique that was used.
We just used to, Errol, thank you very much. We just used to go ahead and have his cocoa and just go and use it. But he taught us how to ferment. And then we brought the bean here to Maryland. And then we produced the second set of bars, and we donated all of that because guess what happened? Tropical Storm Erica happened. And so we donated all of that to rebuild Dominica. So what we have is a network that is CAN, but CAN is also partnered with the Rebuild Dominica organization, which is a 501c3, which is set up in 2015. And then we partnered with the University of Maryland and brought the food scientists down with Brother Dave, Brother Errol, to teach food science, but always thinking, how do we get back to cocoa? And then I'll turn over to Brother Dave and Brother Errol because they were the ones who initiated the link with the Global Environment Fund of Sister Agnes Esprit, and they will give more detail on that.
Yeah, and we can already see the importance of collaboration in all of this, building the right networks and involving the right people in a project such as this. So I want to come over to you, David and Errol, so we can actually talk about this project and what it involved, because there was some high science and research involved using the GPS to track the cocoa and all that great information. So just kind of walk us through what the actual project involved.
Okay, well, there was a call from the Jeff as the Global Environment Facility Small Grants Program it was the operational phase 6. I think it started somewhere in 2017, maybe before Maria. And one of the themes of that call was something dealing with ecological and sustainability and so on. And we thought that cocoa could be a good fit because cocoa, doesn't have a very high fertilizer requirement. It's a crop that produces a lot of leaves, so the recycling for cocoa and we thought it fit into that well, and we could develop a project that could meet the requirements that Jeff was trying to push, and also it could meet some of our objectives in terms of doing something for cocoa, something positive and something that could benefit the country. And so we designed we had to first produce a concept note. So that concept note was drafted and we looked at it and so on and submitted it and it was approved. And we developed now the full project. So now that actually started now after Maria, because there was a hiatus for Maria. Everything is down and so on. So in 2018, now because a lot of almost all the cocoa in Dominica was destroyed, so planting material became an issue. Now, we were aware that there was some work done before by the University of the West Indies with support of the European Union banana accompanying measures, what they call the BAM project. And they had done some work to characterize some of the cocoa in Dominica. So we had the report, we found the report, and we were trying to find the farms. We got a few of the farms, but they tagged the farms with some plastic tags, and all these were lost. So we could not find, where this cocoa was. We could see some of the traits that they found were pretty good and so on. So, but these plots were not GPS tagged, so you could locate them, and the tags that were on them were lost, so we could not, we tried. Actually, they brought us to a farm. Errol, remember, they brought us to a farm somewhere in the cottage area, and we tried, we looked, we couldn't find any tags, anything. So we decided, well, boy, we need to start from scratch, because we want to know what we're propagating. We want to know what it is. We want to find out the best of what we have in Dominica that we would propagate and share and so on. And the only way to do that was to go back to the drawing board, collect samples, and have them use DNA fingerprinting technique to find out the constituents of this material, different types of cocoa that we had. And as Errol said, one of the points was to gather intel. Mm-hmm. And Mr. Derek Zamo, God bless him, was very, very helpful in terms of locating some of the farms. He has such, we were so impressed. Now, Mr. Zamo is someone who is a family friend. He's from Coliho, and my dad grew up together and everything. But I always know he's in agriculture and everything and so on. But that sitting down with him was so helpful. I just, you just couldn't imagine. Talking about it now making me shiver a bit. He knows, he could recall all the names of the different cocoa cultivars. Tell you GS29, and this one is self-pollinating. This one is, I have to go to research to find out these things. You go on the International Cocoa Organization website, and you get that detail there, but he was just speaking them from his head. He could recall all those details, and he was able to tell us where we could find, the good material. And also, there's a young gentleman, he's on the video as well. He's the one who did the propagation training. Mm-hmm. Very valuable as well, Mr. Ferrara, Ivan Ferrara. Shout him out. He was helpful because he was also doing propagation on his own, and he knew where some clones were. So a combination of that intel, we found that, and we made the contact with the lab in Trinidad. They were willing to work with us, and we collected the samples. We sent 2 batches, and there you go. The first one we got, man, it was like bingo, because cocoa has, although Brother Gabriel spoke about the Trinitario and Criollo, and really the Criollo content, Trinitario is really a mixture of Foresterio, which is a wild type of cocoa, more hardy type. It's a mixture of Criollo, Foresterio and Criollo to make Trinitario. And because that cross seemed to have happened in Trinidad, it is given that name, Trinitario. Most of our cultivars are Trinitario, but you have different amounts of Criollo in them, the ratio of Criollo, and the higher the Criollo content is, the better the flavor, the more fine flavor cocoa. That's the higher.
Yeah, because that is what I was going to say to our audience, Dave, that we're talking about which type of cocoa makes for the finest cocoa which is now in high demand. So, what this boils down to, the conversation we're having, is how do we feed the need of the high demand for high quality chocolate and, and cocoa products that is now in the world. So we're seeing a high demand for those products, and Dominica has a distinct advantage because through genetic testing done in Trinidad, we were able to identify the genetic code, the brand of cocoa that makes the finest chocolate and the finest cocoa products. So this is why this project is so exciting, because we have what it takes to meet that demand. And as the conversation goes along, we want to talk about the markets and the agro processing that will be needed for all of this. But let me hand it over to Errol as well so he can make a contribution. Oh, I think we just lost him. Oh my. Errol, coming back if you can. So Dave, I guess we will stay with you for now. Let's talk more about what happened after we were able to genetically identify the brands of cocoa that we had in Dominica. And we got the great news that we have the cocoa in Dominica that makes the finest cocoa products and the finest chocolate products. So let's take it from there. And what happened back in Dominica?
Okay, so that was one aspect to the project, to be definitive at the final what we had, because the whole goal was to propagate and to get people planting. It was a small project, 44,000 US dollars over 2 to 3 years, you know. So once we found what we had and we were able to clone those plants and prepare planting material, we, because cocoa, there's something that's important here in terms of the cross pollination that you have. I mean, well, we're gonna break it down. Basically, in a family, you have let's say you have a mother, father, and they're gonna have children, but not all the children don't look exactly like the mother and the father. It's a combination of them, and your sisters and brothers don't exactly look, except maybe you're identical twin or something. But so you're gonna have that cross, that you know, that happening. So cocoa does not remain true to type if you leave it to cross on its own. You might get something different. That something different might be good, it could be bad, right? In terms of what I say, in terms of quality, right? Of cocoa, for in terms of fine flavor and so on. So it's important. Conservation of what we have is very, very key. Now, if you don't even know what you have, how can you conserve it? You know, you don't know what you have. So the first thing is to be definitive about what you have, then you take steps to conserve. So we sought to establish plots around the island that would be a source of planting material, and also to demonstrate best practice in cocoa production. All right. So we had 4 of them. We had in the Kalinago territory, 2 in the Marigot area, 1 in Warner. Actually 5. We eventually have 1 in Salisbury as well later on. So yeah, we try to work with these farmers in terms of doing things that are a bit unconventional. So the producing cassava and other root crops with cocoa wasn't really a common thing per se, right? You'd more find with bananas and so on. So we sort of and in a way, looking at the farmer's budget, our experience with bananas and agriculture generally will tell you that you can't wait for the cocoa. You need things in between. The cash flow has to keep rolling. So that's in mind. And we also add on the beekeeping component to also look to that, broadening the farmer's income stream. So it's basically we try to as we said, we wanted to develop and recommend sustainable, options for cocoa production in Dominica.
Yes, thank you. So, Errol, let me come back to you. You dropped off as soon as I came over to you. So, let me come back to you as we talk about how the farmers were trained. So, the importance of grafting the cocoa plant, the importance of harvesting and processing. Tell us about the training that the farmers received. And I was also very impressed to realize that 25% of the farmers that you trained during this project were female farmers. So I think it is very important that this project is being inclusive of both the male and the female farmers in Dominica. So kind of just walk us through what was the training process. And then, Gabe, I want to come over to you as we talk about the implications for a project like this, the importance of extending these best practices beyond the cocoa industry to other agricultural products in Dominica, and even potentially revitalizing the banana industry. Because as we already mentioned, cocoa thrives in shade, and it is usually shaded by banana and plantain. So this may be an opportunity to revitalize banana, plantain, and the agro processing needed to add value. So we still have quite a bit to cover on this program. So I think this is a really important conversation. But Errol, let me come over to you as we talk about the training. Once we identified the genetic fingerprints of the best cocoa for the finest cocoa productions that is in high demand right now.
Yes, thank you again. We established the four plots, and then, like they've mentioned, there was another farmer who is also big in cocoa. He's a large cocoa producer. Well, he's a large farmer, period. And so we included him as a fifth demo plot. The project in itself engaged someone, and we produced, well, two persons, and we produced 200 grafted cocoa plants, because the tradition before was people would just do
1,000.
2,000, yes, 2,000. The tradition before is people would just take the seed and just plant. And like they've said, that when you plant the seed, it does not remain true to type. You have cross pollination and so on. And so we decided that for the plants we put in on the demo plots, and we're giving the farmers to remain true to type, the technique that is available is the technical grafting. And so we did several trainings. About 130 farmers attended, including extension staff from the Ministry of Agriculture. Also, our funding agency would also be present. Miss Esprit would always be present at our trainings. I guess she probably has interest in growing some cocoa one of these days. And so the farmers were trained first in field establishment. Field establishment, you would have to select where is it overexposed to wind? Is there sufficient shade? Would you have to plant a shade crop prior to putting the cocoa? And so we train them on the whole establishment, the spacing based on what are the intercrops or other crops you're going to have established on that piece of lot. You would have to have appropriate spacing. So we train them on field establishment. We also train them on pruning, rehabilitation of abandoned fields, because there are a lot of cocoa farms that are on the bush. And if someone decides that they want to put adequate access to their farm and they want to rehabilitate, we also train them on what to do in terms of the rehabilitation. We train them on pre-harvest and post-harvest management, because traditionally before, we would see people take their cocoa, they would put it on a galvanized sheet and put it outside and so on, not realizing that oxidation can take place, and the quality, the final quality is compromised. And so cocoa in itself, the bean is not supposed to come in contact with any metal. And so you use things like wood and so to do your drying, plastics. And so we train them in that. We also did a visit on at the factory of a processor, Mr. Napier, in the Calibishi area, Point Baptist Chocolate, and where he went through the whole process and then took us into the factory where he did the willowing and the all the processes. And then there was a particular chocolate I think they've enjoyed. There was a rum chocolate I think they've enjoyed. And so,
They putting your business out.
so the training really exposed the farmers and the pruning itself. We were very happy that coming out of the pruning, uh, a young man from the Kalinago territory actually took it up as a small business. Sadly, he had to migrate, Mr. Roman Paris, but we must acknowledge him because he stood out as one of the young men in the project who had that drive and that determination to follow up on what was taught. And so he is listening wherever he is in St. Kitts or somewhere. We just want to say good night to Mr. Paris. Um, we also train the farmers in micro propagation of banana and plantains because there are times you may need banana and plantains as a shade crop, but they may not be readily available. So we showed the farmer how you can take one comb of a banana or plantain and how you can do certain things. And out of that one, you can get up to 20 plants from that one. So we showed them the micro propagation techniques of bananas and plantains so they could be self-sufficient in producing their own plants as shade in the establishment of their cocoa. In terms of the training, I think that's I may have covered most of what we did.
Yes, thank you for that. So, Gabriel, let me come over to you, and then we're going to take your phone calls and your comments on Facebook. The time is speeding by as always. But what are the implications for this project, Gabriel? Can we take this information and create best practices to revitalize the entire agriculture industry in Dominica?
Outstanding point, Sister Simone. We believe that if we build a cocoa industry, and we know we have some very sound ideas, again, as I said, we've been laying the foundation for 23 years. I don't want to take any credit beyond that, which brothers Dave and Errol, I mean, I remember the folks who back in 2001 were talking about this. We have then the ability as a fine flavor, and let me just have our listening audience know, the International Cocoa Organization in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, lists Dominica among the top 10 to 15 fine flavor countries in the world. And our percentage is 100%. So for instance, Belize, which is on the Central American Isthmus, is only 50%. Jamaica is about 90-95%. Dominica is 100% based on their assessment. What does that mean? Well, let me just tell you what the News and Medical Report, which is a link to Johns Hopkins here in Baltimore, which I'm sure you've heard about, says. There are a series of beneficial effects on the cardiovascular system that is associated with regular intake of cocoa containing foods and beverages. These encompass effects on blood pressure, vascular and platelet function, and insulin resistance. Now you wonder why my Pampo lives so long. Now you wonder why we have such a high percentage of centenarians. We've been drinking cacao tea, as we like to call it, from young. It goes on to say, polyphenols, which are present in high concentrations in cocoa, in particular dark chocolate, can activate endothelial nitrogen oxide synthesis. This leads to the generation of nitrogen oxide, which lowers blood pressure by promoting vasodilation. Studies have shown improvements in pulse wave speed and sclerotic score index. Moreover, greater concentrations of plasma epictectins and the release of endothelium-derived vasodilators increases the production and concentration of plasma proxycandiums. This leads to a greater cognitive ability and greater neural health. So it's good for heart health. It's an antioxidant. It's anti-carcinogenic. It combats diabetes. And so if we move away from a dependence on imported foods, we use more of our local cocoa, then we can see our ability rather to maintain high, maintain a mortality rate in the life expectancy rate rather in the 79, 85, 85 a year range. Now, so this is cocoa and wellness. So just cocoa health and wellness is one industry. I've always said Dominica, like our cocoa, is high end, high value. We are not a mass market for tourism. That's for the places like the Bahamas with miles and miles of sand beaches. What we want is to see a cocoa industry that's grounded in a Dominica cocoa society. Who would belong to a cocoa society? First of all, the farmers. Secondly, our scientists. We have brilliant scientists. Unfortunately, not enough of them are home. Most of them are overseas. So we want to create that collaborative to bring them back into connectivity with national production. Students. Our students are disconnected from agriculture. A lot of people want to sit in an office. I'm proud to come back home and sweat and ferment and live in synchronicity with nature. Policymakers and diaspora leaders who can then link our cocoa industry to science, research and development centers. You can have symposia, you can have exchanges. So we benefit from the linkages between our diaspora. So our diaspora is not simply asked to come home and vote, they're asked to come home and partner to build our local economy. Thirdly, a cocoa festival. And what that cocoa festival would do would be to expose Dominica's cocoa product to an international audience. And in that system, therefore, instead of having our commercial sector be dominated by others, you'd have Tikai Kako. So different villages would have shops, well adorned, and have a variety of cocoa-based beverages and different cocoa products. So when Dominicans visit Dominica or tourists come, they can get something that's indigenous, not some plastic toy that's made somewhere else posing as a Dominican product, but something that's made in Dominica.
I think you muted yourself. You're muted, Gabriel.
Yeah, we have more of our income remaining in Dominica, and we have the set of ingenuity of our people on display in these Tikai Kako shops where you can drink it cold, drink it hot, drink it with a little rum, just like, you go to Provence in Spain, in France rather, where they have, wine at a certain level where people sell their product directly to the customer. We can have the same in Dominica. We don't have to send the bin to Cadbury's in England or Hershey's and we just get pennies on the dollar. We want to be able to get something like 60, 70 cents. There's always going to be some exports, but we want to be able to keep within Dominica as much of that product. So our French neighbors from next door, folks coming up the tourist ship, they will have something unique. And believe it or not, I will conclude, Dr. Sam is part of this, cocoa-based medicines, where you can extract from the cocoa using the best scientific methods and put it into pill form and into potion form and into ointment form, those elements of cocoa that are beneficial to human health. So it's a very exciting time. I think that could revolutionize our country and we wouldn't have to sell passports to survive.
Yes, thank you for that. Brilliant ideas, Gabriel. Brilliant ideas. So let's go over to Lambi as we invite our callers to be a part of the conversation. And just in case you're wondering, you're listening to Roots Connections on Q95, and we're talking about embracing opportunities to revitalize the cocoa and the agricultural industry in Dominica. How can we develop sustainable cocoa production options for Dominica? Lambi, over to you.
Thanks a lot. And by the way, Simone, seems like your programs keep getting better every week.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're listening and viewing Roots Connection on Q. We're taking your calls right now. The numbers are 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257. These are all local numbers, and the international number, 305-432-9624. Let me run those again. 449-3095-96 and 97, 616-4257. All local numbers, and the international number, 305-432-9624.
Yes, thank you for that. And again, over to Facebook, we have, let's see who are making comments. David Joseph, greetings and good night to each and everyone. Special good night to the panelists and the host. Let's see, Theodora Anthony, it was great working with you all, learning a new fermentation method from Spagvola. You guys will correct me on that. Judith Cochran, good evening to all the panelists. Great program as usual. Marva Telemac, good evening to all. Hey, Awo, okay. Owen Prosper, we have a call coming in.
Good evening, caller. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. I sit down by me and I hear doing that discussion about cocoa, but cocoa was a very good thing, for Dominica. I raised a little boy, young boy in the 70s, and I know the trucks used to come around Makushui area and wait for everybody that want to make cocoa. They selling that cocoa, wet cocoa, they selling that in Makushui, and everybody going home with their money. So that was in the 70s. So that is a very good program. For the longest while I sit down and I listen in, I say, best we have that them cocoa program still going on. It is a very good program. I love the program. So that is my contribution. So I listen in.
Yes, thank you for your contribution. Much appreciated. Yes, so Owen Prosper, good evening, Dr. Simone and Patriotic Family locked in. Sam Christian, brother to Dr. Gabriel Christian, Dr. Sam Christian, thank you for being here. He says, thank you guys for your vision, your persistent organization, and all your hard work. Peter Carbon, another stalwart in agriculture from Dominica, currently based in Florida. CDC bought wet cocoa on a weekly basis in the 60s and the 70s for processing in Melvin Hall Airport. Let's see who else we have. Rich Gems, greetings, Theo Richards. Who else do we have? Peter Thomas, good evening. Theodora Anthony. Mr. Paris began expressing interest in cocoa when he was a student at the Dominica State College. So a lot of information coming in on the callers and the Facebook comments, but importantly, the importance of the youth involvement, because even now we're seeing opportunities taken from the youth when we hear of the young man who has to close down his business today, only given 1 day notice to shut down his bar on the Bayfront. So very important that we create those opportunities for youth employment with programs such as this. Gabriel, you wanted to make a contribution?
Well, I just want to say you mentioned Rich Gems. That's actually Major Francis Richards. And he worked in agriculture in the gardens. And he was commandant of the cadet corps when the first chocolate bar was done, and the cadets were there with us. And Chef Joe Yushinsky came down from DC and taught the cadets how to make steak and fish with cocoa chocolate mole. We normally eat chocolate as tea or as a candy bar. But how many people know you can actually cook stews with chocolate? So you don't just have sweet, you can have savory. And so there was mutton, and there was pork, and there was chicken, and there was fish, doad, all made with chocolate. And the cadets were there in their white chef shirts at Battley Beach and at Layu, when Chef Joe was there showing how we can create a whole new cuisine with cocoa that we just really hadn't had in our culture as of yet. It was simply chocolate bar or cocoa sticks for our cocoa tea. And I wanted to recognize Theodora Anthony as well. Back in 2008, she was very instrumental over at Dexter with Greg Thomas. And there's another lady from St. Joseph whose name slips my mind, and maybe Errol will remind me who she is. Errol, would you remember the other lady who was with Theo?
Miss Shillingford, I cannot remember her first name, but
Miss Shillingford was there with us, yes, indeed. And there's another lady too. But it's very exciting, and it really allows for us to bring in the innovative aspect of the Dominican mind. Dominicans are brilliant people. Dave Lloyd, Sam, Errol, Frankie Tong, Richards himself, brilliant people. And I am so proud of our Dominican people in what we've been able to fashion through this project and the potential that exists. Yes.
Yeah, and it just really shows the versatility of chocolate in general. When we talk about potentially having recipes of the chocolate, the rum chocolate bar, I think a lot of people would be interested in that. The festival of cocoa, very interesting. So a lot of innovative ideas coming in. Athalie George is here with us. She says, We need to go on another drive to propagate and distribute various cocoa plants around the island and select a team to ensure they are cared for. And she says, good evening, Frankie Tong, great presentation. So Lloyd, your thoughts on that? Because the project is now officially over. So where do we go from here? We know that it takes cocoa about 2 years to grow. So what is the next step in terms of processing the cocoa, in terms of seeking markets, the involvement of the Ministry of Agriculture? So we still have quite a bit of information to cover on this topic.
Yes. I think this project, we scratch the surface, we're able to find out some important details about what we have, the resource in Dominica. And importantly, what I think the major find from this is the uniqueness of the cultivars that we found, right? The cocoa accessions that we found in Dominica, the uniqueness of them. Because the Cocoa Research Center is, I think, arguably the largest cocoa research facility, probably in the world. They have the largest store of cocoa germplasm, right? Apart from what they have planted in the research fields, they also have them stored, the DNA material and so on, and the coding for that. So when they run it through, there are over 6,000 reference samples. You're talking about samples from all over the world. And 50 plus out of the 60 that we sent, right? There were no direct matches for them, right? So that's what, something like Bordeaux wine is. Bordeaux wine, it's grape, whatever, but it can only come from the soil in Bordeaux, right? So that's why you have what they call geographic indicator status for certain crops and so on. And we can make a case for that, for our cocoa. But there's other things apart from the
Dave, give us 1 minute. Hold that thought, please. We have a call. Hold that thought, okay?
Sure.
Good evening, caller. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Hi.
Yeah, caller, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Sam here. And what a joy it is to listen to the review of all the by Errol and Dr. Davidson and Gabe. It's a great time for us in Dominica. Great opportunities, and we've discovered the treasure that we did not know exists. But I have a question for Dr. Simone. Growing up, what kinds of lotions did you use as a young lady?
Oh boy. Unfortunately, I don't recall. I guess whatever was available at the time, but I don't recall the names.
Let me ask any of the gentlemen here. Do you recall? No, the boys didn't have to use lotions, but I know the girls did, and I have an answer. But any of you remember any of the lotions that girls had to use after they took their sponge in the evening?
Vaseline, was it Vaseline?
Cocoa butter lotion.
Cocoa butter, yes, and Vaseline.
Thank you. And of course, maybe it's later on, but then there was Jergens and there was Pond's Vanishing Cream. Right. But those imported ones, well, they were all imported, but those were regarded as the elite ones, and cocoa butter was more pedestrian. But at the same time, though, one of the points I want to make is that a component, and I don't have the numbers, probably Errol or David does, but the cocoa oils extracted of high value, not just for the drink. And of course, I want to commend Gabe, who stole my thunder as far as all the medical benefits. You really was very comprehensive about that. But as far as the female care of the skin, cocoa butter hydrates and nourishes the skin, as Gabriel said, is rich in antioxidants. It fights free radical damage that causes the aging and dullness of the skin. But if you look online, you'll see that there are several benefits of drinking cocoa. It's known to be helpful with infectious diarrhea, with asthma, and expectorant for bronchitis, and so very important, as Gabe pointed out, diabetes, which is an epidemic throughout the world, and certainly an epidemic in all Black indigenous communities in the United States and in the West Indies and in Africa as well. We have to find a solution to diabetes, which results in impotence, blindness, amputations, and worsens heart disease, and the list goes on. So we have hit on a very important nerve here that is of vital importance for our health and for our economy. And I just again want to commend these gentlemen, Delbert Paris, who's not here, Frankie Tong, Richards, Miss Esprit, and all the others who worked so hard. And that's the thing we lament all the time. I'm on different charts, and you hear people talking about the same old thing, crabs in the barrel. We cannot organize, we cannot mobilize. But here we see a bunch of people coming together, focused on a goal and accomplishing it so well, getting confirmation from international bodies. And the Parises, among others, farmers, are beginning to expand. And we need all the help we can from all levels of our administration, the policyholders, and from international bodies for us to move Dominica from a dependent position to one of prosperity. I want to thank you, Simone, for hosting such an important seminar, and we hope that we can see dividends redounding from this tonight. Thank you, Lambi.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Christian. Thank you for calling in as well. We have another call, Lambi? Yes, and then Lloyd, David, we're going to come back to you, and then Errol, we're going to come to you in a little bit.
Good evening, caller. Please go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Delwood Paris here. I wanted to call and lend some support to, not support, but congratulations to the team that you have in studio tonight and online. Every time I hear about cocoa, I get excited for several reasons, and to bear witness to the amount of work that these noble gentlemen and all of the people who supported the project and continue to support the drive for the development of a hidden gem that Dominica has always possessed is so important to me, and I really get excited about it, because a lot of the talk that we have in Dominica and around the Caribbean, and all of this drive for food security, the goals that we have as a country for development, the development and the continued recognition or the continued consciousness of what cocoa is able to do for a small country like Dominica is the potential is so enormous. And the more that people continue to pay attention to it, and the more that this type of work is done, is the more that young people like myself can have more access. And I was having a conversation with my father the other day, and I said if I had the chance again, maybe I would have studied something different at university, but everything happens for a reason. I remember when the hurricane passed in 2017, we were heavily involved in cocoa development and production. And what really grew my interest in the most resilient plant is to see how cocoa trees that had fallen flat with majority of their roots up in the air, to see how with a little bit of care and a little bit of love and a little bit of science, that these plants were able to bounce back, to full production 1, 2, 3 years after a major disaster. Now, if any country is talking about food security and talking about the improvement and the doubling of GDP and the improvement of your economy and employment for young people, I mean, look at how vast the cocoa industry is. An industry that is globally worth over $50 billion, expected to grow to 60-something billion dollars by 2030. Look at where Dominica is placed and what we can do. If we just pay a little attention to the things that we have, there's so much that we can do. Employment for young people. We just heard Dr. Sam talking about all the scope for medicinal development from a plant that grows in Dominica with little to no effort. If we put some focus into that, I think we can turn this country around. It probably won't solve all of our problems, but it will put us in the right direction. The thing that I love about this industry and agriculture in and of itself is that everybody can do it. It's not special to where you have your land or where your property is or what your surname is or what education you have. Everybody can do it. Everybody can do it, but we're going to need support. We're going to need to continue to support the grassroots people who continue to do this day in and day out to show young people that there is a future in agriculture. There's a future. There's hope. You can be successful in Dominica doing this, and it doesn't have to look like a dirty job. You have a future, and you can be independent, not looking for handouts and begging or feeling despondent because there's no hope, because there's lack of employment. You can create your own employment. So again, that was a whole mouthful, but to everybody, Dr. Christian, and all of the rest of the team, congratulations. Thank you for what you do and continue to do for Dominica. Thank you for bringing this to light and the work that you continue to plan to do. I'm looking forward to it. Any way I can continue to support and participate myself, I'll continue to do that because this is hopeful, this is good, and we have a future. This is light at the end of the tunnel. If we just hold on to it and keep paying attention to the things that we have.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations. Have a good evening.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paris. And Gabe just reminded us, 1 minute on the call, Lambi. Gabriel just reminded us that the Paris Farms got first a second prize for Best Cocoa Sample at an international cocoa festival. So again, the potential of cocoa in Dominica. So Lambi, let's take the call. David, we're coming back to you.
Good evening, caller. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Good evening to the panel. Interesting conversation. I just wanted us to, a lot of times when we have the conversations on these agro-processing processes, we don't look at them in terms of volume and scale for that international market. And I think one of the things we have to start cultivating is on those same initiatives, a model similar to the banana industry. We have to be having a regional conversation because especially for the issue of hurricanes and the maintenance of market share and those kinds of things. If we go to see those models as a more broad developmental model, I think we really have, for ministers of agriculture, really need to engage in at least a Windward Island basis, at least a Windward Island basis. So I just want us to, understand we have to cultivate this new model to address the volume and consistency to be able to hold these markets so that they can really be developed into sectors for individual countries. Peace and blessings, brothers.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And David, as I come back to you for that thought that I asked you to hold, we also have to talk about the role of the Ministry of Agriculture, the role of DEXIA, because this goes beyond just the Caribbean Agriculture Network. It has to be a collaboration at a national level to create the agro-processing and to create the markets that it will take to tap into that $50 billion industry that Delbert Parish just told us about. So the role of the ministry and DEXIA and everybody else in this project.
Yes. I want to tie in my response to something the caller, brother said Lloyd, my former teacher, just mentioned. I think it is very, very important. Yes, we need to do, what we have to do locally, but I think because you mentioned the banana model and what we had for the banana model, we had regional organization of research and development through WinBan. We had sharing of information, and this is something that we lack now. Even within Dominica, we don't share enough. When we had the launching of the video, Delbert Paris made a recommendation from his experience. He shared with us that the parrots was causing a serious problem for cocoa on his farm,
Mm.
and he had been using he found from his research and so on something called bird tip. It's a type of reflective material that you hang up on the trees, and somehow it sort of confuses the birds and the parrots, and they are not feasting on the cocoa as they did before. Now, I just traveled recently. I got me some bird tip, right? And I know a lot of our farmers having the problem with other crops, some people passion fruit, whatever, and so on. Try and get some good tip. It's not that expensive. You can try it and try to help yourself. So the whole point of getting together on certain things, right? The sharing of information, the issue of marketing, and so on. Production is one. And even if we have the finest flavor cocoa and we don't inform ourselves on the best techniques, the best methods for fermentation and post-harvest processing, we're going to ruin all that goodness, right, that we have naturally occurring. And Errol will tell you, Gabe will tell you, when you go through that proper post-harvest processing, it's almost like a different cocoa. So the issue, and you're linking that because some people are put off by the bitterness of the cocoa, and you have a tendency now to add a lot of sugar, which is bad for us. Okay. Now, if you process well and you get that nice flavor out, you need less sugar. You probably don't need sugar, right? Okay. And that's where the health benefits will come. And it's something we've proven in our family. My grandmother lived to 102.
Mm.
Her husband is 99. He's going to be 100 in December, right? And from the time I know myself, every evening cocoa is made in the house. I like it in the morning, but they take it in the evening. Okay. And religiously, my grandmother never had a problem with diabetes, never had an issue with hypertension. And I've read there's a tribe, I can't remember which Latin American country, an indigenous tribe, that they found them when they compared them with the rest of the population, the incidence of diabetes and hypertension was so low. They needed to know what was happening with them. And they put it down to cocoa,
Mm.
right? I need to find that research. It's a long time ago I read this. They put it down to an ingredient in cocoa that is helpful. Some of what Gabe mentioned. Okay, but the whole and if we're taking that into what we can do with the information and so on. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of science, right, in cocoa production, in cocoa processing, and so on. That if we have chocolatiers here in Dominica, they learn the techniques of producing chocolate. We support them to do that. The people like JD's Naturals, who into the skincare products and so on. The issue with that also is a matter of scale. If you have 1 2 people doing these things, it's going to be a bit costly. But if you can spread it over, over more farms, more production, and so on. And we are also paying attention to practices that can make us more productive. Okay, it's gonna reduce the cost of production. We increase our productivity and so on, and then we can afford to do processing and all these different things with cocoa. Otherwise, we're competing with other producers, and it makes it more difficult for us. So we can work on, there's certain things we can work on our productivity. So our tons per acre, yield per acre, is we can get that up. Okay, we can reduce losses, find a way, learn the techniques of processing, fermentation. This is very key. We didn't have time. I mean, we did it as part of the training, and because it's such a small project, but this is something we really need to get into, because even if we have the good genetic material and we are not doing the processing properly, we ruin the quality.
Yeah, and I think we have a call on the line, and then Errol and Gabriel, we're going to come right to you after that caller.
Okay. The tribe is talking about tribe from Suriname. The tribe is from Suriname, they're from.
Okay. All right, thank you.
This is a tribe they find that was living in the mountain for over 200 to 400 years, and when they drop them in Suriname, they just run up in the mountain. And it's only in the late 60s they get to know they was living in the mountain.
Interesting. Yes. Thank you for that, caller. Errol, and then Gabriel, your thoughts. The role of the Ministry of Agriculture, the role of Dexia in terms of getting beyond the production of the cocoa to the processing. Oh, one other call real quick. I'm so sorry, guys. One other call. We have to engage our callers.
Yes, caller, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Dominica. Good evening.
Good evening.
Simone.
Good evening.
Simone, you know how to cook a nice cocoa tea? I'm from St. Joseph, and I'm glad to hear St. Joseph's name calling all along the night tonight, St. Joseph. I mean, that's a village that have a lot of potential, and the cocoa, St. Joseph is an agriculture place, and we really used to really love the cocoa tea. What we used to do in the past, and you have to tell people how we have to give them the recipe how to really deal with cocoa, because cocoa, when you watch cocoa, the time people used to drink cocoa as their main tea in the days before. These people is 90, 100, 80 years they live in, and that used to make us strong before. Guys used to play soccer and play strong. They used to have a little spice. Boil the spice, you can smell it anywhere you are around the house. You take in the center of the spice. They put some coconut milk in that cocoa, and with the brown bread, the little mastiff with a little butter in it. By the time you finish it, that nobody's strong. You don't even need to eat for the rest of the day. You to be strong like a bull. So Dominica alone have enough people to even consume cocoa even before we export it. Just like water, I keep saying, why we not bottling water in Dominica? Dominicans can consume water that can have a factory afloat even before exporting the water. Right. So I am saying that's a good conversation. God bless all you.
Thank you. Thank you. Errol, let me come to you for your thoughts, and then Gabriel, over to you.
Yes, well, the whole question of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture is the overarching entity that has to design policy direction for the agriculture sector and the subsector. So you would need policy direction. When there was a banana industry, there was a banana act, or what it was, that gave specific guidelines as to the operations of an industry. As was mentioned earlier, we do not have an industry, but it gives us the opportunity. People like Dave with 25, 30 years in agriculture, myself, 35, 40 years experience in agriculture. And in the banana industry, we understand systems, we understand certification, we understand the importance of fruit quality control, and we have a deep appreciation for those things. So when when we bring that and we apply it to a cocoa industry that is in its infancy stage, then we come in from a different standpoint of what existed in the cocoa industry years ago. That is why the whole question of the DNA fingerprinting, the analysis, was to give us an idea of what we really have. Because everybody say, oh, we have fine flavor, we have fine flavor. How do you know what you have? Through science and research. And the whole question of research and development is one of the driving forces that must be involved in any agricultural development if we're going to have a strong agricultural industry. And that also applies to the cocoa industry. We're going to have a solid cocoa industry. There must be research and development. We don't have to repeat everything. There's the Cocoa Research Center in Trinidad, right in the region. It is reputable, it is well known and respected around the world. We do not have to duplicate, but we can partner with them. We can send our young intellectuals to train, have attachments with them, so that when we come back, we're building up the knowledge base, capacity of our officials, of our officers here on the island.
Yes.
The whole question of an industry is you have to have everything in order. Like I said, if every small chocolatier have to get their own packaging, get their own this, there's going to be a cost. And so I strongly believe that the cocoa farmers and those with interest in cocoa have to think of a collaborative effort. Yeah. They must come together and they must organize themselves into a cooperative or a national farmer company or whatever the organization is, so that they collectively can have leverage to negotiate with the powers that be. Here it is, we are a group of 200 farmers. We're interested in cocoa. We're interested in an industry that will have a different outlook in that we want to add value to our cocoa. And we can do liquors. There are chocolate liquors that is excellent. As a matter of fact, Dr. Lloyd, one of our top farmers in the Lyou Valley, have invited us to visit her as soon as we possibly can. A well-established farm already doing the vertical integration of producing cocoa. They have their tea, cocoa tea, and so on. And she has a liquor that she said that she wants us to sample. And so we want to encourage these people. There are few people that have already started doing the processing. I spoke to Miss Lucia Sandy of the Manufacturers Association, and she told me that there's Kakozor, which is an outfit that is doing cocoa added value, the Stewart Paris Farm, Stowe Estate, the Pond Baptist Estate chocolate, Twin Islet Production, Choco Dominic, and then there's the Gingerette. So Dave, you're familiar with that place. Gingerette drinking cocoa. And we are invited to be there to see what they do. And so also we want to talk about Mr. Cuthbert Vidal, who makes a very excellent cocoa stick. And he's one of the farmers that we work with. So there are farmers who are already interested in adding value to their product, but there must be a policy framework to guide that industry. There must be support. It must be added. The industry must be adequately resourced with the financial resources and the human resource capacity, so that you can build something that is solid and strong to give us an end product that can be competitive with the best there is in the world.
Yes, thank you. And Gabe, before I come to you, let's just take one quick phone call.
Good evening, caller. Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, yes. So I'm good evening to you guys,
good evening.
To Alambi and Dr. Simone and your other panel there. As always, very educational discussion. But I just want to commend you guys for bringing out the discussion on the potential of the cocoa industry, adding to the revenues and development of our country as an aspect of our development of the country. But one thing I'd like to add, and it's by no means negative before I start. What you guys are talking about in terms of cocoa production is not new to Dominica. And I know for years, even my grandfather being an agriculturist, had been huge at one point in cocoa, lime, and other products. What I would like us to also pay attention to is while we promoting the cocoa, we want to be mindful that the potential for creating a monocrop industry. And why that is a risk is because cocoa itself is very vulnerable to disease. As we have seen in the past, we had situations like the witch broom that destroyed the cocoa industry several years ago. And we have to be mindful that if we are going to have an industry based on a particular crop, that's one of the risks. And what I would suggest, in addition to cocoa, I think greater attention should be paid to other cash crops like coffee, because not just cocoa being a multi-billion-dollar industry, but also coffee is one of the second largest traded commodity in the world. Everywhere you turn, there's a coffee shop. What about the coconut industry, where oils and now you go into the stores and you see cold pressed coconut all over the place, and also things like avocado, which is now being rated as a superfood. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because what you guys speak about had been something it's something we have done in the past when we did mixed crop agriculture. For these crops, because they are seasonal in their bearing, you have to be mindful of your volume and your capacity to produce enough product that you can sell or process that material. What the mixed cropping will do, it will give you several cash crops with cocoa and coffee that may use the same science and technology in processing to produce other value-added goods. So while we are talking about the coconut industry, the cocoa industry, I think it's very important to pay attention to the other cash crops. And my suggestion would be, in addition to cocoa, as an industry, I think we should look at other potential cash crops that may have the same processing requirements, the same skills and knowledge. So we can add that to the industry with the current situation we have, thereby adding greater value to our production capacity and our value for our agricultural industry in Dominica. Because in agricultural science, if you have one crop, and I personally think what has helped kill the agriculture industry in Dominica is the banana industry, and I'll tell you why. Because bananas was a cash crop that produced every week. And I think as a result, a lot of people abandoned the other seasonal crops that were highly value added, but they were seasonal, like the limes and the cocoas and the coffee, because bananas provided a source of income every week. And after doing it for cultivating bananas for so long, a lot of people basically abandoned some of those crops that we had grown in Dominica for decades. So while we're talking about this, and while we're developing this industry, I would suggest that we are very mindful of the reality of having a monocrop industry and try to incorporate other cash crops that can also add value to the overall agriculture development, processing, and value adding to those crops.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution, caller. So, Gabriel, let me come over to you. But this is what the permanent secretary said at the official launch of this project. So he talked about an agro-business development unit in the Ministry of Agriculture. He talked about replicating these best practices, which you guys, and congratulations, I should have said that in the beginning, congratulations on the success of this project to date. But he talked about replicating best practices and putting them into crops such as toloma, cassava, and coffee, which our caller just talked about. And he also talked about 6 different areas that they were going to focus on. But let me have your comments in terms of the involvement of the ministry, the important role that they play, the importance of Dexia, and just in general, your thoughts so far, Gabriel.
First of all, thank you so much, Simone. And I wanted to say we've had a fantastic listening audience. The last gentleman who called, I want to thank him for his contribution. I want to let him know we've been very mindful of this. We came from bananas. We understand we're a colonial appendage of Britain. So it's not true we've done cocoa like this before. All we did was produce cocoa for British manufacturers to process into chocolate and sell back to us. We've never engaged cocoa, any crop, frankly, from a Dominica-centric perspective. We have a Dominican scientist like Dr. Lloyd, Davidson Lloyd, with a Dominican agriculture executive like Dr. Well, he's a doctor in my mind, but Brother Errol Emanuel. I mean, he's been at this for a long time. And we came at it from a position of really finding first what the base is in science and what we have. But I want him to understand that the first project we went to through fruition was with breadfruit. When we partnered with Marcus Garvey's son, we brought down, for the first time in Dominican history, a variety of breadfruit trees that had never existed before from the South Sea Islands, Malafra and others. That's now been used by Adrian Banas in processing into breadfruit chips. And he produced the video, sent it to us. It's on YouTube, thanking Dr. Garvey, thanking Can. Okay. Secondly, we brought Hubert Charles, ambassador to the United States, and Donald Peters, president of the State College, to the University of Maryland and signed an MOU for agriculture collaboration with the government and people of Dominica. Okay. So we could have it be that we also had the best practices from here where that could be a benefit. And when they were done, the university sent 2 food technologists at the university's expense. And at the Dominica Grammar School on one Saturday with Errol and Brother Dave with their canned shirts and the others, taught our farmers how to can, preserve, mango puree, mango chunks, mango slices. Because we have a lot of mango in season. What happens out of season? You can't find it. But by canning mangoes, you could have it all through the year. Freshly when it's in season, when it's not in season, in canned form. So we are very mindful of coming at this agriculture process from a sustainability standpoint and not the old colonial monocrop economy where we are dependent on one stream of income. But what we do know is that we must collaborate. And so everything we've done, we've shared with the Ministry of Agriculture. We make our criticisms with regard to the governance of our country, which is our right in a democracy, but we share. If we have to do something, we invite the ambassador. We invite the state college president. We do an MOU with the government of Dominica. Now, once you have an MOU, that's just the first step, The second step is to make manifest the purpose of that MOU by working it on a consistent basis. And so what we want to see is that growth in culture that respects the Dominican intellect. Let's not dumb down our people. We have brilliant people like yourself, Dr. Mathieu, like Brother Lambie, who's over there, always keeping us sound on the airwaves, Brother Errol, Brother Dave, and all the others who are part of CAN. And we want to see that unity of purpose, where we move from simply the rhetorical flourish of saying, yes, we support, to constant, consistent, cooperative, and collaborative effort that allows for us to do what we did at LAU when we had the engagement with Spaganvola, Eric Reed of Spaganvola, his wife Chrisoa, Edison James, Alan Napier, who has Point Baptiste, the Paris family, the farmers from the Northeast, from the Kalinago territory, they were all there. And we had a seminar on fermentation and best practices. I want to say one thing that Errol mentioned, and I'd never experienced that before. After we finished, Simone, and to the listening audience, I was able to eat a cocoa bean, and it was like cashew nut. The astringency was gone. The bitterness that we knew growing up was gone. It was just amazing what best practices can do. And so the bars we're talking about that Spaganvola did for Chocolat de la Dominique, 70 and 80%, $9 and $10 US. That's what people are buying them for or bought them for. And of course, because of Maria, we didn't. But I just want to show, this was the first bar of Chocolat de la Dominique in 2008. Can you see it?
Yes.
And then, of course, the second bar right here with the,
right.
But now we have other.
I also put the picture on Push Past 10 as well, along with the video and all the other wonderful links you sent me. Gabriel, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say what is exciting for us is to see the progress that Alan Napier is making, to hear about Gingerette, to hear about Merling Abraham Shillingford and what she's doing. They were there with us in 2008. So we are seeing how by collaborating, by sharing knowledge, we are now seeing different small businesses in Dominica take root. But I fully embrace the comments of the last caller. We're not interested in a monocrop economy. And I know Brother Errol and Brother Dave will give us much more detail on their mastery of the subject of intercropping and multiple product lines.
Yes, thank you for that. So, David, let me come over, Davidson, let me come over to you. But before we do, because we also have to talk about the importance of documentation, because I remember you talked about how excited you were that Mr. Zamo could recall all the information. But what happens when, God forbid, Mr. Zamo is no longer with us? Is the information lost? So we have to talk about the importance of documenting these processes and this procedure so that the next generation is not starting from scratch. So I want to come over to you, Dave, for your thoughts on that and your final thoughts. And Errol, I want to come over to you as well. But we must take our comments from our Facebook audience who have been diligently a part of the conversation. Athalie, let me apologize to you. I referred to you as a she and you're a he. So thank you for that correction and my apologies on that. Cal Kofi James says, many years ago, I attended a chocolate making workshop here in Chicago. I was amazed because all I could think about was where would Dominica fit in a bigger scheme of things. Very important point, Carl. David Joseph, the cocoa industry is still alive in Dominica, though on a much smaller scale. Gingerette Cocoa Estate is one such company who is trying to revitalize the cocoa industry by producing fine cocoa powder for consumption. Anthony Simon, the chocolate factory at Point Baptist, Calibishi, has a large cocoa products for sale. Had a chance to visit this. So guys, thank you so much for the comments. Colson Shillingford, thank you for being here. Dr. Sam Christian, cocoa butter is the best natural lotion. It hydrates and nourishes the skin. It is rich in antioxidants. It fights free radical damage, which is the main cause of aging and dullness. James Esprit, thank you for being here. Good evening to all. I'm listening. Dave Lloyd, my father used the bird tape throughout the 60s and 70s to protect his peppers from the birds. Dr. Christian again, beyond just tea and chocolate, think vertical integration to develop the high-value derivatives like cocoa butter. Our doctors need to promote the health benefits of cocoa. A young lady even composed a calypso about that last year. Very exciting and hopeful presentation hosted by Dr. Simone. Yes, cocoa for sale. So we really need to sell the cocoa that calypsonian was talking about. Emma Thomas, great to see you. Emma Thomas, great to see you. The best cocoa in Dominica is from a guy with cocoa called the Black Gold. Thank you for that. Let's take a comment from someone we haven't heard from as yet. Gregoire Thomas. Active collaboration among all the stakeholders is required to develop the cocoa industry. 4 main components are a focus on production, strong farmers organization, fermentation, dehydration facilities to guarantee the quality and target market. Clyde Lloyd, great to see you. So thank you everyone for your comments. And I think we can all agree, back to the panel, I think we can all agree that this is the start of a conversation. This is the start of another project. This is the start of another initiative. So, I want you guys to feel free to get back in touch with me and let me know the ongoing success of this and other projects that you're involved with. But Dave, let me come over to you for your final thoughts. And then Errol, we're gonna come to you. You might be muted.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Like Gabriel, I want to thank the last caller, I think, who mentioned the issue of integrated, an integrated approach. I think this is best. And actually, as part of the cocoa project, we also distributed to the farmers. We didn't talk about that too much, but citrus plants, avocado, citrus and avocado as well. So and we were pushing this approach of covering the ground very early too, using things like cassava and tanya and dashin and so on. So always bear in mind the income stream, having multiple income stream.
Mm-hmm.
Beekeeping was also included. We
Beekeeping
haven't
was
talked much
included.
about that in terms
Beekeeping.
of we had training on
Yes.
beekeeping and provided all the gears. We provided a hive full of bees, all the protective gears required, the smoker and everything, and they got full training in beekeeping, the works, down to bottling the honey. All right. So this is very, very, very important that we're not just focusing on, the topic is cocoa, but we really have a vision for agriculture development in the country, and for us, participating at different levels. So if you're a chemist, you are an engineer, whatever, there's a role for you. There's a role, in this. But the issue of getting it together, I think that's important. This is a microcosm of what can happen on the national scale. Okay, we need to focus on getting our divisions out of the way, what divide us, and really look at what unites us as Dominican people, right? Nature island people, right? So that's supposed to mean something. Okay, making us unique and different and progressive, and that whole ethos of our national anthem, all for each and each for all. Okay, these are really important part of our Dominicanness that I am afraid that we are losing. Okay, and we have to do things that can get us back. So it's all connected. um I want to thank, as I end, I think that's my last thing you said. We don't have much time.
Mm-mm.
The key, the farmers who were involved in this, although we train a lot more farmers, but, some of the core, Dorima Mason of the Kalinago territory, Bataka, Harrison Prince of Marigot, Mr. and Mrs. Gore, Mr. and Mrs. Ferdinand Gore of Marigot, Mark Henry, a stalwart in agriculture in the Warner area, Mr. Cuthbert Vidal, from Salisbury, as the largest and top farmer in Dominica. Somebody, I go to him and I learn so much. Another one is Mr. Emanuel Louis. We got germplasm material from him. I need to big him up as well. Really, there's a lot of people to thank. I can't call all of them, but we are thankful for the traction this project is getting, and we're thankful for the positive comments. But we need to grow. This is, as we said, scratching the surface. We need to find some way to take it forward.
Yes, thank you for that. And Gabriel just reminded me that you are documenting the information in your book. So that is wonderful to hear. And if you have a contact information, I don't know if you have access to Facebook, Q95 on Facebook. We're doing the live program right there. You can add the contact information for CAN. If you don't have access to Facebook right now, Dave, if you can post the contact information for CAN in the private chat, and then I can post it on Facebook. So while we're getting the final thoughts from the other two guests, if you can send me the contact information for CAN so I can publish it, that would be wonderful. So Errol, let me come over to you for your final thoughts, and then Gabriel, I'll come to you.
Yes, let me thank you again for having us. They say how time run quickly when you're having probably serious discussions. A number of people ask what's next, and probably we need to let them know that CAN is a non-government organization. It is totally voluntary. And so the work that Dave and I and CAN members have done over the last 2 years or 3 years is sweat equity. It is out of our passion and desire to add value to what is happening in agriculture in Dominica. We have no other objective or motive except to improve. And so we we want to see the next step is organize, organize, organize. This is what is going to be important. Everybody keep doing things here, things there, but it's not coordinated. It's not gelled into one style. Then you're going to have things happening, but you're not having things with the global objective of Dominica as to how do we want to see a cocoa. So we have to bring ideas, we have to bring people together so that that can happen. We want to really thank all Miss Esprit of the Jeff Small Grants Project. It was our first time doing the project, and so all donors have their policies, so she assisted us and guided us. We also were very happy that we were able to do something different in that we had an accountability closure where we invite all the stockholders and farmers, and also a handing over ceremony of things like brush cutters so that you'll have less insecticides and nematicides being used. The farmer can brush cut instead of using agrochemicals. So we did those things. And so we want to thank people like Mr. Napier, who made his facility available for us for the training. All the farmers who gave us material to send to the Cocoa Research Center in Trinidad. I think Mr. Roll, Philip Roll worked with us, a gentleman by the name of Ivan LaRoque.
Yeah.
His farm is in the heights of
Coolbish.
and this gentleman went out of his way to accommodate us to go up into the hills, where I think we had to cross a river 7 times to get to his farm. So we really appreciate the effort of Mr. LaRoque. Peter Healer from Agricultural Extension is Francis Ashby, another farmer. Jeffrey Fedel, Errol Dura, who have since passed on in the Kalinago territory to his relatives and family members, his friends. We want to say thank you to Mr. And another gentleman who assisted us on the south of the island, Mr. George Leroy, who is no more, but they are still in our memories. The production team of the video that we launched, Mr. Michael Lee and his team, we want to thank them for being patient with us. Dave and I and Gabe, who did the review, would come back time and time again so that we could get the best possible product. So we want to thank Michael for cooperating with us and all those who made it possible. But this is just a scratch. There's much work to be done, and now is the time that our collaborative spirits must come together so that Dominica can get the best benefit of what we know. Because if we don't use it and share it, it will all stay in the cemetery. Thank you and good night.
Yes, thank you for that. And someone mentioned the song Cocoa for Sale. But as we're having this conversation, another song that quickly comes to mind is the one that says, and someone on Facebook can tell me who sang that song, jump high, jump low, we must return to the soil. Jump high, jump low, we must return. Because that is what we were blessed with. We were blessed with the abundance of, huh?
That's a Pat Aaron composition by the Soul Poos.
Yes, I was thinking Soul Poos, but I wasn't sure. Jump high, jump low, we must return to the soil because that is our blessing. We were blessed with the abundance of water, the abundance of sunshine, and the fertility of our soil. So why are we running from agriculture? Why have we abandoned agriculture when that is what we were blessed with? To be able to feed ourselves, to be able to feed our nation, to be able to feed the world and profit from our agriculture. So Gabriel, let me come over to you. David, I'm still waiting for the contact information. I don't know if you can WhatsApp it to me because I'm sure there are lots of people who want to get in touch with you for this project. So if there's an email address or something you can share with us, that would be great.
Davidson.Lloyd@gmail.com, Errol Emanuel 52 @gmail.com, Gabriel Christian, he can give you his contact.
Okay, so
So
I
let
guess
me know.
I will just go ahead and post the emails that you sent me
Yes,
before.
yes.
So Gabriel, let me come over to you for your final thoughts.
First of all, I just want to say a blessed moment this is, Simone, and thank you so much. It's been a long time coming. Thank you, Lambi. I want to endorse everything our team leaders have said. Brother Lloyd, I always tell him that he's got a book or two in him, and so tonight is the night he came out and confessed that he's working on it. Thank you, Dave. Brother Errol. Brother Errol, has been a long journey, and it's not ended, but this is a great moment. I want to say a few things. Everything we do starts with, first of all, one word: love. You know, when we speak about Dominica and we speak with passion, we do it because we love our people. We are born Dominicans. We love our country. We thank God for our country. And we want to protect it, preserve it. Once you have love, it breeds understanding. It breeds caring. That breeding of caring and understanding leads to respect. With respect, you can do everything. With disrespect, you can do nothing. If you disrespect Dominicans, you can never get the best from them. And the only reason this project was able to succeed was Brother Dave, Brother Errol was superb in their love, their caring, their compassion, their respect. And with that respect, they were able to get the collaboration now, without which there would have been no success. The lady behind this with Jeff is Sister Agnes Esprit, convent high school girl, lady now, like you, Simone. We're both 16, 17 when we went on a mission on a boat in the period right before independence. And she's still on the same mission. She was instrumental because I think Dave and Errol will tell you she is the local director for Jeff. Am I right, gentlemen? And without her support, it would not have happened. So we come with the idea of team. T, together. E, everyone. A, achieves. M, more. Team, together. Everyone achieves more. There's no I in team. There's no me in team. It's only us. And so as we leave this evening, we see the unveiling of what it is we can do as Dominicans when we put our mind to it. Most people didn't know what we were doing or this was going on all this time. And there's a reason for that. Because frankly, we do not achieve as much as we can because of our God-given intelligence, because we have allowed for division between overseas Dominicans and Dominicans at home, dealing with things that are not meaningful and progressive and industrious. So what we want is for all Dominicans to get together like we used to do in the days of E. Olibla, another VCAS person like Simone Mathieu, who was an agriculturist and who had the whole idea of national agricultural and industrial fairs, where you could come to the fair and you could see the bounty of our land on display. Do we have fairs anymore like that? Precious few. Brother Franklin Coffey, the Catholic priest, he was at the...
You're muted, Gabriel. You're muted.
People, we're hoping that other people like Father Coffey can come and work with us on the Breadfruit Project, on the Canning Project for mangoes, and of course on cocoa. So we just want to collectively thank you. We want to thank our CAN members out there in the community and make sure that Raymond Lawrence knows that his voice is still that elegant and sonorous and authoritative voice. He did a masterpiece on the video. You know, he did a masterpiece. And the Northeast Cocoa Cooperative, we want to thank them. You know, when you begin to mention names, sometimes you're afraid you forget somebody, but you know who you are. We know who you are. You're the ones who made this possible. We love to see what Dominicans can achieve. And we want to thank you, Simone, for having us, Q95 and Brother Lamb, and all those at Master Control for Dominica Operation Cocoa Emancipation.
Yes. Thank you, Gabriel Christian, Errol, Emanuel, Davidson Lloyd, Dr. Davidson Lloyd, Lambi, the callers, the audience, the listeners, the Facebook Live and YouTube Live audience that posted comments. Thank you so much. So this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, and we want to see how these collaborations and these networks will take us even further, because Gabriel is right. There is too much division between Dominicans overseas and Dominicans who live in Dominica. And here is a pristine example of what happens when we forget about those things that divide us and we work collaboratively. I am sure that there was never a conversation within CAN about which political party you belong to, because it's irrelevant, right? The work had to be done. The work was done because that was the focus. And that needs to be the focus. And speaking about collaborations and getting the work done and the use of technology, I've also been able to collaborate with Mr. Sam George. So I live in Atlanta and he lives in Houston. And with the importance of technology, that is the great equalizer that will move us forward, the embracing of technology and the embracing of science. And we were able to create the very first puzzle book of Dominica, Dominic Anu. So when you go over to pushpast10.com to look at the video of this project, the CAN project, Sustainable Development for the cocoa industry, for the agriculture industry, you will also see another project that we were able to complete because we were united and we were focused. And that is what it will take to move Dominica forward. That is what it will take to create the financial independence that I always talk about on this program, the bringing together of human resources for the positive direction of Dominica. So again, I want to thank everyone for joining us. I want to thank the panel as we looked at embracing opportunities to revitalize agriculture and the cocoa industry in Dominica. And of course, for more information, if you did not receive the emails from the guests, you can always email me at pushpast10@gmail.com. I will be more than happy to liaise you with the panel if you have any questions or concerns. So again, thank you for being here for another episode of Roots Connections on Q. I am Simone Mathieu, and we will be back with you for another episode. I believe the 14th of June will be our next episode. So with that, we say good night. Thank you, Lambi. Thank you, Sherwin. Thank you, DJ Shan. Thank you, Gabriel, David, and Davidson, Errol, and our audience. So with that, we say good night and have a peaceful, restful evening. Take care.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye-bye. Okay.
All right, take care.
Jah Rastafari. Home, oh children, home. Wanna go home. Oh, yes, children, home. Got to go. Yeah, we've been trodden from Genesis right on through Revelation. We've been a subject to master's feet. So blessed, so we wanna go. Yeah, we are a people enslaved and sold, scattered through the earth. Jacob is calling his children 12 tribes, so we want go. Oh, children, home. Oh, to Zion. Oh, wanna go. Take me there. Home. Oh, to Zion. Oh, wanna go. Yeah, we've been trodden from Genesis right on through Revelation. We've been a subject to master's feet. so bleak, so we wanna go. Oh, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, and Zebulun, Isaac, God and Asher, Naphtali, Joseph, and Benjamin. 12 tribes, so we want go. Oh, children, home. Oh, to Zion, oh, I wanna go. Oh, children, home. Oh, take me home. Oh, I wanna go. Yeah. Oh, children, home. Oh, oh, children, home. Wanna go. Said I'm longing to. Oh, to Zion. Oh, I wanna go. So here I say, yeah. Africa for Africans, a home and abroad. So I'm almost home. Yeah. What that what that what that what that tell me how you feeling, what that tell me how you feeling, what that are you feeling irie, what that are you feeling hopeful, what that are you feeling irie, what are you feeling, what that
dong, and I felt like I no longer existed because I put my hands in front of me and I couldn't see them. Like I looked down to my feet, I couldn't see them. I thought to myself, this was the closest thing that I would feel to death. Like this is how a soul would feel when it leaves its body, when there's no physical world anymore, and they're just your soul, like you're just listening to your own soul talking to you. And it felt unreal. And so that part of the cave was very dark. I had my headlamp on, but I couldn't see much. And I remember for the first time, you're going to see natural light coming in from the door line. Door lines are places where the cave roof collapsed and natural sunlight that got in. And I remember when I passed that point, it was a very moving moment and I burst out in tears. It's beautiful. And like that was when I first saw a cloud coming inside. I saw sunlight, I saw the forest, and all of those image was exactly what I saw on National Geographic when I was 22. I burst out in tears when I crossed that point in 2014, and I burst out in tears today again, thinking of that beauty. I think a lot of people, when they think of Vietnam, they think of the world, they think of a hellhole, they think of very gruesome images that they saw on war movies. As a Vietnamese, sometimes we have this inferiority complex. I'm so proud of my own country, but I always feel like I have to defend it. I have to explain it to other people. And Sundong is something that I find pride, I find joy, and I feel like its beauty doesn't need an explanation. And I guess it's like I discovered the heart of Vietnam, and I felt proud, and I felt like I want to protect it. When I'm inside Sundong, I feel so insignificant, so tiny, but at the same time, I want to wrap my arms around this world's largest cave and hug it.
There's one other important thing about Hung's trip. In that group of 8 tourists, she was the only Vietnamese person, a fact that was not lost on Howard Limbert.
Towards the end of the trip, Howard set me aside and he was telling me that there's a company who was planning to build a cable car into the cave. And the cable car doesn't come with just construction, it comes with mass tourism. The plan of the cable car was to bring in about 500 people per day. And I mean, the trekking company, they only brought in 200 people. So to go from 200 people a year to 500 people a day, that would destroy a lot of nature. You would destroy a lot of plants and animals.
Hung also found out that a cable car could potentially destroy the cave itself. Scientists estimate that over the years there have been 2 collapses in Sandong, which means the land that forms the cave is weak and it could collapse again. So not an ideal place to build a cable car.
And Howard was talking to me about how he felt really helpless. He's not being listened to by the Vietnam government because he's not a Vietnamese. So he was saying that only Vietnamese people can save this cave. And he started tearing up too when he was talking to me about these things. And imagine sitting in front of a man who is about the same age with your dad and he was crying. And being the only Vietnamese person in the group, I knew that I had to do something.
The expedition finished and Hung left Sandong. Back home in Ho Chi Minh City, she wrote a blog post about protecting the cave and the plans for the cable car. And overnight, it went viral. Hung acted fast. She paired up with a guy who shared her blog and they formed the Save Sandong group on Facebook. In just a few hours, they had 20,000 follows. Hung had been suddenly catapulted into the role of environmental activist, cave guardian. It was a lot to take in.
I soon realized that as a teacher, I am not equipped. I am not knowledge enough to run a campaign.
Hung had to learn quickly.
And that was also where I started to realize, maybe not everybody would support me with this. So I went back to the village and started to talk to people and learned about the different perspectives. I know there are people who believe that mass tourism would bring in local economy. It would be good for people who live there. And there are people who are excited with the idea that many, many more tourists are going to come. However, those are not the majority. And one local woman that I talked to, she sells a souvenir in the market. And as a souvenir vendor, of course, she wants tourists to come. But at the same time, she has this special connection with the land around Sundong because one of her 5 sons, when he was a kid, passed away on this land. This area suffered a lot from the Vietnam War. And there was a lot of landmines that still exist in this place. And her kid was one of the kids that found a bomb and was playing it with it, and it exploded. And she, with her bare hands, picked up pieces of his body, but she always felt like there was some of him left on this land. And she just did not want so many people to come and disrupt his peace. Stories like that, there's no money, no tourism, no local economy can make up for that.
Hung learned that actually over 90% of locals were opposed to the cable car plans. Her next step was to plan the resistance, and an obvious choice might have been a public protest, but not in Vietnam.
It is risky to protest in Vietnam because even though peaceful demonstration is protected under the Constitution, however, there's no law written on how a demonstration can be considered peaceful, what messages can be brought forward and what cannot. So you risk being arrested for sure. So it's a tricky situation. They cannot execute you for protesting, but they can execute you under different laws in Vietnam.
Hung had a close friend who'd been arrested for protesting peacefully about an oil spill. Her friend was fine, but both she and Hung were badly shaken by it all.
We did not want the same thing to happen to people who support Safe Sandong. We did not want to be arrested. We did not want our phones to be confiscated by the government. So we decided that we're not going to do anything that risky. Instead, we approached the topic more from an educational perspective. So we went to a lot of different schools, libraries, colleges. We organized forums, panel discussions, and we held exhibitions to experience our virtual reality machines to see Sandong instead of going there.
Hung was consumed by her fight to preserve the cave, and she even started a degree in sustainable development. She moved back to the US, but the distance, the time difference, none of it mattered.
During the day, I went to school like any grad school students. But at night, that was daytime for Vietnam. I stayed up to work with my team. And every winter break, every holiday, I would fly back home to work with the team to organize these exhibitions and events. It was difficult, but at the same time, I would never ever leave this campaign. And that commitment really helped me to find some of my most truest soulmates. And among many of the exhibitions that we as a group held together, a couple of them were at Fulbright University, Vietnam. And after one of the exhibition, one of the faculty members came up to me and told me how he could also feel the fire that coming from me when I was talking about Sandong, and eventually that professor became my husband. So in a way, Sandong did bring us together.
Hung and her fire kept going, and her colleagues started referring to her as Cave Girl.
Before I started Safe Sandong, I had always been this kid with so much energy. And I pour all of my love, all of my passion into education. I was very committed as a teacher, but the school that I was teaching at, majority of the kids were fairly wealthy kids. So in one way, I always felt like I'm not really serving my country. I'm not serving the people who need it the most. I always look at my kids with so much love, but I always knew that even without me, they would be fine. They would be very successful. When I found Sandong, even though we started a campaign called Save Sandong, I felt like Sandong saved me because it gave me a purpose in life. It gave me passion.
Even President Barack Obama heard about the campaign, and in a speech in Vietnam, he called for the preservation of Sandong, describing it as a natural wonder. Finally, in 2019, Hung got a crucial update.
We eventually heard from the government that they promised that they would not build a cable car to the cave. And it was, I haven't had kids yet, so I don't know if it feels like giving birth, something that you've been carrying, a weight that you've been carrying for so long, for years at that point, and it finally came true.
A highlight for Hung was sharing this news with Howard Limbert, who told her about the cable car on her very first trip to the cave. Now, Hung has returned to education, working for Fulbright University, Vietnam. But she can't forget Sandong.
When I think about a cave, when I close my eyes, I probably think about there's one place in the cave where at night there's this very big bird that comes out that nobody gets to take any pictures of it yet, but based on the sound that it makes, people expect that it has very big wingspan. And every single time that I go to, well, I mean, I've only been to Sundong twice, but every time that I go into Sundong, I always try to stay up throughout the night at that particular camping site so that I can hear its wings. I never open my tent and like put on a headlamp to see it because I respect its privacy, but just to know that it's still there, to hear that wingspan, it's like I'm hearing the heartbeats of Sundong, and I know that it's still alive, that its flora and fauna, its ecosystem is still there. There's still animals that we may never know, we may never see, but it's there. And as long as it's there, it brings me happiness that I found in Sundong.
That was Hung Lei, or Cave Girl. And there's a picture of her in the cave on our website where she really does look like a superhero. Her work on Sandong is featured in the documentary A Crack in the Mountain. This is Outlook. Don't go away.
You're listening to the BBC World Service.
In a world where information is at our fingertips, headlines and updates can't always give the full picture.
To understand why the Freedmen's Bank is important, you have to understand what banking was like at the time.
It was everywhere. This institution was enormous.
We take you deeper into the stories that shape our world.
So all the Germans could hear really was the wind in the wires. They likened it to women on broomsticks.
And the people behind them.
I'm just very happy to see the sport of women surfing progressing to a good professional caliber.
It was a nightmare for me. I never realized that my nationality that I had my whole life would be in question.
A lot of my close friends and people in my family are reindeer herders. It's not really a profession, it's a lifestyle.
Documentaries on the BBC World Service at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up in part 2 of Outlook, when two young friends left their city in Japan hoping to become rock stars, they didn't expect a completely different passion to bloom. They now create some of the world's most unusual flower sculptures and have even put a bonsai up in space.
We wanted to place a living creature in an area where no plants or flowers can exist. In this way, we see what flower the bonsai truly has.
A journey from punk rock to botanical fame after the BBC News.
BBC News with David Harper. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has launched his campaign to run in next year's US presidential election. A live event on Twitter marking the announcement was beset by technical problems. The US National Security Agency says that it has identified a state-sponsored cyber actor from China trying to target critical infrastructure networks. It comes after Microsoft published details of a mysterious computer code appearing in telecommunication systems in Guam and elsewhere. Leaders of the Roman Catholic Church in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools. The allegations have shocked the country in recent weeks. The head of a Russian paramilitary group that's opposed to President Putin has said it carried out a recent cross-border raid from Ukraine in coordination with the Ukrainian military. Kyiv denies any link to the incursion. A Trump supporter who was photographed with his feet on the desk of the House Speaker during the Capitol riot 2 years ago has been jailed for 4.5 years. The photo of Richard Barnett became a defining image of the January the 6th insurrection. Firefighters in Canada have made significant progress in tackling wildfires which have burned huge areas of Alberta. Cooler weather and some rainfall have helped. Officials in Ecuador have announced that early elections will be held on the 20th of August. They're being called following President Guillermo Lasso's decision last week to dissolve the National Assembly. The IMF has approved a loan worth $3.5 billion for Ivory Coast. A first tranche of money will be available immediately, with the rest dependent on economic restructuring. Tributes have been paid to award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who overcame adversity to become a global superstar. She died after a long illness at the age of 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé described Tina Turner as the epitome of passion and power. BBC News.
Hello and welcome back to Outlook. I'm India Rakison. Now, just like Hung Lei in part 1, our next guests were knocked off one path and onto a whole new adventure when they became captivated by a natural wonder, though this one is somewhat smaller than the Sundong Cave. Azuma Makoto and Shionoki Shonsuke are great friends. They grew up in a small city in Japan dreaming of being punk rock stars. But when they moved to Tokyo to pursue this dream, they got a bit sidetracked in a flower market, and now they create some of the world's most unusual flower sculptures. Some of them have included raw meat and ice, and one has even been sent up into space. Outlook's Gaia Karamatsa has been speaking to them about their unexpected journey into botanical fame.
Azuma and Shinoki are known as punk florists. That's because of their love of anarchy in the flower shop.
Punk rock music has informed my spirituality. I learned so much from its core spirit. Punk rock music informed my attitude and allowed me to express myself. It pushes me to be creative. It's completely changed who I am.
Japanese flower sculptures have a long history. They originate from a Buddhist tradition of making flower offerings, which started as early as the 6th century, known as ikebana. But in true punk fashion, Azuma and Shinoki were ready to break some rules. Their love for rock music bloomed at a young age, when Azuma's older brother brought Nirvana and Sex Pistols CDs into his world. By the way, Shinoki is more of a silent type, so you may not hear from him much. Here's Azuma.
We went to the same high school and we became friends. We have been friends for over 30 years now.
Do you remember the moment that you both saw each other in high school, and what did you like about each other?
So actually remember the first time I saw Shinoki. Because at that time, Shinoki had a really crazy hair, the hairstyle that all the bad boys had.
The bad boys. A hairstyle that defied gravity, let's say.
I remember Azuma because he used to play baseball in high school, and I was on the judo team. There were always tensions between the two teams, so even though we didn't actually fight, there were always tense moments where fights could have broken out.
So we are actually from the prefecture called Fukuoka, which is in the western part of Japan. So it is kind of known that everyone who lives there, not everyone, but they're kind of short-tempered. So getting into fight is a regular thing.
Ah, is this where the love for punk rock music comes in? Because, I mean, punk rock music has a lot of anger in it.
Yes, probably. So we used to play baseball and judo, but then we started getting really attracted to punk music. And that's when we started playing music together and started a band.
Azuma was the vocals and lead guitar, while I would play guitar or bass. Azuma also wrote many of the songs and music before collaborating with the rest of the band.
By playing the music together, we are finally able to release our anger. We were angry at everything. We were angry towards society and angry at school. We didn't like the traditional way of thinking. Everyone was thinking inside the box. We wanted to escape from the small town to the bigger world. So music really helped us to release the passion and energy through our music. The anger is really important for the creativity because it helped us have energy which translated to us creating music. Now flowers are the medium by which we express our anger. So it's a really important fuel for our creativity.
Azuma didn't want to stay in his hometown any longer and left Fukuoka, or Koka as he calls it, for Tokyo in 1997. Inspired by him, Shinoki followed his friend's footsteps a year later. How did the decision to move to the big city come about?
We wanted to change ourselves. We wanted to try something new. We wanted to see how far we could go with our dreams to play music.
What was it like going from a small city, moving to the big city? What was it like the first few months living in Tokyo?
The first place we live in is called Shimokitazawa, which is an area inside of Tokyo. And it is known as the area where lots of musicians live. Everything was surrounded by music. We were really inspired. Tokyo is actually such a small city, but there are so many people and so many buildings. The culture and everything is condensed, which creates a chaotic environment. I kind of like it that way.
And how easy was it to make a living as a musician?
It was actually really hard for us to make a living because we played maybe 2 or 3 live shows per month. And of course, we couldn't make enough money to pay our bills. So that's why I started working at the flower market.
Broke and struggling to see a future where they could just play music, Azuma fatefully noticed a sign saying help was wanted at the flower market next to his house. So he inquired about the job and got it. Even though his first few months on the job involved cleaning out flower buckets, Azuma's love for working with flowers soon became infectious. Here's Shinoki.
Azuma started telling me how much she loved flowers. I was inspired, so I also started working with flowers.
So since I'm from a small town, flowers were something that my mother grew in her garden and she would always bring them home. So when I started working at the Ota Flower Market, which is one of the biggest flower markets in Japan, I was really surprised that the flower business exists. There was only one flower shop in my hometown, so I didn't know the potential.
Having that memory of your mother picking flowers from her garden and bringing them home, did you almost feel a sense of nostalgia for your family and Koka?
Yeah, I had some nostalgic moments because my mother is the kind of person that loves flowers. She is willing to pay more for flowers than food. Every single day, she would bring the flowers from the garden, and I remember the house would always be filled with a lovely smell. And this is an important memory for me, and one which affects how I create my flower arrangements. Right now, my mother has dementia, so she's actually in hospital and forgets a lot of things. But she still remembers the name of flowers. So that proves how important flowers are to her. When I moved to Tokyo, I didn't even think about working with flowers. But now, as I get older, I realize the flowers have always been a central element in my life. It's a tool for me to communicate, it's a tool for how to express myself.
With one passion blossoming, another was sadly wilting. And the more Azuma and Shinoki focused on flowers, the more their aspirations of becoming musicians faded.
So it's more like our priority change. Since we were able to make a living by working at the flower shop, this was now our priority. But we still play music, and even now we play music too. But maybe we were not talented enough to become professional musicians.
So after working for years at the bottom of the flower shop food chain, Azuma and Shinoki worked their way up the ladder and eventually decided to join forces by opening up their own shop, Jardin des Fleurs, French for flower gardens. Azuma was just 23 when they started this, and it would take years before their different approach to selling flowers turned into a successful business.
We wanted to treat the flowers as living creatures, so we came up with a system where the flowers arrangements were made to order rather than throwing away flowers if they didn't get sold. So we were known as the flower shop without flowers because we only brought flowers based on our orders. This is like 20 years ago when we first opened the store. So it was really innovative and out of the box thinking. Nowadays, everyone talks about sustainability, But at that time, not that many people treated flower as living creatures.
The traditional approach to ikebana tends to produce quite small and dainty sculptures, but Azuma and Shinoki's sculptures were slightly different. They hung blood red flowers next to large slabs of raw meat. Then there was an unearthed bonsai tree floating inside a tank filled with water. And then they mutated white lilies by giving them new appendages, stems made from futuristic-looking industrial hardware, to create a sort of petaled cyborg. However, Azuma's ethos remained the same as that of the ancient art of ikebana, to not see flowers as objects, but as living things, whose voices must be heard.
We started becoming more passionate about the creation of flower sculptures so that we could start expressing the unknown beauty of the flowers. There was no one like us who was making these kind of flower sculpture at that time.
What did you want to communicate with your sculptures? And what did those initial sculptures that you started making look like?
So the botanical sculpture is actually a living sculpture. It moves because we use flowers from the bud to bloom to wilt. Viewers can experience that change in the form of the sculptures. The sculpture itself actually expresses the life of flowers. Then, the other important thing is that once the exhibition is over, we actually hand out the flowers to whoever came to visit. So not only can visitors look at the sculpture, but they also take one part the sculpture with them. And they can still enjoy the rest of the life of the flowers.
And I read somewhere that you adjust the light, humidity, temperature, and even the volume of the music with the intent of looking after the well-being of the flowers. What kind of music do you play to the flowers?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use punk rock music.
Oh, okay.
I play the sounds you hear in nature, like with water sounds and birds chirping. It kind of helps flowers to grow more beautifully.
Mm-hmm. And does punk rock music not help flowers grow?
Maybe I should try it, but the flower might explode.
You never know what you could end up with.
Yeah.
Picture this. 2 punk rock enthusiasts with wacky hair and a flower shop with no flowers, breaking all the Japanese flower arranging traditions. People didn't understand them, but Azuma and Shinoki didn't care. Attempting to find a place for their creations, they tried to exhibit their work in galleries, but had little success. But then, they caught the eye of some pretty famous fashion brands, and their flowers have since adorned installations by the likes of Hermès and Fendi. On a Dries Van Noten runway, the catwalk was lined by their suspended flower arrangements, frozen in blocks of ice. Now, a cut flower's lifespan is about 10 days, so this means Azuma and Shinoki are constantly racing against time. Shinoki, you started getting really interested in photography. Could you tell me a little bit about how that passion started and how it informed your work with flowers?
The reason I started taking photos of the flowers is because flowers are not forever. They bloom, then they wilt, and then they are gone. So this is the only way for me to capture the moment of the flowers when they're alive.
How easy was it to work with each other, and what were the strong points that you each brought to your flower business?
I always look at things from a macro perspective, whereas Shinoki looks at things from a more micro perspective. For instance, when we start a project, I plan the overview, and then Shinoki breaks things down and see how we can execute the idea.
Azuma wanted to place his sculptures in even more daring conditions to see how the flowers would be shaped by their environment. So he placed one underwater, more than 1,000 meters below the surface of the sea. But he wasn't satisfied. It wasn't far enough. So he thought, why not send them into space? How did the idea come about to send a bonsai to space? Why a bonsai and why space?
We wanted to place a living creature in an area where no plants or flowers can exist. In this way, we see what power the bonsai truly has and what feeling that can give us.
And the power of the bonsai, because bonsais have such a long life and because they're so resistant. Is that why?
It's because I like bonsais. It's my favorite plant. It's a really traditional Japanese plant, but at the same time, the bonsai itself has such a philosophical aspect to it. It captures the bigger world in such a miniature size.
Shinoki, Azuma said earlier that he's kind of like the big picture man and he's the dreamer, and you help his ideas come to fruition. So when this project to send a bonsai to space or send flowers to below freezing temperatures, how did you feel? Were you excited to kind of follow him on this?
Whenever I hear Azuma's ideas, I'm always the first one who wants to see them come to life. I always want to see how it looks like and what it will make me feel, and then capture the moment with my camera because nobody have ever seen this before. I want to show it to everyone in the world and share the creation and share the excitement.
And do you still manage, in all of your success and your hard work with flowers, do you still manage to find time to play music together?
We actually haven't been able to play music together because we have been really busy. But in the back office, we have instruments ready to be played. So yeah, one day soon, hopefully, we can play music for you together.
Azuma Makoto and Shinoki Shunsuke were speaking to Outlook's Gaia Karamatsa. That is all for today. We're back at the same time tomorrow, but in the meantime, from me, India Rakison, and the whole team here, it's bye for now.
You're with the BBC World Service, and now it's time for Witness History with me, Rob Walker. Today, we're going back 10 years to May 2013, and we'll be hearing about what it was like to be a storm chaser on the trail of the widest tornado ever recorded.
Take immediate tornado precautions now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation.
It's May the 31st, 2013. Severe storms are threatening large areas in the US state of Oklahoma. Warnings from the government's National Weather Service are being relayed on local radio.
Take cover now in a storm shelter or an interior room of a sturdy building. Stay away.
There's no place in the world that tracks tornadoes like Oklahoma, in my opinion. I mean, we are in the epicenter of Tornado Alley. Statistically, the most likely county in the U.S. to be struck by tornadoes is Oklahoma County.
One of the meteorologists who was monitoring the storm that day was Emily Sutton. She works for K4TV in Oklahoma City, and she's a member of the station's storm chasing team.
So we are crazy enough to have helicopters fly right next to the tornado, a fleet of storm trackers driving right up next to the tornado. The reason for doing this is we want to give people as much advanced warning as possible so they can seek shelter.
Do not stop under bridges or highway overpasses. They will not protect you from a tornado.
So here we are. We are prepared in the Weather Center. We have a game plan. We know where our storm chasers will be. So we went out to our target area by El Reno.
It has multiple vortices. I see the vortices swirling around this tornado. This is a violent tornado.
So we approach the storm. All of a sudden, it starts dropping small tornadoes. We call those vortices. So when it starts dropping small tornadoes spaced apart, you know it is going to be a huge tornado.
I think we're trying to get a hold of Mike Bettis. Mike, can you hear us?
Guys, that's it. Right there. Look at that monster. This is a huge tornado.
By this point, other storm trackers were also monitoring the storm from different locations on the ground. This from Mike Bettis on the Weather Channel.
Violent tornado right now. We are probably roughly a mile away from it right now, and it is absolutely enormous. Right now, you have to get to your shelter as quickly as possible.
So we start to see these multiple vortices, and I'm driving. I'm on the phone waiting to go live on air while My storm chase partner, Kevin Josephis, sitting shotgun in the passenger seat.
Doing good.
There it is. Let's just stop and get a view of it.
So when we come up to the storm, it's a supercell. So it's a rotating thunderstorm. And when you're watching for a tornado underneath the supercell, you are looking for a lowering called the wall cloud. And from the lowering, typically you have a funnel. That's the start of the tornado. This happened so quickly, though, that we looked over and I see 2 or 3 tornadoes touching down. And within a few seconds, there are even more tornadoes all rotating around each other. So when a tornado is that large, it takes up almost your entire frame of vision.
It's right there.
And at that point, we noticed a change in the tornado. The tornado was rapidly changing direction. We see this large black cloud crossing in front of us. The wind started picking up and picking up and picking up, feeding into the storm.
Is this just the inflow?
Now, rationally, I thought this is just inflow, which are warm winds that feed a storm. Winds can be over 100 miles per hour just feeding into a large tornado. Well, the wind started to pick up.
Oh my God, it's pulling up.
We see the trees bend over. There was some sort of large bird fly by, probably a goose.
It is a violent multi-vortex large tornado. Go to Emily. Emily Sutton's in it. Emily, go. Emily Sutton is in the tornado. And as you might imagine, her phone is breaking up.
Then you can hear my voice breaking up. I'm saying, Mike, and I'm trying to talk to him live on air. And you see the wind, you see the trees blowing. And then I felt prickles on my neck and realized our back window blew out.
With the effect of the storm?
Yes, from the winds. So I don't think I had a moment to say, oh, crap. I was trying to stay focused on driving.
Guide me.
We were driving backwards at that point because my storm chase partner was saying, we need to back up, we need to go. And I was not going to take my eyes off that tornado. So he guided me. I continued to drive backwards.
And watching the footage from that day, I mean, it's like something out of a film, isn't it? Because as you're trying to reverse away, there's this big black cloud, which is almost chasing you.
Yes, I wouldn't say it was chasing us as much as it was just rapidly expanding, but we were trying to get out of its grasp.
Okay.
All of a sudden, my storm chase partner says, stop. And I don't stop because there's a tornado in front of us.
Hey, stop right there. Stop.
And then all of a sudden, our dashboard cam goes black, live on air, and I hit a guardrail, so that pauses us. But the way it appears on air, to the viewer, it looks like we died. And mind you, this was being live streamed across the nation. And I didn't tell my parents that I was storm chasing that day. So people started calling them in Chicago. And for all they knew, their daughter died storm chasing.
Many people were trapped in their cars, including a mother and her baby who was sucked out of their vehicle when the tornado hit.
8 people were killed by the tornado. It was later found to have been the widest ever recorded. And although it had tragic consequences, it did fortunately pass mainly across rural areas. If it had hit a town or a city, the impact would most likely have been catastrophic.
Here in Oklahoma, tornado scientists come from all over the world to study tornadoes. They ended up estimating the winds at 296 miles per hour. And we found out from post-analysis that when the tornado turned north, it went from 1 mile wide to 2.6 miles wide in 30 seconds. So when that happened, they caught a ton of storm chasers off guard. We were in the outer bands of the tornado. We were very lucky.
But as CNN reported, some of those tracking the storm that day weren't so fortunate.
The storm so erratic that among those killed were veteran storm chasers Tim Samaras, his 24-year-old son Paul Samaras, and fellow tornado researcher Carl Young. Their lifelong passion cut short by a ferocious twister's unpredictable force.
Tim Samaras was a pioneer in our field. He had been chasing for 30 years, at least at the time. And that really shook up the entire storm chase and weather community, that if a veteran storm chaser like that could die, any of us could die from a tornado.
And for you, I mean, what kind of impact did that day have on you, would you say?
Oh, that day had a big impact on everyone. My big thing was feeling so helpless. Our job is to try and save lives, and people died. And then also dealing with the fact that we could have died. I'm still kind of processing that to this day.
And going forward, I mean, are you going to carry on storm chasing?
Oh, that's a big discussion between me and my husband. He says no. I don't know where my heart's at yet. I will tell you that we had tornado warnings one Sunday night not too long ago. Well, I had my baby sleeping next to me, and I grabbed her out of her crib and waited by the basement. I actually felt nervous for the first time. And so I guess being a mom was a little different. So we'll see what happens. You know, as a storm chaser, it's really exciting to see Mother Nature in action. And so it's something incredible that I've seen, but I never want to see again.
That was Emily Sutton, a storm chaser with K4TV in Oklahoma. And she was speaking to me, Rob Walker, for the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service, and on next month's World Book Club.
To celebrate 100 years since her birth, you can listen again to Judith Carr's interview from 2016, when we discussed her much-loved children's book, When Hitler Stole Pink Rabbit. Opening in Germany as the Nazis were rising to power, this semi-autobiographical classic novel is narrated by a little girl whose Jewish family is forced to leave their home.
World Book Club from the 4th of June. The food chain is in 30 minutes.
Okay, so you can cook, but can you teach? I'm Ruth Alexander, and I'm talking to 3 chef-turned-culinary school teachers about why they made the career move, what it takes to train tomorrow's chefs, and what their students really need to know.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
BBC World Service, it's 3 o'clock GMT. This is Oliver Conway with the newsroom. The race to become the Republican US presidential candidate hots up.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
After some technical problems on Twitter, the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, launches his campaign. But can he beat Donald Trump? Also on the newsroom, Tina Turner, who rose from poverty to become a global superstar, has died at the age of 83.
Full of energy, full of love for life, the best.
If there's a king, she's the queen.
True definition of a trailblazer.
We look back at her life. And pets or private jets, which is worse for the environment?
Supposing you were to take 5 very short return flights, that would take you to the equivalent of owning 30 dogs. And if you took account of high altitude factors, it'd be more like 60 dogs.
We assess the claim from the boss of a private jet company. First, our top stories.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has declared he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's US presidential elections. Making the announcement in a video, Mr. DeSantis said, "We need the courage to lead and the strength to win."
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for.
Mr. DeSantis is widely seen as the biggest challenger to the former President Donald Trump, who remains the clear frontrunner. The Florida governor said it was time to end the Republican Party's culture of losing. The US National Security Agency says that it has identified a state-sponsored cyber actor from China trying to target critical infrastructure networks across the United States. It comes after Microsoft published details of a mysterious computer code it had first detected months earlier. Sanjay Dasgupta reports.
Microsoft said the group, codenamed Volt Typhoon, had targeted US cyber infrastructure across numerous key industries, adding that its actions were focused on gathering intelligence rather than causing immediate disruption. A Microsoft advisory said the group was working to disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the United States and Asia to stymie efforts during future crises. US media reports say the computer code had raised alarms when first detected in Guam, because Guam has a vast American airbase and was likely to be a centerpiece of any US response to an invasion or blockade of Taiwan.
Leaders of the Roman Catholic Church in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools that have emerged in recent weeks. The allegations have shocked the country. Orlando Teal reports.
The scandal emerged in April when a Spanish newspaper published the diary of a late Jesuit priest containing multiple confessions of sexual abuse in schools he ran in Bolivia. The journal also noted that senior clergy had known about his crimes and kept quiet. Much of the abuse dates back to the 1970s and 80s, and many of the cases took place at a boarding school for poor rural children in the centre of the country. Since the allegations came to light, around 200 people have come forward to say they suffered abuse. The bishops said they were setting up 2 commissions to look into the allegations.
The head of a Russian paramilitary group that's opposed to President Putin has said it carried out a recent cross-border raid from Ukraine in coordination with the Ukrainian military. Ukraine has consistently denied having anything to do with the incursion, which saw villages in the Russian region of Belgorod come under attack. 1 person was killed and several injured. You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. A man who was photographed with his feet on the desk of the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, during the Capitol riots in Washington 2 years ago, has been jailed for 4.5 years. The photo of Richard Barnett became one of the defining images of the January the 6th insurrection by supporters of then-President Donald Trump. Officials in Canada say firefighters have made significant progress in tackling wildfires, which have devastated large areas in Alberta. The area's wildfire information manager, Christy Tucker, said rainfall in the last few days had helped them reinforce fire breaks, and firefighters had arrived from New Zealand to help. The International Monetary Fund has approved a $3.5 billion loan agreement with the Ivory Coast, which it says is designed to tackle financial challenges and assist economic transformation. The West African country will receive nearly $500 million immediately. And tributes have been paid to the American soul and pop superstar Tina Turner, who's died aged 83. Tina Turner rose to fame in the 1960s, performing with her then-husband Ike. After years of domestic abuse, she divorced him and went on to find even greater success as a solo artist, with hits like What's Love Got to Do With It? The former US President Barack Obama said Tina Turner was raw, powerful, and unstoppable. Martin Ware worked with her on her cover of Let's Stay Together. He told the BBC that despite her illness, Tina made sure her story would be heard.
She was a beautiful, sweet soul and had kind of reconciled all the horrors of her marriage to Ike and found true love. And unfortunately, in the last few years, she wasn't very well. But all of us were just hoping that she could nail her legacy, and she did perfectly with the films that have been out, the documentaries and the musical.
Martin Ware. And that's the latest BBC News.
Thank you. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with Oliver Conway. Ron DeSantis will be hoping the technical problems which disrupted the launch of his US presidential campaign are not a sign of things to come. The event on Twitter crashed and had to be restarted. So it was about 20 minutes late when the Florida governor, in conversation with Twitter boss Elon Musk, finally announced he was seeking the Republican nomination for the presidential election next year.
I am running for president of the United States to lead our great American comeback. Look, we know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes and we feel it in our bones. Our southern borders collapse. Drugs are pouring into the country. Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking crime. The federal government's making it harder for the average family to make ends meet and to attain and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our president, well, he lacks vigor, flounders in the face of our nation's challenges, and he takes his cues from the woke mob. I don't think it has to be this way. American decline is not inevitable. It is a choice. And we should choose a new direction, a path that will lead to American revitalization.
The 44-year-old is very popular in Florida, where he's led a loud campaign against so-called wokeness. But among Republican voters across the US, he is nearly 40 points behind Donald Trump in the opinion polls. And the former president attacked him as disloyal and in need of a personality transplant. So can Ron DeSantis turn it around and win the Republican nomination? I asked our correspondent Nomi Iqbal in Florida.
I think what's really interesting about it is that it will really test him in the sense that do his hardline conservative policies that are really popular here in Florida translate to the rest of America? Do other Americans like what he's doing? But also, it's a test for the Republican Party and whether they are ready to truly move on from Donald Trump. He still very much dominates the party. He is still seen as the front runner for the Republican nomination. But DeSantis is seen as his closest rival, but it is distant because the polls right now show that Donald Trump is way ahead. And if there was a contest right now between the two men, Donald Trump would get the nomination. But we know a lot can change.
Yeah, a lot can change. A lot has already changed. Last year, for example, Ron DeSantis was actually seen as possibly the front runner. What does he need to do to overtake Donald Trump?
He was seen as the front runner, and that's down to a lot of these hardline conservative policies. But he's done a few things that I think has hugely hindered him. So first of all, abortion access. So before Roe v. Wade was overturned last summer, he had implemented a 16-week ban on abortion. He's now signed a bill to ban abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. And that polls show has not gone down well with women voters, which he needs. There's also his big battle with Disney World. Disney is in the process of suing him, accusing him of politicizing and weaponizing his power to take away their special tax status after Disney criticized him for his education law that he brought in which schools are banned from teaching gender and sexual topics from kindergarten up to the 12th grade. And what I think he might have to do is show that he has a personal touch. There are lots of anecdotes about Ron DeSantis not really being a retail politician, that he doesn't really like to talk to people. When he came to the Capitol in April in Washington, D.C., is this anecdote that some Republicans passed around, which is that he put earbuds in his ears to stop talking to people. And that is in such contrast to Donald Trump, who is a very accessible politician. And presidential campaigns are very grueling. They involve traveling around the country and meeting people. So we'll get to see more of Ron DeSantis and learn more about him.
And what should we make of the fact that he's done this launch on Twitter?
It's quite clever, isn't it, if you think about it, because he automatically gets millions of people tuning in a matter of a few minutes and hours. Elon Musk has followers of about 150 million. And the Twitter base is now seen as very conservative, very far right as well. And that's being put down to the way Elon Musk has cultivated it. Now, he says he's impartial, that he wants Twitter to be a place where you get a range of voices. But ever since he said that Twitter was all about free speech, and ever since he reopened the accounts of a lot of people who have very far right views, I think he has become this conservative hero. So Ron DeSantis, in some respect, is in a safe space by talking to Elon Musk. It also is interesting in the sense that DeSantis is probably saying, well, look, I'm not going to just fight my campaign in the town halls of Iowa or on cable news network TV. I'm going to fight online as well, which will be really interesting because that's how Donald Trump fought his campaign. So who knows, maybe Elon Musk is hoping to entice Donald Trump back to tweet.
Nomi Iqbal in Miami, in Florida. With her powerful voice and energetic stage presence, Tina Turner was one of the biggest pop stars of her generation. She sold more than 100 million records, won 12 Grammy Awards, and was the first woman and first black artist to appear on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine. In 1988, a record 180,000 people flocked to see her perform at the Maracanã Stadium in Rio. Early in her career, she suffered at the hands of an abusive husband, but she found contentment later in life settling in Switzerland, where she's died at the age of 83. David Silito looks back at her life.
When you were a young boy, did you have a puppet that always followed you around?
1966, Riverdeep Mountain High. In your face, hip-shaking, sweat-drenched, passionate pop perfection. However, in America, the song was a flop. It would be another 17 years before Tina Turner truly made it. Annie Mae Bullock grew up in Nutbush, Tennessee. Her family were sharecroppers. She started singing in Ike Turner's band when she was a teenager. And poor, largely abandoned by her parents, it was, she hoped, her escape. But it was an escape into a different sort of misery. There were hits, and the world saw a confident, powerful woman on stage. But the acid queen in Tommy was in private fearful of her violent, controlling husband. Finally, in 1976, she walked out.
Which I did try to leave. And the first time was when I had the experience of being whipped with a wire hanger.
Wow.
And then another time was something else. And I realized, well, you don't go back.
What then followed was a rebirth. The team behind the band Heaven 17 and the support of David Bowie helped set her on her way to becoming one of the biggest selling acts in the world. No wonder they turned her life story into a musical. And in the year 2000, she was 60 years old and the biggest selling concert artist in the world. From Annie Mae Bullock and the church choir of Nutbush Baptist Church to multi-platinum selling Buddhist rock and roll superstar living in Switzerland. The extraordinary Tina Turner.
And that report by David Silito. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. Bolivia has been rocked by fresh allegations of sexual abuse of children in religious schools, some of them dating back to the 1970s. They've led to protests and a legal investigation. Now, the Roman Catholic Church there has admitted it was deaf to the issue and promised to take action. Wendy Urquhart reports.
These allegations first came to light last month when the Spanish newspaper El País published an article about a Jesuit priest called Alfonso Pedrajas, who was Spanish but had lived in Bolivia for years. When Father Pica, as he was also known, died in 2009, his nephew discovered a 300-page diary on his computer containing multiple confessions of sexual abuse in schools he ran in Bolivia. He also wrote that he had told his superiors, but claimed they did nothing. Since April, at least 200 people have come forward to say they suffered sexual, physical, and/or psychological abuse in religious schools. Bolivian lawmaker Pamela Terrazas says there's more than one church involved.
In the complaints we have received, the Catholic Church, the Adventist Church, and the evangelical Christian churches have been singled out. Practically all churches are involved. As institutions, they have to face the consequences.
Monsignor Giovanni Arana, who's Secretary General of the Bishops' Conference of Bolivia, says 2 commissions are now being set up to investigate the abuse and help the victims.
The bishops of Bolivia want to address the victims, their families, and the ecclesial community. Instead of giving the victim the protection and care they deserve, we found a church deaf to their suffering. Sexual abuse is the opposite of the very essence of the church.
A full-scale investigation has been launched to decide whether Catholic Church officials should be held responsible for doing nothing about the abuse.
Wendy Urquhart on events in Bolivia. The US has said it will impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who it believes have been complicit in undermining elections. And Marisa Netirajan has the details.
The US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said free and fair polls in Bangladesh were the responsibility of all stakeholders, including the government. Bangladesh, ruled by the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina since 2009, is scheduled to hold elections in January. Opposition parties have accused her of irregularities in past votes and have been demanding a neutral interim government ahead of the polls. The latest move by Washington is seen as a preemptive warning to the authorities and others. Dhaka says it's not bothered by the visa restrictions and it's committed to holding a free and fair vote. Ms. Hasina had earlier accused the US of trying to overthrow her government. In December 2021, the State Department imposed sanctions on 7 current and former top officials of the Bangladeshi paramilitary force Rapid Action Battalion for alleged human rights abuses, abductions, and extrajudicial killings. Dhaka criticized the action, saying incidents of rights violations were always investigated.
And Barasan Rajan. Experts are warning that drought and hotter summers are killing Germany's spruce forests. They're a staple of the timber industry, but are proving unable to cope with the consequences of climate change. Caroline Bailey reports from one of the worst affected areas, the Harz Mountains.
All these trees are dead in front of us.
Yeah, all these trees. This is all dead. It's a little bit like a horror film.
The view from the Harz Mountains in northern Germany is devastating. Andreas Mehling, who's head of the tourist office in nearby Wernigerode, says until recently the slopes were densely carpeted with dark green spruce trees, but no longer. Every summer, a survey of the state of Germany's trees is carried out across the country. It's collated for the government by Dr. Nicole Velbrock of the Thunen Institute. The results for last year were published this spring, with 4 out of 5 trees showing signs of damage, ranging from loss of foliage to having died. This is being blamed on climate change, and it's not just spruce that are affected.
There are some areas where also beech are dying, but it's suffering. Also oak is suffering. There's no really tree species which we can say it's well growing.
And although the last couple of years have seen more rain, this hasn't been enough to compensate for the damage already done since 2018. The German government is spending 900 million euros on grants for forest owners to replant mixed forests. Not for pure spruce, though, which aren't native to Germany and like cool, wet climates, but different species which it's hoped will be more resilient to hotter temperatures. But Peter Wolleben, a well-known forester and writer of best-selling books about trees, blames commercialized forestry and the timber industry for the dire state of some of Germany's forests.
We are losing every year 1,500 square kilometers. And why? Because of planting non-native trees, of making plantations. It's like battery farming.
Surely they've got to replant these forests.
No, that's the biggest mistake ever. You can't plant a forest. You can just make a plantation. Let do nature the job. Trees are able to repair forest ecosystems since 300 million years.
Peter Wolleben wants to see a much smaller timber industry. But Christian Meyer, who buys and sells wood for the agricultural products group RWZ, says it's important that the proportion of softwood trees, which includes spruce, doesn't fall below 50%.
Dann muss allerdings dann ein Herr Wohleben mir dann auch mal erklären.
Mr. Wolleben has to explain where he thinks the timber and wood products will come from, if not from German production. I think it would be a shame if sites are taken out of production in Germany and the forest is just left to its own devices.
Opinion is divided in Germany on which approach to take. But in the meantime, how will Andreas Mehling in the Harz Mountains attract visitors? You can't exactly advertise your dead forests, can you?
Perhaps I have to do that because we will see these dead trees the next years. And perhaps it's a very special attraction, yes? You can see climate change and perhaps you can learn something for yourselves and you can do at home something better.
A report from Germany by Caroline Bailey. Staying with climate change, the boss of a private jet company's raised eyebrows by telling a luxury business conference that owning pet dogs is as bad for the environment as flying. But what's the truth of Patrick Hansen's claim? David Lewis has been finding out.
It's a question, apparently, that aspiring environmentalists with very deep pockets should be asking themselves. Pet pooch or private plane? It seems like a no-brainer, but not so according to businessman Patrick Hansen. He told a conference in moneyed Monaco, a popular place for personal pets and jets, that owning a dog can be as damaging to the environment as taking his flights. This is him.
3 dogs emissions equal one of our passengers' emissions. That doesn't mean that we don't have to try to reduce the CO2 emissions per passengers, and even saying some don't do small flights. But I think it's important to put things in perspective rather than just do finger pointing to a certain type of clientele. I think everyone who makes his choices be realistic about what those choices mean.
So dog wind worse than tailwinds? Scientist Mike Berners-Lee says no. It was from his book about carbon footprinting that Mr. Hansen drew on for information. Speaking to the BBC, Berners-Lee said it was all in the numbers.
I think it's a misinterpretation of data he's taken from my book. Yes, I said in my book, the average dog has a carbon footprint of about 700 kilos, and he's saying that the average passenger on one of his private jets has a carbon footprint per flight of 2.1 tons, so that does make 3 dogs for a single one-way. Must be a very short flight, because that number sounds suspiciously low to me. Supposing you were to take 5 very short return flights, that would take you to the equivalent of owning 30 dogs. And if you took account of high altitude factors, it'd be more like 60 dogs.
The British University professor went on to describe private jets as an incredibly unjustifiable carbon luxury and much worse for the environment than commercial flights. In short, it seems unlikely the professor will be this businessman's best friend.
David Lewis. Right, time for the sports news. Here's Colm Harrison.
Thanks very much. Real Madrid were back in action on Wednesday with a show of solidarity for their Brazilian striker Vinicius Junior from players and fans from both sides as Real faced Rayo Vallecano in the league. 3 days on from the racist abuse that Vinicius Junior suffered at Valencia, Real Madrid fans unfurled a banner saying, "We are all Vinicius, enough already," while players from both sides lined up together behind a banner that said, "Racists out of football." Well, Vinicius missed the game through injury. Real Madrid won without him. Karim Benzema and Rodrigo getting their goals in a 2-1 victory. Real Madrid are up to second in the table, a point ahead of city rivals Atletico, who blew a 3-0 lead at Espanyol and had to settle for a 3-3 draw. Vinicius Sousa scored Espanyol's equaliser there. The point keeps alive their hopes of avoiding relegation, slim though they are. They're second from bottom, 3 points from safety, only 2 games still to play. Meanwhile, Getafe are out of the relegation zone after winning 1-0 at Real Betis, where Omar Alderete scored the only goal of the game. In England, Brighton and Hove Albion have qualified for the Europa League after a 1-1 draw with Manchester City, with Phil Foden scoring for City and Julio Enciso for Brighton. The City manager, Pep Guardiola, is a big fan of Brighton's style of football and says they deserve to be in Europe.
Both teams wanna play, both teams wanna have the ball, the quality they have, all the players there, and so aggressive without the ball because they both knows if we allow them, the other team, to play, it will be so difficult. And chances for both sides, outstanding goals, especially from Enciso, quite similar in Chelsea, has scored. But yeah, it was a good game. Congratulations, Brighton, for officially being in Europa League. They deserve it.
In Italy, Inter Milan retained the Coppa Italia after beating Fiorentina in the final. Lautaro Martinez scoring both goals as Inter came from behind to win 2-1. Cricket and Mumbai Indians thrashed Lucknow Super Giants by 81 runs in Wednesday's eliminator. Mumbai batted first, made 182 for 8 from their 20 overs. Bowler Akash Madhwal then took 5 for 5 as the Super Giants were bowled out for just 101 in reply.
No, it's good wicket, sir, for pace bowlers. You saw that ball is not gripping and all is skidding, and I'm a slinging type of bowler. The ball is going great, and I pitched the ball in hard length, and all goes for the wicket.
Finally, British cyclist Geraint Thomas will celebrate his 37th birthday, still in the pink jersey, the Giro Italia. He's 18 seconds ahead of João Almeida with 4 stages to go.
Colm Harrison with the sport. Thank you. Just a quick bit of breaking news. We're hearing that a ship has grounded in Egypt's Suez Canal. Tugboats are trying to refloat it. More on that as we get it. Finally, we return to the death of Tina Turner at the age of 83. There have been many tributes. Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones, who duetted with her in Live Aid, said she was enormously talented. The White House said her death was a massive loss. Fans around the world also spoke of their love for her.
Always this incandescent, beautiful soul that had been forged in the flame of every extreme of human conflict and battling against incredible odds.
She's always been there, almost my whole life. She's the queen.
There were so many great rock and roll stars who learned how to perform by watching Tina Turner perform. True definition of a trailblazer.
What's love got to do with it? We don't need another hero. We don't need to know the way home.
She touched an enormous number of people's lives and was instrumental in bringing a lot of happiness to millions of people. And for that, we should all be eternally grateful.
You're private dancer, a dancer for money. Do what you want me to do.
Full of energy, full of love for life, singing, the moving, the Jackie. Yes, the best, Tina Turner. Only one Tina Turner.
Tina Turner, who has died at the age of 83.
This is the BBC World Service, and in the next forum...
In a world where anything can be manipulated and faked,
who and what can we trust? I am the real Izzy Lawrence.
or am I?
On the forum, we're taking a deep dive into the world
Of deep fakes.
Videos that swap one person's face onto another person's body using machine learning algorithms.
Simulating somebody saying something or doing something that they never, in fact, did or said.
It's becoming harder to distinguish fact from fiction.
People are going to use artificial intelligence technologies to do all kinds of things, and it's very hard to predict what's going to come out of it. Some of it will be amazing art and creativity, and some of it will be used for really serious harm.
The Forum, a deep dive into deep fakes. Saturday at 11 GMT.
Coming up on the BBC World Service. Okay, so you can cook, but can you teach?
It's a real privilege, I think, to be standing in front of the next generation and helping them achieve their dreams.
3 culinary teachers talk about what their job is like and what tomorrow's chefs really need to know. That's all in the food chain with me, Ruth Alexander, after the news.
BBC News with David Harper. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has launched his campaign to run in next year's US presidential election. A live event on Twitter marking the announcement was beset by technical problems. America's National Security Agency says that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has targeted critical infrastructure networks in the United States. Microsoft reported the group had targeted key industries, trying to gather intelligence. Leaders of the Roman Catholic Church in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools, going back decades. The allegations have shocked the country since they emerged in April. A Trump supporter who was photographed with his feet on the desk of the House Speaker during the Capitol riot 2 years ago has been jailed for 4.5 years. The photo of Richard Barnett became a defining image of the January the 6th insurrection. Firefighters in Canada have made significant progress in tackling wildfires, which have burned huge areas of Alberta. Cooler weather and some rainfall have helped. Officials in Ecuador have announced that early elections will be held on the 20th of August. They're being called following President Guillermo Lasso's decision last week to dissolve the National Assembly. The IMF has approved a loan worth $3.5 billion for Ivory Coast. A first tranche of money will be available immediately, with the rest dependent on economic restructuring. Hundreds of people will gather in London later for the funeral service of one of the last so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Peter Brown came to the UK from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. And tributes have been paid to award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who's died after a long illness at the age of 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé described Tina Turner as a beautiful spirit and the epitome of passion and power. BBC News.
Okay, so you can cook, but can you teach? Behind every great chef, there's a chef turned teacher.
It's a real privilege, I think, to be standing in front of the next generation and helping them achieve their dreams.
This is The Food Chain from the BBC World Service with me, Ruth Alexander. This week, I'm talking to 3 culinary school teachers about what it takes to train the next generation of chefs.
The trick is, how can you expose a student, for example, in Korea or Hong Kong to what a student in Paris or London or New York might have access to?
What their students really need to know.
I wouldn't deflate their expectations, but I think we need to be completely transparent and honest about things.
And why anyone would be prepared to take a pay cut to do this job.
For me, it was a kind of escape from a crazy corporate world that I was in.
With your students, you continue to learn with them, actually.
Joining me are 3 trained chefs who chose to leave the heat of the professional kitchen for the classroom. Alexandra Didier, a chef instructor in culinary arts at Cordon Bleu, Paris. Suzanne Storms, assistant professor at the Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong, where she manages the culinary arts and management degree. And Gary McLean, who is executive chef at the City of Glasgow College and also Scotland's national chef. I began by asking why they were inspired to become teachers. For Gary, it followed on from his own night school education.
I really enjoyed it, and I think I'd graduated about a year, and I got invited back in to cover a class, and I thought I'd never contemplated teaching, I'd never thought about it, and I had never been prouder that my old head of school had asked me to come back in and help out. So I covered that class, and then the following week I was asked back. And then for the following 13 years, I was also asked back. So I was 13 years teaching the Wednesday class at college. For me, it was a kind of escape from a crazy corporate world that I was in. And then 2010, I then took up full-time teaching. So it's been a massive part of my life for pretty much my whole career.
Suzanne, how about you? How did you come to be a teacher?
So when I decided that I would probably like to go into education, I had actually been working as a chef for about 34 years. And I was the executive chef and then the food and beverage director at the American Club in Hong Kong, one of the top 3 private clubs in the world. And it was very demanding. So I had a string of jobs through my career where the physical demands, the time demand, also emotional demands were quite great. And as I entered my 5th decade of life, I just thought, I also have a lot of intellectual curiosity about culinary arts and culture. And I wanted to continue to work, but I wanted to perhaps share what I had already spent my lifetime accruing.
Alexandra, how did you get into teaching?
So for me, it was a little bit different. I was born in the Ukraine, and I came to France at the beginning for study foreign languages. But I was, really with discovering French gastronomy, and it was really my passion. And that I was in a French family, cooking a lot, and parallel to my studies, I started to study the cuisine, and I went to the professional college in Paris. And so it started like this. And I was working in different restaurants. I was also working by the Georgia 5, which is one of the very prestigious with the excellence of French gastronomy. And for me, there was a moment, it was already 7 years that I was working in Georgia 5. There is a moment coming that you feel that you're looking for something even more. And it was my dream to share my experience with the students that will be coming to France and would love to learn about French culinary world. And so this is how it happened.
So you were working at a Michelin star restaurant, you'd climbed the ladder, but you still felt like you had more to give, and that was to pass on your knowledge to other people.
Exactly. Just to describe, in Cordon Bleu Paris, when you come to the institution, you have to go through the chef test. It's not only you're preparing something, you have to also explain what you're doing with the technical terms. It's more than cooking. So that's why you have to be able to explain with the whole history. If you're doing a quiche Lorraine or if you're doing a sauce bechamel, you have to explain why. And so the students can grab this passion also for the sauce and understand why it's like this. You're talking about old tradition, also French culinary recognized in all the world. And so that's why, so you have to go through this chef test, which I did, I could. And so it started like this.
I wonder what it takes to be a good chef instructor or lecturer. I mean, some people say that you don't learn until you teach, Alexandra.
What's a good chef and what's a good instructor? So
are they two different things?
They're connected, actually. Being a good instructor needs to also to have a great experience as a chef. And being only good chef and not a good instructor, it's not enough, because there is more. There is a matter of sharing a passion. You have to have this empathy also to your student, also be fair with them. And that's why experience with all these pedagogy also are connecting together.
Suzanne.
The thing is, when you work in a restaurant, you do one thing. And many restaurants, you never leave your station. And even if you're a sous chef, you're on a station. But when you teach, you have to teach a wide range of subjects and also skill levels of students, experience level of students, or cuisines. So if you don't know how to do it, or maybe you never really did that exact thing before, you better figure it out. So you have to test the recipes, you have to go back and practice them. You have to do the same thing students do, where you sometimes watch videos, you do research, you've got to do all that stuff. And in that process, you learn a lot.
Gary, you've won an award as a chef lecturer. What would you say the secret is?
It goes back to connection. It goes back to understanding the hopes, dreams, and desires of your students. It's explaining to the student that mistakes are going to be made. Because I think, as I remember being a young student and looking at my instructors and lecturers and thinking, wow, I'll never attain that. Or, how did they get there? I mean, especially when you're young, you kind of think that people are born talented. They're born with those skills. But I think it's important sometimes just to get on the level with the student, but also treating the students as individuals, understanding where they want to go, making sure that each individual is getting the absolute most out of their time when they're in school.
Suzanne, as you know very well, it's a tough industry, hard work and hard to work your way up. So how do you prepare students for the realities of the hard work that you yourself have experienced?
Well, one of the most important parts of culinary, actually any kind of education, is an internship. So time at school is great, but it only gives you an introduction. You can only just get a taste of something, and then you really need to spend time in the industry. So I'm very honest with my students about certain things that they shouldn't tolerate.
Such as?
Things as delicate as various kinds of harassment. Thankfully, it's not as prevalent as it used to be, but it just takes one person, and so if you have a question, or if you're not comfortable, or if something doesn't seem right to you, say something. We do go over things like their rights as far as their salaries, their payment, their work hours, and also things like harassment. We have a student handbook for internship, and we go over it with the students, and we also tell the employers, this is what's expected. But it's so incredibly competitive now to find staff that hopefully that's leading to a better environment of employment for students, different than what some of us might have experienced in our younger days.
As you're alluding to, job vacancies went up sharply after COVID. A lot of people decided they wanted out of the industry with its long hours, demanding work patterns, and quite often poor pay. But would you say businesses are having to work harder then to find staff? And I wonder, Suzanne, do they come to you looking for new recruits?
Oh, today, 6 before 12 o'clock.
Really?
Yes.
Are you telling students this, that, look, you have an opportunity now to negotiate better pay or better position, better hours when you go out there as a graduate?
I mean, of course, we share that information with them, but it's just a lot of students want to be, and graduates, they want to be entrepreneurial, but I really caution them. And I had 2 of my graduates, one is working, the other one, he's not working. He's developing his chocolate line. He wants to be a chocolatier. He never studied that. He never worked in a chocolate place where he made chocolates. And I asked him, are you using a test kitchen? Oh, I'm just doing it at home right now. But there's a huge amount of competition.
How interesting.
So, and I understand that they want to row their own boat, but rowing your own boat is not easy, for sure.
You're finding there's a mismatch between student expectations and realities, even if conditions have got better. I can see both Gary and Alexandra. You're both nodding. So how then, as a teacher, I mean, it's your job, I guess, to try and pull expectations down a little bit among your students?
No.
Oh, no. No. Tell me more.
I wouldn't deflate their expectations, but I mean, I think we need to be completely transparent and honest about things. Students are people. Gary said, everybody is an individual, and they need to have all the information and offer them all the experiences and let them choose.
But I fundamentally think that the generation now is smarter than we were. They've got mobile phones and they can second guess absolutely everything. One student that came in, brand new student, 17 years old, and you do your chat with everyone and what's your hopes and dreams. And the boy's ambition was to be a celebrity chef. That was it. And at the time, I kind of laughed a little bit and thought, right, that's not really a job. But anyway, I kid you not, within 3 years, the boy was on TV.
Wow.
You dream big, you gain big. And, I've kept in touch, this is probably 10 years ago, I've kept in touch with a student, and he's went on from strength to strength, and he's now running a really, really good restaurant.
So your job is to bring on the next generation of chefs, but it sounds like they're teaching the teachers something as well. They keep you on your toes.
Definitely, but there's the problem is, what is the filter? So especially when you're talking about students who maybe aren't in Paris, okay, and they're maybe not grounded in some sort of history and culture. So let's use for an example, when I'm teaching in South Korea, and the students actually are very well versed in cooking because they all cook in their homes with their moms and their grandmas and their aunties, and the cooking culture in Korea is extremely strong. But when they go and try to venture a bit, I'm talking about 17-year-old kids who've never traveled and who are just starting out. When they start, they see all of this stuff on the internet, and they see a lot of things, and they read a lot of things, and they watch a lot of videos, and a lot of it, there's no filter for them. So it can be interpreted in kind of really odd ways. And sometimes, there's an issue with how they perceive things on their palate, flavor combinations and things like that. You would never tell them no, but the trick is, how can you expose a student, for example, in Korea or Hong Kong to what a student in Paris or London or New York might have access to?
So are you saying that sometimes students want to run before they can walk? They're dreaming of new flavor combinations, new dishes, but actually what they need to know, first of all, is the basics. There's no shortcutting that.
Exactly. So I would love to add something.
Alexandra.
So in Cordon Bleu Paris, the program, just to describe you a little bit, the first 3 months, this is where they obtain the basic cuisine. You have to go through this in order to understand that you will have after. So after that, students, they have 3 months of intermediate level, which will be learn all regional, because in France you have different region cuisines, which is also interesting, with the all maintaining of techniques to travel a little bit in France in order to understand even better and to develop your palate also. And then between intermediate level and superior, which will be last level, we have 3 months that the students have the possibility to work with us in the live school with the chefs, with, for example, the events, because we have a lot of events also, with the people coming from outside, with the workshops. So they're completely immersed with us. It's something really, really different from the classes.
You're listening to The Food Chain on the BBC World Service with me, Ruth Alexander. This week, I'm talking to 3 chefs turned culinary teachers about what it's like to train tomorrow's chefs. Worldwide, there's huge demand for chefs right now. The hospitality and catering industries are facing a sizable recruitment problem since the big restaurant shutdown during COVID. Given the opportunities available, do new starters even need to go to culinary school? I asked Gary McLean, Scotland's national chef.
We always encourage our students to make sure they get a job. So pretty much week one, we're sort of drumming into them that they've got to have a job as well as their college, just to build on their skills. And I think a lot of them think, especially, 16, 17, 18-year-old, they're kind of wondering why they need that certificate. But it's not until they actually, dare I say it, grow up and they're applying for senior sous chefs in a very, very good hotel or restaurant, or a head chef somewhere. And the employers are looking for that stability and that commitment to the craft, I think. But again, you can tell a chef who hasn't, even a good chef, you can tell that hasn't been to college, they miss the fundamentals, they miss some of those basic skills, things like sauce making and butchery skills and even pastry skills. The thing is, what we're doing at college and culinary schools is we're making sure that our students are going out the door and they've at least had their hands on pretty much every skill that they'll ever need.
I wonder if it's a hard sell for you though, because depending on where you study, you can be paying more than $50,000, $60,000 even, and then you're going into a profession that isn't well paid at the start, at least.
Yeah.
Suzanne, you were working as a chef for quite some years and then decided to study at the Culinary Institute of America, considered by many to be one of the best in the country.
I come from what they call the School of Hard Knocks. So because I didn't come out of a culinary school, I worked mostly in hotels, and I worked my way up from basically like Commis 3, Commis 2, Commis 1, a demi chef de partie, through all the stations, banquet kitchens, a la carte kitchens.
So that was you working up the kitchen hierarchy.
You have to work your way up that, and it takes a very long time. It's a little bit different now because the demand for staff in the industry is different than when I was coming up. So I worked for a very long time. I eventually became like a sous chef, but then I hit a ceiling. And that's when I actually went back to school again, because in the United States, if you don't have a piece of paper from Johnson & Wales or Culinary Institute of America, you can't get a better position. I wanted to work in a better place, and I just couldn't, because nobody would even give me an interview, regardless of the fact that at that point, I had like 14 years.
How frustrating.
And I had worked in a lot of different markets. So I had worked in New York City. I had worked in Tucson, Arizona, and big, beautiful resorts. I worked in New Orleans. I worked in Miami Beach. But you needed to have that piece of paper. So I went to Culinary Institute of America.
What did it cost, and was it worth it?
Well, in 1997, it cost me $50,000.
That's a lot.
A year. Yeah, or for the program, about $50,000 US. However, I did the math, and I was working as a sous chef, and I was making around $45,000 a year. So I knew that if I went to school and I had this piece of paper, and then I can parlay it into something at a better place and be more competitive, I could easily pay that off. And then I can climb the ladder. Or I could get stuck at a 3-star hotel in Miami Beach for the rest of my life. What did I want to do? So I did my internship in Beijing. I finished school, and then I worked at a place called the Scottsdale Princess, which is like 5-star, 5-diamond, which was a huge leap. The money wasn't as much of a leap. It was around the same, around $50,000. But my next job after that was in Dubai at the Emirates Towers. And I made the same salary, but no taxes and no living expenses because they paid for everything. And then slowly, I just got better and better jobs. And for every profession, there is some sort of a professional education required, and chefs shouldn't be any different. We have to handle food safety and food science. We have to be business people. We have to be able to interact with our guests and present ourselves well. And some of that polish comes from education. It can't just come from working in a kitchen because you are in the trenches. And that won't give you any polish, no matter how hard you try.
We've talked a lot about, what advice you give to your students, but I wonder, what would you say to someone listening who thinks that maybe they'd like to be a culinary school teacher?
So when you're a chef teacher, you continue to discovering all the day so much different products, so much different cultures. In order to share with your students, you continue to learn with them, actually. And this what I think is great. This is how I am happy personally, because you continue to learn differently. You have to have also an artistic fiber to develop, and you can look at with other ingredients, with the same recipe that you have maybe done, but revisited it differently with your students coming from India, for example, and they will see it with the other spices. And so this is how you became so happy.
Gary, you competed in the TV show MasterChef The Professionals in 2016 and won. Do you attribute any of that success to your teaching career?
I attribute all of that to my teaching career. I think the skills required to go into a show like that, is perfect for an educator. You have to be able to plan well because your time's really short. You have to know exactly where you need to be at specific points. You also have to, dare I say it, perform on TV shows. I don't think it's all about the cooking. It's all about how do you project yourself? How do you communicate with presenters? And how does the audience sort of feel about you? And I think that's a big part of it. And being used to standing in front of people doing what you do every day is what we do for a living. So I think, I've always said that, I think I had an upper hand in it. The other side of the coin for that as well was the fact that the reason I entered the show is because I was coaching the college team in culinary competition. We had managed to win pretty much everything in the UK and then started traveling internationally. And it was my students that says, look, you can coach us how to win, put your money where your mouth is. So I put my whole MasterChef journey down to education and my students pushing me forward. But what it also meant is I had proper fundamentals, whatever came up, and a lot of it is surprise stuff. Whatever came up, I was fairly confident that I was going to be able to tackle it because, I'm still doing the basics. I am still, filleting fish every day and boning out and things like that. Whereas a lot of restaurant chefs aren't. They're not really getting those kind of skills because of obviously things get bought in now, even sauces and things like that. So I certainly thought I had an upper hand. But I think my fellow competitors probably didn't think I had, a college lecturer competing against chefs who are working in Michelin star restaurants. So I had an advantage in many ways, even psychologically.
How fascinating. After MasterChef, did people expect you to leave teaching?
Yeah, that was the first question. When are you leaving? When are you moving on? And the morning after the winning show was aired, I was actually on BBC Breakfast TV. It was probably certainly the biggest breakfast show in the UK. But the presenter asked me, he said, what did it feel like beating real chefs?
Ooh.
And I thought about that question. And I said, I beg your pardon, I am a real chef. It just so happens that I teach other chefs. Just because I teach, it doesn't mean I'm not a chef. And what really happened was I get a massive fan base of teachers in every field because I'd elevated the importance of teaching, from primary school teachers, high school teachers, and other lecturers who were teaching everything from, nautical engineering to paint and decorating. I think people, it kind of sent a a message to the people that because you're teaching, it doesn't mean you've given up. And that's sometimes the impression. You know, some of the most talented chefs I've ever met are teachers. I get asked questions, you know, like, did you think you'd ever win and all that sort of stuff? I mean, there's better chefs than me in my college, never mind, you know, in the rest of the UK. So no, there's a really strong talent. I think it takes a special person that kind of U-turns their career to bring on that next generation. And the very, very best lecturers all over the world are probably taking a cut in their money to do so. So it's a real passion, and I'm sure the guys here will agree. It's a real privilege, I think, to be standing in front of the next generation and helping them achieve their dreams.
Gary McLean in Glasgow, thanks to him, and thanks to Alexandra Didier in Paris and Suzanne Storms in Hong Kong. Have you been to culinary school? Was it worth it? We'd love to hear about your experience. You can email thefoodchain@bbc.co.uk. And to hear more programmes about the culture, business and history of food, subscribe to our podcast by searching for BBC Food Chain wherever you get your podcasts from. For now, from me and producers Beatrice Pickup and Elizabeth Mai, thanks for listening, and join us again next week.
This is the BBC World Service, and on this week's assignment...
4 out of 5 trees in Germany's forests are showing signs of damage, with more than a third in a serious state or dead. Swathes of spruce forests have already died. It's being blamed on climate change and drought. So what can be done to try to save Germany's trees?
Assignment. Today at 8:30 and 19 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com, The Conversation.
A French whitewater and adventure kayaker who is considered one of the best in the world speaks to an American athlete who is the first and only woman to kayak the length of the Amazon. They'll talk about their relationship to the water, managing fear, and the representation of women in the sport.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina Gupta and James Cotnell. Great to have you with us.
Tina Turner, the undisputed queen of rock and roll, has died at the age of 83.
I'm really proud of what my future as a star became. I feel proud that I hold that in my hand.
Tina won 8 Grammy Awards and was also inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We bring you reaction and tributes.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is officially running for US President in 2024. We'll look at the politician and his chances of getting the Republican nomination ahead of former President Donald Trump.
And we go to Afghanistan to find out if heavyweights from the aid world can persuade the Taliban to reverse a ban on women working for aid agencies. That's after the latest world news.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has declared he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's US presidential elections. Mr. DeSantis is widely seen as the biggest challenger to the former president, Donald Trump. One of his first big campaign events was an audio interview on Twitter with its owner, Elon Musk, which initially failed to launch. Here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
In conversation with Twitter's owner, Elon Musk, and later on Fox News, he touted his handling of COVID and his anti-lockdown stance. He'd said he would declare a border emergency to try to stem illegal immigration and pledged to continue what he calls his war on woke, which includes laws to keep progressive ideas out of Florida schools. Opinion polls suggest Mr. DeSantis is currently trailing far behind Donald Trump. He hopes that by selling himself as having Trump-like policies, but without all the drama and chaos that surrounds the former president, he can win over a wide range of Republican voters.
The US National Security Agency says that it has identified a state-sponsored cyber actor from China trying to target critical infrastructure networks across the United States. It comes after Microsoft published details of a mysterious computer code it had first detected months earlier. Sanjay Dasgupta reports.
Microsoft said the group, codenamed Volt Typhoon, had targeted US cyber infrastructure across numerous key industries, adding that its actions were focused on gathering intelligence rather than causing immediate disruption. A Microsoft advisory said the group was working to disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the United States and Asia to stymie efforts during future crises. US media reports say the computer code had raised alarms when first detected in Guam, because Guam has a vast American airbase and was likely to be a centerpiece of any US response to an invasion or blockade of Taiwan.
Roman Catholic bishops in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools that have shocked the country in recent weeks. In a statement, the church said it faced a painful moment and would set up 2 commissions to determine responsibilities. The Secretary-General of the Bishops' Conference, Monsignor Giovanni Arana, called on witnesses to come forward.
The
bishops of Bolivia want to address the victims, their families, and the ecclesial community. Instead of giving the victim the protection and care they deserve, we found a church deaf to their suffering. Sexual abuse is the opposite of the very essence of the church.
The head of a Russian paramilitary group that's opposed to President Putin has said it carried out a recent cross-border raid from Ukraine in coordination with Ukrainian military. Ukraine has consistently denied having had anything to do with the incursion, which saw villages in the Russian region of Belgorod come under attack. 1 person was killed and several injured. World News from the BBC. A man who was photographed with his feet on the desk of the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi during the Capitol riots in Washington 2 years ago has been jailed for 4.5 years. The photo of Richard Barnett became one of the defining images of the January the 6th insurrection by supporters of then-President Donald Trump. Prosecutors said Barnett had shown no remorse. Hundreds of people will gather in London later to honour one of the last of the so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Retired Flight Sergeant Peter Brown came to Britain from Jamaica as a teenager to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. He died in his flat in West London in December. Helena Wilkinson reports.
The young Jamaican travelled thousands of miles to the UK to serve with the Royal Air Force. His life will be commemorated in the RAF Central Church, St Clement's Day. More than 500 people are expected, including friends, neighbours, members of the military and the Jamaican community. Distant relatives who've been traced will also attend. The Reverend Group Captain Ruth Hake, who's leading the service, said it would be really special, befitting a very special individual who committed a huge amount of his time to serving this country.
Tributes have been paid to the American soul and pop superstar Tina Turner, who's died aged 83. Tina Turner rose to fame in the 1960s, performing with her then-husband Ike. After years of domestic abuse, she divorced Ike and went on to find even greater success as a solo artist, with hits like What's Love Got to Do With It? Her friend and fellow singer Mick Jagger praised her enormous talent, generosity and humour. The former US President Barack Obama said Tina Turner was raw, powerful and unstoppable, speaking and singing her truth through joy and pain, triumph and tragedy. And that's the latest BBC News.
Thank you very much for that news, and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina and James. In the programme today, we'll pay tribute to the late, great Tina Turner. You can send your own message on our text and WhatsApp number. That is +44 77 86 20 50 85. We'll also hear about a new heavyweight rival for Donald Trump in the race for the Republican presidential nomination in the United States. And can the Taliban be persuaded to reverse a ban on Afghan women working for aid agencies?
She was simply the best, a song title and now description used by so many for the multi-award-winning soul and pop singing legend Tina Turner, who has died at the age of 83. Tributes to the Queen of Rock and Roll have been pouring in all night from across the music industry and beyond.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Anyone I've ever met.
voice. Tina Turner suffered a number of health issues in recent years, including cancer, a stroke, and kidney failure. Born Anna Mae Bullock in the state of Tennessee in the US, she became famous in the late 1960s, performing as a duo and a turbulent musical partner with her abusive husband, Ike Turner. A stunning solo career followed. Overall, she sold more than 180 million albums worldwide. In 2019, she sat down with the BBC's Will Gompertz and spoke about her life.
You know what I'm proud of?
Yeah, go on.
That at this age, there's still something happening with a career. My music doesn't sound old style. There's a musical that's a hit. So aside of being really tired of talking about myself, I'm really proud of what my future as a star became. I feel proud that I hold that in my hand.
Tina Turner there speaking to the BBC's Will Gompertz, and she was, of course, referring to her rebirth in the early 80s when she came back with her hit songs. And in 2008, scholar Daphne A. Brooks wrote of Turner that her swagger, sensuality, gravelly vocals, and unstoppable energy were her trademarks and still evoke the kind of euphoria that remains synonymous with rock and roll. And unstoppable is the word that many use to describe Tina Turner, including the former US President Barack Obama in his tribute. And she commended Daphne her trailblazing impact as a middle-aged Black woman. I caught up with Daphne, now professor at Yale's Department of African American Studies, to hear about how Turner rose to superstardom.
If we go back to thinking about the ways in which she initially partnered up with Ike Turner artistically, it was, from beneath the bandstand. She saw the spectacular energy and virtuosity of what the very complicated Ike Turner was doing and decided she wanted and needed to be a part of that. And for a teenage Black girl in the mid-20th century to make that kind of a decision and a leap, to want to be on stage, to want to inhabit this really kind of electrifying, transitional popular music, this moving from gut bucket blues to early R&B to nascent rock and roll, to want to be at the center of that calls for, a level of ingenuity and bravery.
And during that time, when Tina Turner was going on her road to stardom, she was also trying to connect with an evolving pop phenomenon. And that's something that you've written a lot about, how she managed to change the way she sang songs, and her delivery has also gone through series of changes during that time.
Yes, she really kind of marks and encapsulates and pushes forward these transitions in terms of modern rock and roll singing, which becomes modern pop singing writ large. This is a woman who understood and absorbed the blues, early rock and roll, but she combined it with the kind of euphoric aggressiveness of rock and roll and the power, the energy that one needed to be able to completely seize upon in order to navigate amplified, electrified sound, which is one of the reasons why famously Phil Spector was drawn to the uniqueness of her voice. He thought he heard something in her voice that could stand up to his wall of sound. And that literally was the case in River Deep, Mountain High.
And also her own personal struggles with domestic abuse and a failed marital relationship at that time. Do you think the way she sort of used her personal struggle as an inspiration is what makes her globally appealing as an artist?
I definitely think it's one of the signature ways in which we've come to love Tina Turner, is to see the ways in which she triumphed over struggle, over, violent, patriarchal tyranny within the home and also within the industry, and over physical violence that was so shocking. And the ways in which she did that, anticipated and created the conditions for the Me Too era that we are still living with and navigating and trying to fully reckon with. So that is certainly one of the main reasons why Tina Turner has been so beloved, especially to women globally. But I think sometimes that story has come at the expense of really fully embracing the extent to which she was a musical and entertainment genius, one of the greatest entertainers of all time. And, in the context of the 20th century, someone who embodied pop culture, 20th century transformations and revolutions.
And from her time to modern time singers as well, she's continued to inspire the likes of Beyonce, Rihanna, Cardi B. And it's not just her choreography, her dressing style, but the way she sort of represented Black women during her time. How much do they actually owe to Tina, these stars that have made their own careers out of following Tina Turner?
Well, they all owe it to Tina. I think Beyonce would be the first in line to claim that. I think you can see this through line, especially once Tina Turner came back to us. We got the gift of Tina Turner again in the 80s with her phenomenal comeback record, the Private Dancer album. And from that moment on, you can see the ways that icons like Janet Jackson and Beyonce and Rihanna, as you've mentioned, all were able to claim the legacies of the strength and autonomy of what Tina Turner represented. She had this world-making power. When she inhabited the stage, it was about introducing this new modern grammar of Black womanhood in popular music culture. And that's now the lexicon for all of these entertainers. Mary J. Blige, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, it goes on and on.
That was Daphne A. Brooks, now at Yale's Department of African American Studies. In fact, we're going to stay in the United States, but talking politics, because the Republican presidential hopeful, Ron DeSantis, has launched his White House bid for 2024.
Our border is a disaster. Crime infests our cities. The federal government makes it harder for families to make ends meet, and the president flounders. But decline is a choice. Success is attainable, and freedom is worth fighting for. I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
So that's a campaign ad. He's seen as one of the only candidates who might be able to beat the former president, Donald Trump, to the Republican Party nomination. The Florida governor set up an interview with Elon Musk on Twitter Spaces to announce his candidacy, but the discussion was plagued by technical problems. In fact, the audio cut out before Mr. DeSantis could say a word. Almost 20 minutes of glitches followed before the exchanges began. Somewhat inauspicious start. But who exactly is Ron DeSantis? A question for the Republican strategist, Rena Shah, who's keen for the party to choose an alternative to Mr. Trump.
Ron DeSantis is someone who has risen only at the age of 44, I must add, to great prominence in the Republican Party at a lightning speed. He did serve in the U.S. House of Representatives before he went to the Florida governorship. Now, has he had this tremendous legislative record? Absolutely not until more recently. I think when we look at Governor Ron DeSantis for who he is today, he is beyond rising star. He has been seen as the heir apparent, and much has been made of who he could potentially be in this next phase of the Republican Party.
To be something, though, at the very top level, he has to beat Donald Trump. That's a pretty tall order.
Indeed. Beating Trump is the order of the day. Look, the question du jour truly is about who can do that. And I have always felt that it had to be somebody who represents a lot of what Republican voters liked about Trump when they took a chance on him in 2016. How he emerged out of a crowded pack of Republicans. How was he able to do that? Of course, his personality is really the biggest thing about him. When I say him, I mean Trump. But for DeSantis, anybody who knows him personally knows that he's got a lot of challenges on that front. When it comes to personality, he may look like he's a strong man at the podium and that he wants to do things in Trump fashion, which is big or go home. But I think in essence, what we are learning about the governor is that he has a hard time connecting with people one-on-one. I don't think that's disqualifying in any way. I think it means right now where we sit, he is the underdog in this race. And I quite like that he is there in this position right now, because that means he can only go up from here.
Why will Republican voters go for someone who's a bit like Donald Trump when they could go for Donald Trump?
Well, we already got the empirical evidence this past fall when you looked at the U.S. midterms from just a few months ago. I'll say this. I mean, Trump candidates lost out bigly, as he would say. The former president's handpicked candidates lost in their primaries because they were too extreme. They didn't have what many voters would consider the qualifications. Now, of course, when Trump first came on the stage and became the nominee for the Republicans in 2016, he didn't have the qualifications either, right? What many would consider to be qualified. But I would say what we're in for right now is truly a very, very bitter race. I think Trump already feels threatened by DeSantis. Again, 33 years, his junior. He, at some point, was calling DeSantis his protege. And now he's taken a name calling him Ron DeSanctimonious. We know Trump does that often. But I think the former president knows that the American people generally don't like losers. And Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. So many Republicans have decided they want someone else. It's the after-Trumpers that hold the power in today's Republican Party, not the MAGA faction, not those who are still embroiled in Trump world and fascinated by it on a daily basis. It's the people that voted for Trump in 2016 and maybe again in 2020, but now want a look at someone new. And that someone new might be Ron DeSantis.
The new factor is interesting, though, isn't it? Because for all his unconventional tactics, Donald Trump has run for president several times before. Ron DeSantis and the other major Republican contenders haven't.
What was different about Trump's previous runs before he decided to run as a Republican was that they were unserious. When he came to the Republican Party, what people were fed up with was business as usual out of Washington.
The thoughts of the Republican strategist Rina Shah there. This is Newsday on the BBC World Service. And I think we should get some sports news now with George Ello Jr.
Thank you, James. Real Madrid's players and fans showed support for Vinicius Jr. as they beat rival Cano 2-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. The win was the club's first match since the Brazilian forward was racially abused at Valencia on Sunday. La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius Jr. on social media after the Real Madrid player was racially abused by Valencia fans. Vinicius and Tebas were involved in a Twitter row after the forward said the Spanish league belongs to racists. Brighton's Julio Enciso scored a fantastic equalizer as the Seagulls confirmed the Europa League qualification with an entertaining 1-1 draw against the champions Manchester City. A former German international and Ballon d'Or winner Lothar Matthäus has become co-owner of Ghanaian football club Accra Lions. The former Bayern Munich player hopes the club can serve as a pipeline to European clubs. More from him later in the program. And police in Tennessee have made a welfare check on Ja Morant after the Memphis Grizzlies star left messages on his Instagram account that sparked concern.
George Ello Jr., thank you. He'll be back in 25 minutes or so.
Let's get some business news now. Katie Silva is joining us from Singapore. And Katie, before we get to the story you want to share with us, we've been talking about Tina Turner on this bulletin, and we started with it. Any favorite song in your memory of Tina as you join us from Singapore?
Yeah, mine was Simply the Best. It was one of the CDs that my parents had, was Tina Turner's greatest hits when I was growing up. And I remember dancing around the living room as an 8-year-old to Simply the Best. She was fabulous, wasn't she? I'm
Absolutely. And in fact, James here also has Simply the Best on his top chart for Tina Turner. But let's get to some business news now. The International Monetary Fund, or the IMF, has approved a multi-billion-dollar loan for Ivory Coast, a West African country. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right. So it's a $3.5 billion arrangement, and it would go on for just over 3 years. They're going to receive about $500 million almost immediately. Now, according to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, they say that this should help to promote macroeconomic stability in the near term. And then in the longer term, they're hoping it's going to help towards economic transformation. They say that this should help the country become upper middle income status in the medium term. And of course, this West African country has been hit by many global shocks recently. According to the IMF, they said triple shocks. That was the pandemic, the global downturn from and the interest rate hikes that have come along with that, plus the Ukraine war. It's hit the public purse as well as the country's regional reserves. And we recently heard from the president saying, for example, that because the price of wheat rose after the war in Ukraine, that's hit millers, and the government has had to spend about $100 million supporting that sector. And they've also had to increase state subsidies on fuel because of the increased price of oil. The president as well saying, for example, that they've granted subsidies really in the order of 725 billion francs. That's more than $1 billion US, and it actually equates to about 2% of the total output that Ivory Coast produces, or its GDP. So costs are up.
So you're talking about billions of dollars of subsidies that the government at Ivory Coast is already giving. Now, how does it plan to fund these subsidies? Would they be cut with this loan coming in?
That's right. So the problem here is that a lot of these programs, of course, they're expensive, and it's how the problem for Ivory Coast is it's struggling to borrow money from international markets to fund this public purse. Now, normally you would see a country issue bonds, but investors are demanding higher interest rates, higher than the Ivory Coast, for example, is willing to offer. That's because there's a liquidity crunch. There's not much money in the market. Now, Ivory Coast is one of 8 countries in the region struggling with this. It's the biggest economy in the West African Economic and Monetary Union, which includes, of course, other examples, the likes of Senegal, Mali, and Niger. And in March, for example, the government there tried to issue some bonds, but the market basically deemed that it was too low, and they weren't successful. And we're also seeing, for example, the bond market crowded out somewhat as we see countries like the US having to increase their yield rates, the amount that they're paying back on they're offering on their bonds with these interest rate hikes. And then you're seeing emerging economies like the Ivory Coast, therefore struggling to attract funds.
Katie Silver, thank you so much for joining us with that business news. We'll keep a track of it and come back to you in the next 1 hour.
Now, can the Taliban be persuaded to end their ban on women working for aid agencies in Afghanistan? Their leadership is reportedly close to finalising guidelines on reversing the prohibition, but it has made and broken many promises in the past. Well, the Secretary-General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, Jan Egeland, is in Afghanistan, where he is in discussions with senior Taliban figures on the way forward, and joins us now on the line from Kabul. Good morning to you. I suppose perhaps we could start with the humanitarian situation. Just how dire is it right now, and what impact does the fact that women can't work for aid agencies have on all this?
The situation for men, women, and children in Afghanistan couldn't be worse. 28 to 30 million of the 40 million Afghan civilians here need urgently humanitarian aid. The economy is collapsing, and the world is turning their back to Afghanistan. That was so important for the NATO countries for 2 decades. Everybody was talking about the women, the children, the right of education, etc. Here now it's any other issue really. The bans from the Taliban has been also devastating. We cannot and we will not work with men only, because then we cannot reach single mother-led households, the widows with children, etc. And we will not cast aside our female colleagues. So that also set us back. We've been able to resume a lot of work in many places, exemptions for education and health, etc. But we need these guidelines that will lift the ban totally.
And how confident are you that the Taliban is ready to lift the ban?
Well, I'm confident that very many of them are very ready, but this green light needs to come now from the supreme leader. That's why I went to Kandahar. I come back from Kandahar yesterday. That's where the supreme leader of the Taliban sits, from where also the bans on education and work originates. What we got there was, number one, an assurance that these guidelines that would enable us to work all over the country are soon being finalized. And the second, and perhaps more important thing, is that they said we can negotiate interim measures that can bring our female staff back fully to work, which again would mean that our remaining big problems is that the donors are cutting aid here. We're in a collateral damage in a cold war between the de facto rulers of Afghanistan the Taliban and all of those countries who are now disengaging.
Right. To take your first of the 2 points, soon is intriguing. Did you get any clarity on what soon might actually mean?
No, I asked them repeatedly, define soon, because I was here also 2 weeks after the ban in early January, and they also said, well, we will be working on these guidelines now, start work with males only, and I said we cannot work with males only. These guidelines have to come tomorrow. Now we waited 5 months. They say that nearly all issues have been resolved. Again, it could come next week, it could come in months. That's why we need these interim measures, province by province. If we can get them now in Kandahar, as we were promised, I think we can get them elsewhere, because again, the leadership of the movement sits in Kandahar. It's a conservative region. This is where we can, in a way, set a new precedent.
In the 30 seconds or so we have left, what's it like negotiating with the Taliban?
Well, it's okay. I mean, they keep talking about their traditional values, Afghan Islamic values. I keep saying we want to respect them, but we have values too, and one of them is gender equality, and we cannot yield on that one. So I say, let's sit down and get agreements here. The only way to get a change is to have engagement, and that's why they are missing in action, the Western countries who keep their diplomats still abroad.
Jan Egeland, thanks so much. Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, talking to us live here on Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service with a powerful new drama series exploring the 2011 nuclear disaster in Fukushima, Japan.
I think your story would be interesting.
Where would your narration start? On the day of the earthquake?
First to feel the impact were the prefectures of Miyagi and Fukushima, which is also home to 2 nuclear power plants named Daiichi and Daini.
Cover your head and stay down!
Why is he telling us there will be a possible nuclear emergency? Tsunami. Tsunami? There's a wall, a barrier, it will hold.
Barely an hour after the earthquake, the tsunami overtops the barrier and slams into the plant.
This is Fukushima Daiichi. We are in a nuclear emergency.
Fukushima, Wednesday at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT, or listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with James Copnell and Devina Gupta. This
offer, excuse me, will go to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where thousands are still missing following floods.
We will find out more about the Russian paramilitary group opposed to President Putin, who carried out a recent cross-border raid from Ukraine.
And how Mali and Benin managed to eradicate trachoma. First, though, the news.
BBC News with David Harper. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has launched his campaign to run in next year's US presidential election. A live event on Twitter marking the announcement was beset by technical problems. Western intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks across the United States. The US National Security Agency and its allies said that similar activities could be occurring globally. Leaders of the Roman Catholic Church in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools going back decades. The allegations have shocked the country since they emerged in April. Officials in Ecuador have announced that early elections will be held on the 20th of August. They're being called following President Guillermo Lasso's decision last week to dissolve the National Assembly. The IMF has approved a loan worth $3.5 billion for Ivory Coast. A first tranche of money will be available immediately, with the rest dependent on economic restructuring. A maritime agency says a ship has run aground in the Suez Canal, blocking other vessels from passing. The Let shipping agency said tugboats were trying to refloat the Hong Kong-flagged ship near the canal's southern end. Firefighters in Canada have made significant progress in tackling wildfires, which have burned huge areas of Alberta. Cooler weather and some rainfall have helped. Hundreds of people will gather in London later for the funeral service of one of the last so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Peter Brown came to the UK from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. Tributes have been paid to the award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who's died after a long illness at the age of 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé described Tina Turner as a beautiful spirit and the epitome of passion and power. BBC News.
Thank you, David Harper, for the news. Hello, welcome, and namaste to Newsday on the BBC World Service with James and Davina. This half hour, we'll head to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Russia, and Kenya. We'll hear about some triumphs in the fight against trachoma, the leading cause of blindness worldwide. George has the sports, and we're paying tribute throughout the program to Tina Turner, singer and superstar who has passed away. You can send us a text or WhatsApp message with your memories of Tina or about anything you hear on Newsday. This is our number, +44 77 86 20 5085.
As many as 5,000 people are still missing following the deadly flooding at the beginning of the month in South Kivu in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's according to local community groups in the area who have gathered the names of those they believe to be missing or perhaps under the mud that the floods generated. Local government sources say 500 people are confirmed to have died and hundreds are missing. Meanwhile, the Red Cross, which has been one of the groups at the forefront of the rescue efforts, say they're having to stop looking for bodies. We can speak now to the journalist Akili Mali Choma Choma, who is in the regional capital, Goma. Good morning to you. That number of 5,000 potentially still missing is an astonishing number. It must have had an impact on so many families.
Yes, exactly, because that number, because there are many families who lost their members, and even some others who were come from other towns like Goma and Bukavu and from Kalehe, who came and arrived that and see that the situation was really bad and they can't find all their families, like 20 members of their family. Delphin Birimbi, who is the president of local civilian society in Calais, which cover Nyamukubi and Bushushu, say that they have around 5,000 people who will be underground, and until now the government organized funeral for only around 500 people, and the government say that that number should increase for 1 or 200, but people locally are saying that the situation is really bad. About the Red Cross, which stopped right now, the situation is more complicated because the ground is not really strong for heavy materials in that area, firstly, and secondly is that the situation of people who survived is they need also a lot of help, and they have to help those people. For example, only in Nyamukubi and in Bushushu, it's around 9,000 and 341 primary and secondary students who until now doesn't begin the school year right now, and it's quite complicated, including people who had accident and people who still in other villages, which the access right now is quite complicated. So they are trying only to help survivors, and they don't need to push that ground, which can be a cause of another flood.
Okay, yeah, just too difficult, dangerous maybe to carry on those rescue efforts, as you say. How do you account for such a big difference between what the authorities are saying in terms of the people they believe who have died and what the local community groups are saying?
Yes, for now is issuer of images from the government and issuer of local population for civilian society, because the civilian society say that their numbers, they have a list of number because they asked to survivor and also some family who are coming to the area to the area to ask to people who are missing, their families who are missing, and also they had a few days ago a number of IDPs who came from North Kivu. They fly because the war between the FARDC and the movement of M23 in the area of North Kivu in Masisi and Ruchuru territory. So they have a real number, but right now the government is trying to say that it's only some hundred, because if it's only some hundred, because if it's some thousand, it can be really dangerous, and the opinion locally and nationally, as we are in the era of election, it can be bad interpreted by other Congolese, and it can be a really danger, because those villages are not really strong, and they every year recording some kind of flood, which is not at a high level like the last one, but they will say that the government didn't manage a lot to save people and to solve the situation. So the government is trying in this time of election to put some public relation about this situation,
So
and the civilian
politics,
society.
politics then a really big part of it. Yeah, understood. Akili Mali Choma, talking to us there from Goma in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Now, two Russian paramilitary groups opposed to President Putin say they carried out a recent cross-border raid from Ukraine into Belgorod region of Russia. Authorities in the Kremlin described the fighters as saboteurs and launched a Russian counter-terrorism operation. Ukrainian officials deny any involvement with the groups. The development has also prompted a rash of claims and counterclaims in a war that has seen both sides regularly manipulating information. To tell you more, we can speak to BBC Monitoring Yaroslava Kiryuhina, who's joining us. Thank you for being with us, Yaroslava. First, tell us more about these paramilitary groups.
There are two groups, pro-Ukraine, believed to be comprised of Russian volunteers that are linked to the cross-border raid. One of them is the Russian Volunteer Corps, which is believed to have kind of neo-Nazi links with its leader, Denis Kapustin, having spoken in the past of belonging to a movement of football hooligans. And another one, the Liberty of Russia Legion, which is a bit more centrist, and which is labeled a terrorist organization in Russia. The first group is known to be behind the first cross-border raid, which took place in March this year in another border region of Russia, in Bryansk. And it also claimed responsibility for the latest attack. And
Yaroslava, the big question a lot of people will be asking right now as well is that who is actually funding these paramilitary groups? How are they getting access to arms? Because the Ukrainian officials have denied any involvement. So does this mean that the aid that is coming to Ukraine somehow is being diverted?
Actually, these groups are believed to be linked to the Ukrainian military and are said to be fighting in as part of the International Legion of Ukraine. We do not know the source of kind of their funding or arms supplies, but if you are referring to the latest, to the claimed capture by Russia of US military vehicles in Belgorod region, it's actually being disputed by some commentators who say that actually those vehicles might have been seized elsewhere and just brought to Belgorod region to shoot this video.
Well, Denis Kapustin, who leads the Russian Voluntary Corps, one of these groups, has said that there will be more incursions. Now, how does this change tactics of warfare from Russia's side? Because will this then force Russia's attention away from the hottest frontline areas?
Yeah, there is talk of that. And actually, one Russian MP came forward with an initiative to give weapons to residents of Russian border regions so that they can defend themselves. And there was a sort of criticism in the Russian press yesterday about how poorly protected the regions are, and that security border guards are kind of not coping, and they are only armed with Kalashnikov rifles.
Well, the Russian defense minister has promised harsh response to any future incursions, as we've been talking about. That was the BBC's Yaroslava Kiryuhina talking to us.
Let me give you a couple of headlines here on the BBC World Service. Ron DeSantis, largely seen as Donald Trump's biggest rival, has launched his campaign to be the Republican candidate in next year's US presidential election. And tributes have been paid to the award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who rose from poverty to become a global superstar. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that too. +44 77 86 20 50 85 is our text and WhatsApp message line.
Well, we now have sports, and in the studio with us is George.
Right. Yeah, the former German international and Ballon d'Or winner Lothar Matthäus has become co-owner of Ghanaian football club Accra Lions, founded in 2015 and are currently 9th in the Ghanaian top flight. Accra Lions are valued at $2 million by Transfer Market, although details of the level of Matthäus' personal investment have not been disclosed. Together with business partners Oliver Konai, a former German player agent, and a former Ghana international Frankie Champong, Matthäus is keen to develop talent in West Africa and open up a route to Europe for young players.
It's beautiful to see the people are so happy, so nice. And now the reason was to be honor of Accra Lions, one of 3 honors. And this was now the reasons to show what's going on with the Accra Lions. And this is a long-term project, not only for a short time. And I like to support, to help, especially the young, talented player who are playing for Accra Lions. I think everybody know I am long time in the football business, and I think I can give idea, but I don't like to go in the daily job because I am not living here. I am not every day with the team. For this important, we have a very good coach from England. Everybody know by the Accra Lions when they need some help, when they need support, or when I can give them advice. I am always available.
The German football legend Lothar Matthäus there. Premier League next, and Brighton's Julio Enciso scored a fantastic equaliser as the Seagulls confirmed Europa League qualification with an entertaining 1-1 draw against Manchester City. Phil Foden opened the scoring for the treble-chasing City, but Brighton deservedly levelled through the 19-year-old standing strike, which arrowed into the top corner from 25 yards. Brighton boss De Zerbi is very happy.
It's a fantastic goal. We achieved the incredible target for the Brighton club, for the Brighton players, for the Brighton coaches. And we are very, 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 very happy. Man City is the best team in the world, I think. And for us, it was a very tough game. I think we deserve the point. We deserve the Europa League.
City may have wrapped up the title and have their sights set on the FA Cup and Champions League finals, but their lineup against Brighton was experienced and full of attacking talent. So Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola was impressed with Brighton's performance against his team.
Yeah, it was a good game. Congratulations, Brighton, for officially being in Europa League. They deserve it 100% for the way they play, the way they do it. And to my team, just like I said to them, so today they show me why there is a why they are the champions in England. So after 40 hours before, they were drinking old alcohol in Manchester.
From England and to Spain, Real Madrid's players and fans showed support for Vinicius Jr. as they beat Rayo Vallecano 2-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. The win was the club's first match since the Brazilian forward was racially abused at Valencia on Sunday. Vinicius missed the match through injury, and Real's players took to the pitch in his number 20 shirt, while captains of both teams wore armbands carrying anti-racism messages. Supporters chanted the 22-year-old's name in the 20th minute in solidarity Meanwhile, La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius Jr. on social media after the Real Madrid player was racially abused by Valencia fans. Vinicius and Tebas were involved in a Twitter row after the forward said the Spanish league belongs to racists. And finally, in basketball, police in Tennessee have made a welfare check on Ja Morant after the Memphis Grizzlies star left messages on his Instagram account that sparked concern. In post on Wednesday, Morant paid tribute to his parents and daughter before writing bye. A spokesperson from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office reports the department had checked on Morant at his home and the 23-year-old is doing fine.
George Allo Jr., thank you very much indeed. Now, the government of Kenya is working on a law that will make it mandatory for businesses of all sizes to join the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The Trade Cabinet Secretary, Moses Kuria, says he wants the country to have a chamber that meets international standards and that is truly reflective of Kenyan businesses. However, small business associations are concerned that it imposes an extra cost that many won't want or simply be able to pay. So what's going on? Let's speak to Peter Kiptanui, a senior financial analyst at Sahan Research, who joins us from Nairobi. Good morning to you. What is the official thinking here behind this?
So the Cabinet Secretary in Trade and Industry made a statement while speaking at a function recently to the effect that he would want to have the voice, an official voice of Kenyan businesses when negotiating trade deals. What he's going at here is to suggest that he would want the representatives to actually speak for Kenyan businesses in an official capacity. So he's introducing a law he says he's directing the introduction of a law that will make it compulsory for all businesses to join this Chamber of Commerce.
Even down to very, very small businesses with very small turnovers. I've seen plenty of people on social media in Kenya saying, I can't pay this, I won't pay this. It's created quite a lot of outrage.
Oh, yes. I think for the sake of context also, just before I go into that, is that the government financial year is about to begin in July, and there's a finance bill that is out that already had caused a lot of uproar. There are a few new levies that are being introduced. Taxes are generally going up. So in the backdrop of a higher cost of living through new taxes, the businesses are also being asked to dig in to their pockets a bit deeper for amounts ranging from the least, I think, is around $40, $40 all the way to $400. So which is no small amount for micro businesses.
Yeah, so presumably then there's going to be a backlash, like you say, from businesses, and governments have to be responsive as well. This is a law in construction. Do you think it will actually see the light of day?
No, I think the context of this is that I see this more of a political statement than anything. And the law, the pathway to it becoming law is, and it has to go to cabinet, and then after cabinet approval, go to parliament. And very often, as we see with a lot of these bills that eventually go through parliament, there'll likely be a series of litigation in court by the small associations that you mentioned. Well, relatively smaller. So you're talking about things like the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Basically, I foresee going, to either the minister directly or to court saying, hey, this is preferential treatment of one association.
Okay, so a battle ahead then for the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you so much for your analysis, Peter Kiptanui, Senior Financial Analyst at Sahan Research in Nairobi.
Well, let's talk about trachoma now, which is a painful eye disease caused by bacterial infection and can even lead to blindness. And while it's a public health problem in over 40 countries globally, including in Central and South America, Asia, and the Middle East, the World Health Organization says that Africa carries nearly 90% of the burden. So it's surely good news that Mali and Benin have now joined the list of latest African countries to eradicate trachoma. But can other countries, for example, those with bigger populations like Kenya and Nigeria, manage the same? For our Africa Daily podcast, Alan Kasuja speaks to optometrist Kesha Maharaj, who is based in Johannesburg.
Trachoma is a preventable bacterial eye infection. It usually occurs in both eyes, and it causes irritation of the eye and the eyelid. And it causes about 1.4 million of all blindnesses worldwide.
It causes blindness. What causes trachoma?
So it's something, it's highly contagious, basically bacterial infection. So it's caused by the Chlamydia trachomatis bacterium, which is a bacterial infection. It's very prevalent in crowded areas where there's poor sanitation, lack of hygiene practices. It starts off mild, and the prognosis gets worse with every recurrent infection. So basically, it causes inflammation of the eyes and eyelids, which can later lead to eyelid scarring and the inward turning of the eyelid, which causes the eyelashes to rub against the cornea. And the problem with that is the constant rubbing on the cornea makes the cornea cloudy and obviously can damage the cornea, which can then lead to blindness.
Yeah. And how do I know whether or not I have trachoma?
Well, to a person, it will just be, I have an eye infection. So it'll present as conjunctivitis, which is commonly known as pink eye. So it presents with itchy eyes, irritated, red eyes. Patients will complain of swollen eyelids, watery discharge, crusty eyelids, pain, light sensitivity. And if it's really getting more serious, then they will complain of blurry vision.
And how would you classify your typical patient? What sort of characteristics do they have? Is there something common about people who have trachoma?
It does affect children. Sometimes children are asymptomatic. So basically they wouldn't have any problems with their eyes per se, but they can still carry it and they can still transfer it since it's so contagious. So it can spread through contact of eyes, eyelids, nose secretions, and even like bedding, towels, anything that could be shared with an infected person, they can actually get infected. So it doesn't have a demographic specifically.
And yet it's also very highly preventable, right?
It's extremely preventable. So definitely optometrists would be your first line of defense against these infections, because we are able to identify and diagnose infections. And the earlier we pick it up, the earlier we can start treatment and the less of a problem it would become later on. Also, the other thing that you as a person, what you can do, if you start experiencing any conjunctivitis symptoms, you can definitely have it checked out just to make sure that nothing is going wrong. Also, with common practice hygiene, proper hygiene practices like washing your hands and face often, keeping your clothes clean, not sharing items like towels and cutlery and things like that would definitely help.
All right, so we now know what trachoma is, what symptoms it presents, and what you and I need to do to prevent infection, right? We also know that Ghana, Malawi, Togo, Morocco, Gambia, and most recently, Mali and Benin found a way to defeat it. For more details, I'm joined by my producer, Paul Akajo, who's been following developments around trachoma. Paul, you have a media statement from the World Health Organization in front of you. What more can you tell me about the successes of Benin and Mali?
The World Health Organization describes the latest development as a significant milestone. It says these countries used its safety strategies to fight the disease. These consist of surgery to treat trachoma complications, the prescription of antibiotics to clear infection, facial cleanliness, and environmental improvement. We are talking here, Alan, about improving access to water and sanitation to reduce transmission. So it sounds like it was a holistic approach which eliminated this tropical disease in these countries. The WHO attributes, to an extent, these successes to political will as well as community engagement. Remember, Alan, diseases like trachoma cannot be eradicated solely by governments. You need the buy-in of communities. And as Kirisha Maharaj said earlier, it's also about doing basic things like seeing a medical practitioner if you know that you recently visited a country with a serious trachoma problem. So these are all the measures that helped nations like Ghana, which officially announced the eradication of trachoma in June 2018, Gambia in April 2021, Togo made the announcement last year, and of course, the latest announcement was made by Benin and Mali.
So, where to from here for the rest of the continent? Countries like Kenya and Nigeria are still pushing really hard to eradicate trachoma.
Well, doctors in Nigeria say they are very close to eliminating it. They say the trachoma disease map was at red around 2011, but that has now changed. It's green at the moment, indicating that it is being tactically defeated. It is particularly the northeast of the country which remains a headache for health officials. So I suspect that this is one of the health challenges that incoming President Bola Tinubu will be looking into as he officially takes over in a few days. Now, when we cross to the other side of the African continent, there are about 7 million people who live in 12 central Kenyan counties where trachoma is endemic because of several factors, including the weather and a nomadic lifestyle there. Health officials say flies in the area are contributing in spreading the disease. And like Mali, Kenya also requires donor funding to successfully eradicate the disease. Ethiopia is also fighting this eye condition.
That's Mpola Kaji speaking to Alan Kasuja. And to hear the full-length version of that podcast, go to BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts and search for BBC Africa Daily.
Of Tina Turner, who has passed away at the age of 83. We've had lots of reaction in for you. Someone says, I saw Tina in concert many years ago and I will never forget it. Such talent. And Emanuel in Juba, South Sudan says, kindly extend my heartfelt condolences to the family of the heroine of What's Love Got to Do With It. May her soul rest in peace.
This is the BBC World Service, and in the next forum...
In a world where anything can be manipulated and faked, who and what can we trust?
Videos that swap one person's face onto another person's body using machine learning algorithms.
It's becoming harder to distinguish fact from fiction.
The Forum, a deep dive into deep fakes. Saturday at 11 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com. BBC Trending.
What connects deepfake presenters, a journalist in hiding, a president, and a digital soldier? We explore the strange reality of digital control in one of the most heavily censored countries in the world, Venezuela.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with James Cotnell and Davina Gupta.
The Queen of Rock and Roll, Tina Turner, dies after a long battle with illness. Tributes are pouring in.
She touched an enormous number of people's lives and was very instrumental in bringing a lot of happiness to millions of people. And for that, we should all be eternally grateful.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has announced that he is running for the U.S. president in 2024. He's the chief rival to the other Republican candidate, Donald Trump. So what are his chances?
Also, America's National Security Agency and Microsoft say that state-sponsored Chinese hackers have infiltrated critical infrastructure in the United States.
And in business, negotiations to prevent the U.S. government from running out of money are headed down to the wire. But first, the news.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has declared he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's presidential elections. In what will be regarded as a clear dig at Donald Trump, Mr. DeSantis said it was time to end the Republican Party's culture of losing. Here's Sarah Smith.
What was meant to be a novel way of launching a campaign has attracted widespread attention for all the wrong reasons. As technical glitches delayed Ron DeSantis' big moment, it was 25 embarrassing minutes before he was finally able to say,
"I am running for president of the United States."
In conversation with Twitter's owner, Elon Musk, and later on Fox News, he touted his handling of COVID and his anti-lockdown stance, said he would declare a border emergency to try to stem illegal immigration, and pledged to continue what he calls his war on woke, which includes laws to keep progressive ideas out of Florida schools. Opinion polls suggest Mr. DeSantis is currently trailing far behind Donald Trump.
Western intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks across the United States. The US National Security Agency and its allies said that similar activities could be occurring globally. Nick Marsh reports.
According to the NSA, the hackers are using a technique known as living off the land, a hard-to-detect method which gains access to a system from within. The group, named as Vault Typhoon, was recently accused by Microsoft of infiltrating civilian and military networks in the US and on Guam, a key American airbase southeast of Taiwan. There's been no official response from China yet, but last year Beijing accused the NSA of stealing data from a government-funded university in Shaanxi province.
Roman Catholic bishops in Bolivia have announced steps to investigate hundreds of reports of sexual abuse of children in church-run schools, as a scandal involving paedophile priests has rocked the country. Orlando Teal reports.
The Bolivian Catholic Church admitted in a statement that it had been deaf to the suffering of victims of sexual abuse by priests and hadn't given them the protection and care they deserved. The bishops said they were setting up 2 commissions to look into the allegations. The scandal emerged in April when a Spanish newspaper published the diary of a late Jesuit priest containing multiple confessions of sexual abuse in schools he ran in Bolivia. The journal also noted that senior clergy had known about his crimes and kept quiet.
A maritime agency says a ship has run aground in the Suez Canal, blocking other vessels from passing. The Let shipping agency said Suez Canal tugboats were trying to refloat it. The Hong Kong flagged ship is reported to be positioned at an angle near the canal's southern end. The Suez Canal is a crucial shipping lane. World news from the BBC. Officials in Canada say firefighters have made significant progress in tackling wildfires which have devastated large areas in Alberta. The province's wildfire information manager, Christy Tucker, said rainfall in the last few days had helped them reinforce fire breaks, and firefighters had arrived from New Zealand to help. A court in the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, has sentenced a union leader to 2 years in prison for leading a casino workers' strike. Chim Sitar was arrested in January last year and charged with incitement to commit a felony. She'd been campaigning for the reinstatement of hundreds of employees laid off during the COVID pandemic. Hundreds of people will gather in London later to honour one of the last of the so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Retired Flight Sergeant Peter Brown came to Britain as a teenager from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. Tributes have been paid to the American soul and pop superstar Tina Turner, who's died aged 83. Tina Turner rose to fame in the 1960s, performing with her then-husband Ike. After years of domestic abuse, she divorced him and went on to find even greater success as a solo artist in the 1980s, with hits like What's Love Got to Do With It? She spoke about her legacy on Oprah's Next Chapter in 2013.
I endured hardship all the way. If we stay on course, we stay focused, never smoking, never drinking, never doing drugs. My legacy is that I stayed on course from the beginning to the end because I believed in something inside of me that told me that it can get better or you can make something better and that I wanted better. So my legacy is a person that strived for wanting it better and got it.
A friend and fellow singer Mick Jagger praised her enormous talent, generosity and humour. And that's the latest BBC News.
Thank you for that news and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina and James. Throughout this morning, we're paying tributes and remembering the Queen of Rock and Roll, Tina Turner, who's passed away. We'd love to hear your memories. Our text number is +44 77 86 20 50 85. We'll also hear what the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, whether the Florida Governor, Ron DeSantis, has what it takes to secure the Republican presidential nomination ahead of Donald Trump. We're going to head to Ukraine too for an update in the conflict there, Russia's invasion, and we'll have sports and business as well.
Now, tributes from across the musical world have been pouring in after it was announced that legendary recording artist Tina Turner had died at the age of 83 on Wednesday. Widely seen as an industry trailblazer, fellow singer Gloria Gaynor summed up the reaction of many, describing the 8-time Grammy winner as somebody who paved the way for so many women in rock music, black and white. Turner was twice admitted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, first in 1991, alongside her husband Ike Turner, whose abusive behavior led to their marriage and musical partnership breaking down, and then in 2021 as a solo artist. Speaking to the BBC in 2019, she expressed pride that her music had stood the test of time.
You know what I'm proud of? That at this age, there's still something happening with a career. My music doesn't sound old style. There's a musical that's a hit. So aside of being really tired of talking about myself, I'm really proud of what my future as a star became.
The founding member of both the Human League and Heaven 17, Martin Ware, worked with her on her cover of Let's Stay Together in 1983. He told the BBC she would leave the world a richer place.
You know, she touched an enormous number of people's lives and was very instrumental in bringing a lot of happiness to millions of people. And for that, we should all be eternally grateful.
And James, we've been having a lot of tributes from our audience through this morning. But for you, what stood out?
I think, obviously, that incredible voice, instantly recognizable voice, really, but also the way she overcame so many struggles in her own life, so many obstacles to become this superstar known around the world.
Absolutely. Well, in India,
Yeah.
she was a singer who was known for her hits like What's Love Got to Do With It? You can't find a karaoke bar where it's not played. And for her tour in 2004, because not many people know this, but Tina Turner visited temples in India to prepare for her role to be cast in a movie where she would be this human goddess called Shakti. That movie never came around, but in 2004, there was so much fanfare around her and paparazzi around her. And I was speaking earlier to Brittany Spano, senior staff writer at Rolling Stone, about Tina Turner's journey as the first female cover star and what leads to her global appeal like this in countries like India. Brittany told me how Tina Turner defied cultural expectations of Black women.
There was such a dichotomy between either being seen as too sexual or too modest. There was no real in between. And Tina Turner was just Tina Turner. You know, there was, of course, a sexiness to her, and there was this like flirty energy to her, but there's also just so much power in that. And she always utilized that in a way that really made her sort of the alpha in whatever performance situation she was in. And also just, you know, also a really great duet partner. I mean, that's why there's so many great performances, live performances she did with some of the greatest artists of all time.
And what you just talked about and the word that you use, alpha performance, I mean, but her life backstage was equally traumatic for a long time because she escaped an abusive relationship with her husband. How much did that experience impact her future career?
It left her with nothing. I mean, it was incredibly brave of her to leave that relationship. He was deeply emotionally and physically abusive in every possible sense of the word. And it took a lot for her to leave, and she left with nothing. She left with no money. She left with no career prospects, and it was incredibly difficult for her to come back from that. But she knew it was the only option that she had. So she really had to start from scratch. And It was because so many artists, her peers, and people who had come up after her looked up to her and saw her as an icon that deserved to be on stage, that needed an audience. People like Cher and Anne Margaret and Olivia Newton-John, they put Tina Turner in specials and on stage with them in variety shows. And later on in the 80s, it was people like Rod Stewart and David Bowie and the Rolling Stones who performed with Tina, showed up at her shows, and really pushed for her to get signed and get a solo career.
This kind of solidarity, I think, is that behind what made her truly a global icon? Because I am from India, and I can tell you that I would remember going to school with my mother playing Tina Turner's Proud Mary or What's Love Got to Do With It in her car when she would drop me there. But it just sort of made me feel amazing that a woman in India was listening to Tina Turner's songs at that point of time. It's just almost as if the industry rallied around her because of her personal story, and that made her career go beyond the Western audiences.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was definitely a combination of a lot of things. It was very unprecedented for her to speak so openly about the abuse that she had suffered. But on top of it, she has this voice that is so powerful and so much bigger than anything she's ever endured. And I think matching that easy charm that she has, just a very charming and incredible onstage performer, I think made her so easy to love around the world.
Tina Turner lived almost the last 3 decades of her life in Switzerland. Formally, then she had relinquished her US citizenship. Do you feel this has affected her legacy in the US, or is she still celebrated as an American there?
She's still very much celebrated, and I think people understood why. I think she wanted to have a quiet life. She wanted to live outside of it. I think she had endured a lot of really horrible traumas here, and I think also had a really tough time being heard here by the music industry. It wasn't really until she went to Europe and the UK that she found collaborators who wanted to give her a chance. So I think people understood why she felt the need to leave, and I don't think that has had any effect on American audiences.
Well, we were speaking to Brittany, who was joining us from the US, and she is a senior staff writer at Rolling Stone.
The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has officially declared he is running for president in next year's elections. He needs to get the Republican nomination first, of course. While making the announcement in a video, Mr. DeSantis said, "We need the courage to lead and the strength to win." That video was released just ahead of a Twitter Space, a sort of audio interview with Twitter's owner, Elon Musk, which initially failed to launch. Mr. DeSantis was eventually able to join the conversation. The Florida governor is widely seen as the biggest challenger to the former President Donald Trump for the Republican nomination.
I am running for president of the United States to lead our great American comeback. Look, we know our country's going in the wrong direction. We see it with our eyes and we feel it in our bones. Our southern borders collapse. Drugs are pouring into the country. Our cities are being hollowed out by spiking crime. The federal government's making it harder for the average family to make ends meet and to attain and maintain a middle-class lifestyle. And our president, well, he lacks vigor, flounders in the face of our nation's challenges, and he takes his cues from the woke mob.
Ron DeSantis, in his own words there, laying out some of his priorities and concerns. Well, to find out a little bit more, I spoke to one of our correspondents in North America, David Willis.
It was a very unorthodox way of launching a run for president, wasn't it, James? A live interview with the Twitter owner, Elon Musk, on the platform's audio feed. And it proved, I think, equally embarrassing for both Mr. Musk and the man in question, Ron DeSantis, because the feed was fraught with glitches. It crashed 3 times in the first few minutes because of a surge in traffic before Mr. Musk, after a delay of about 20 or so minutes, trying to put a positive spin on things, saying that you broke the Twitter system to Ron DeSantis. Well, to directly answer your question, Mr. DeSantis launched his campaign with a call for tougher policies on matters such as immigration, law and order,
and so on. And what will be taken, I think, as a dig at Donald Trump. He said it was time to end what he called the Republican Party's culture of losing. And he, of course, took aim at what he has taken to calling the woke mob, what he sees as the encroachment of political correctness in public life here.
Yeah, the woke mob, presumably not referring to Donald Trump. Is Trump the main target, though? I mean, this is the Republican primaries, the race to become the Republican candidate. So presumably he needs to knock over Donald Trump if he wants to succeed.
He does. It's becoming an increasingly crowded field, the Republican presidential field, but that is the main opponent to Donald Trump. At 44, Ron DeSantis is younger than his rival. He's also regarded by many of his supporters as Donald Trump without the drama. He's been a rising star of the Republican Party for several years now. But he nonetheless lacks Donald Trump's nationwide recognition. And even though the legal woes continue to mount surrounding Donald Trump, recent polls, James, show that the former president has a more than 2-to-1 edge over Ron DeSantis at the moment.
Mr. DeSantis has proven that he's able to raise large amounts of money for political campaigns. That could be a factor, couldn't it?
Absolutely. He's already raised millions of dollars, and he was hosting a meeting or gathering of potential donors in Miami after this live stream interview with Elon Musk. As a result of all this, Donald Trump has ratcheted up the criticism, if you like. He's been merciless in his condemnation of Ron DeSantis in recent weeks. He said at one point that the Florida governor needed what he called a personality transplant. He's since christened him Ron de Sinking Ship, and that after, of course, Ron de Sanctimonious. And Mr. Trump, of course, called today's Twitter launch a disaster.
David Willis there, correspondent in North America.
And with sports, now we have George Addo Jr.
Thank you, Davina. Real Madrid's players and fans showed support for Vinicius Jr. as they beat Rayo Vallecano 2-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. The win was the club's first match since the Brazilian forward was racially abused at Valencia on Sunday. La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius Jr. on social media. Vinicius and Tebas were involved in a Twitter row after the forward said the Spanish league belongs to racists. Brighton's Julio Enciso scored a fantastic equalizer as the Seagulls confirmed Europa League qualification with an entertaining 1-1 draw against champions Manchester City. Well, the former German international and Ballon d'Or winner Lothar Matthäus has become co-owner of Ghanaian football club Accra Lions and hopes the club can serve as a pipeline to European clubs. Police in Tennessee have made welfare checks on basketball star Ja Morant after he left messages on his Instagram account that sparked concern. The police say he's fine. And ice hockey to finish. The Florida Panthers defeated the Carolina Hurricanes 4-3 in Game 4 of the NHL Eastern Conference Final on Wednesday night, completing the team's first 4-game sweep in franchise history.
George Addo Jr., thank you. He'll be back in 25 minutes or so. But we're going to talk business, potentially very big story out of the United States, where lawmakers are struggling to reach a deal on the country's debt ceiling, with the House Speaker, Republican Kevin McCarthy, saying that negotiators remain far apart and time is ticking. So our business correspondent Katie Silver joins us. Negotiators far apart, that's quite a big deal then, it seems.
That's right. It's certainly different to the discourse that we were speaking about earlier this week on the program, when it looked like both sides were going to be more ready to talk. In fact, analysts are saying that there is now potentially a chance of default and that the odds are getting worse. For example, we've heard from the banking giant JP Morgan Chase, and it's predicting that there's roughly a 1 in 4 chance that the US will hit the so-called X date. That is the date when the government runs out of money to pay its bills without a deal to raise the debt limit. Now, Republicans are demanding that a deal must cut any future or a lot of future federal government spending in exchange to raise this ceiling. That's been so far a red line for the White House. And as you say, time is ticking. June the 1st is the date that has been warned by the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. That's only a week today. And many are estimating that it would take about 72 hours to prepare the documents necessary in order to get it over the line. So in effect, that only gives us about 4 days for them to find a way out of this deadlock.
Of course, it's a big story in the US, but it's not just the US. Markets around the world closely watching this.
That's right. And that's because if this goes wrong, it would threaten to wreak havoc on the global economy. It would affect prices, mortgages. We spoke just last hour about how bond rates in the US impact those in Africa, but this would potentially have a ripple effect across the entire financial system. And as a result, for example, at the end of trade on Wall Street, we saw US stocks fall, investors watching the talks closely to try and find some sign of an agreement. The thing is, even if a deal is done in time, many are predicting that depending on the details, if we do see the Democrats have to acquiesce and indeed agree to some government spending cuts, that is likely to create some economic headwinds that could help to bring down inflation. But they're asking in the order of about $2 trillion worth of cuts. That's what the Republicans are asking for, and that is very much at odds with some of Biden's priorities that he had when he came into office. So we saw, for example, clearly very urgent earlier this week, we saw President Biden cutting short his trip to Asia, visiting Australia, where he was due to go to the Quad, as well as Papua New Guinea, to try and go home, address this deadlock. The two have promised to speak every day to get it done. But as I say, it's about 4 days left, really.
Clock is ticking, indeed. Katie Silver, thank you.
Over the past week, Ukraine has made small advances near the city of Bakhmut, but inside the city, there's still intense street-to-street fighting. Russia has spent the past 9 months trying to capture Bakhmut, and it's suffered heavy casualties. Now, the US estimates that more than 20,000 Russians have been killed in the eastern part of Ukraine since the start of the year, many of them fighting for Bakhmut. There are no such estimates for Ukrainian casualties, but they are likely to be high as well. Our defense correspondent, Jonathan Beale, met one Ukrainian family who've paid a heavy price for the defense of the city.
Another funeral procession. This ritual, now as constant in Ukraine as the pounding of artillery on the front line. But the death of Maxim is being felt much wider than his family. The entire community of the small town of Tomakivka near Zaporizhia has turned out to grieve. Maxim is not just another fallen soldier. He's one who sacrificed his life for his comrades and to save his younger brother. When Russia invaded last year, they joined the army together. Maxim was 22. Ivan, who's been injured and still struggling to speak, was just 18.
He was my best friend. All the time that we fought, we were in the same trench. He was always with me, and I was with him.
They were last together, fighting in the city of Bakhmut. The place their mother now calls hell. This is the sound of them engaged in brutal house-to-house fighting, just before a Russian shell landed next to Ivan, the younger brother.
We hardly slept, because it was impossible to sleep there. We were under attack by the enemy round the clock for days. When I got hit, I was paralyzed. I fell and felt something warm. Then I realized that I was bleeding heavily. Because I'd already experienced war, I knew that I wouldn't survive. But my brother didn't let me die. He saved me.
An injured Ivan, his face bloodied and torn by the blast, was widely shared on social media. He's seen clutching the Ukrainian flag, a symbol of Ukrainian resistance. And then Maxim giving his brother first aid, wiping the blood from his face. He had to puncture a hole in Ivan's throat to stop him choking. Maxim spent the next 9 hours with Ivan under fire before the medics could reach them. Maxim and Ivan were Lilia's only children, one now being buried, the other bearing the scars of war.
And they put the lid on the coffin and now taking Maxime's body to the burial site where he'll finally be laid to rest, surrounded by his comrades, soldiers who served with him. The scant comfort now for Lilia is Maxime's final act. Taking the place of his younger brother, he'd volunteered to stay behind in Bakhmut to fight alongside their comrades. He was killed a week later by a Russian sniper.
Maxim had the opportunity to evacuate with Ivan, but due to the fact that his comrades remained there, he said that he would not leave them. He knew that he would never return from there. We still can't believe it. My soul has been ripped out. I have to live only for the fact that he saved his younger brother Ivan.
For Ivan, there's no one else who can fill the void left by his brother. But even now, he has no regrets.
Freedom comes with blood. Unfortunately, it's true. My brother and I knew that we might not come back, but we did it anyway. My brother knew that he was giving his life for our freedom. Freedom comes with blood, unfortunately.
Ukraine won't say how many soldiers it's lost in this war, but the cost to this one family and to this one small town is proving extremely hard to bear.
That was the BBC's Jonathan Beale from Ukraine.
And we've been talking throughout the programme about the superstar Tina Turner, who's passed away. Loads of your tributes coming in. Fred in Nairobi has sent an ode to Tina Turner. She was simply the best. Sassy, savvy and surreal, she strutted the showbiz world like the real queen. Rocked and rolled with us for decades. She gave us her all, Fred says. Tina Turner, the star, although gone, you'll never be forgotten because you were the best. Someone who doesn't give a name has memories of Tina Turner headlining the Soul to Soul concert at the Black Star Square in Accra, Ghana in March 1971. That was with her husband, Ike Turner, Wilson Pickett, Santana, the Staple Singers, the list goes on. It was the Woodstock of Africa. Person says she was simply the best. Rest in peace, Tina. And someone else says Tina Turner's a musical icon, a bright, shining star. She is physically gone, but her music lives on.
You're listening to the BBC World Service.
In a world where information is at our fingertips, headlines and updates can't always give the full picture.
To understand why the Freedmen's Bank is important, you have to understand what banking was like at the time.
It was everywhere. This institution was enormous.
We take you deeper into the stories that shape our world.
All the Germans could hear really was the wind in the wires. They likened it to women on broomsticks.
And the people behind them.
I'm just very happy to see the sport of women surfing progressing to a good professional caliber.
It was a nightmare for me. I never realized my nationality that I had my whole life would be in question.
A lot of my close friends and people in my family are reindeer herders. It's not really a profession, it's a lifestyle.
Documentaries on the BBC World Service at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with me, Devina Gupta and James Copnell.
We'll head to the Democratic Republic of Congo, where thousands are still missing following floods.
A record number of people have moved to the UK to settle. We go to Nigeria to see why the numbers from there have risen.
And we'll pay tributes to Tina Turner, who has died at the age of 83 after this news.
BBC News with David Harper. The Republican governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has launched his campaign to run in next year's US presidential election. A live event on Twitter marking the announcement was beset by technical problems. Intelligence officials in the US, together with Microsoft, have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks. They say the group is looking to disrupt critical communications between the US and Asia during future crises. Catholic bishops in Bolivia have issued a statement admitting the church was deaf to the suffering of children who were sexually abused by priests. Last month, it was revealed that hundreds of children were abused over decades, many at Catholic boarding schools. Officials in Ecuador have announced that early elections will be held on the 20th of August. They're being called following the president's decision last week to dissolve the National Assembly. The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground at the passage's southern end. Tugboats were used to free the Hong Kong-flagged ship, which had blocked other vessels from passing. The government of Bangladesh has said it's committed to holding free and fair elections. On Wednesday, the United States said it would impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who undermined next year's poll. Firefighters in Canada have made significant progress in tackling wildfires, which have burned huge areas of Alberta. Cooler weather has helped. Hundreds of people will gather in London later for the funeral service of one of the last so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Peter Brown came to the UK from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. And tributes have been paid to the award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who's died after a long illness at the age of 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé described Tina Turner as a beautiful spirit and the epitome of passion and power. That's the latest BBC News.
Thanks, David. Hello, welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina and James. In this half hour, we'll head to the Democratic Republic of Congo, to Nigeria and the United States. We'll hear about a big result for Brighton in our sports bulletin. And throughout the programme, we've been hearing your tributes to Tina Turner, who has passed away. Remy from Germany has written in, the world just lost her second queen in a year. Tina, love has got nothing to do with this. You are simply the best. Well, you can add your voice to those tributes. You can send us text messages or WhatsApp messages on our number +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Let's now head to the Democratic Republic of Congo. 5,000 people are still missing following floods which swept through South Kivu earlier this month. This is according to local community groups who have gathered the names of those they believe are buried under the mud. Local government sources say 500 people are confirmed dead and hundreds are still missing. Meanwhile, the Red Cross, which has been one of the groups at the forefront of the rescue efforts, say they are having to stop looking for bodies. Let's now speak to Jean Claude, who's joining us from Chorus International, one of the aid agencies on the ground there. He joins us from the regional capital, Goma. Jean, could you first tell us 5,000? That's an incredible amount of a number of people missing. It's an enormous loss to life as well, but the local government is giving a lower figure. What's happening?
Thank you for having me on air. Yes, of course, we're talking about more than 5,000 people that local populations claim to have buried under the rubble, while the government is talking about an average number of around 100 people, that because they want to force the stop. They want the Red Cross and other organization to stop the search in the rubble. But as we talk with the government, the local communities on the ground, they know their beloved ones were in the market, that they know people who came from Bukavu in South Kivu, from Minova, still in South Kivu, and other IDPs from North Kivu following the clashes between them in 2023. They found themselves in that area when the flooding hit. So there is no way the local population say that there is no way we will not have less than 5,000 in there. So they have started coming up with lists to prove the government that we have a lot of people again under the rubble.
But for the families who've lost their loved ones, it's been a month now. What's their best hope?
The best hope for them was to find their beloved ones and bury them. And once they have buried them, they'll move on to something else. But we talk, for example, about a family of Junior, who is a guy who lost all the family members, father, mother, brothers, and sisters. And he hasn't seen anybody. And when he heard the voices from the government, claiming that we have less than 100 people under the rubble, Junior feels devastated. And he's like, we should keep struggling to find my family members in the rubble. Unfortunately, something which is not happening, because the Red Cross now, with other agencies that were helping in that, they feel tired. They need machines and everything. Again, a few weeks after, we have bodies in decomposition under the ground, and this situation is just becoming too hard for either the local communities and intervening partners.
I mean, of course, for families, it's also about finding a closure. But Jean, what about those who have survived? Where is the state of relief operations right now? Is there enough food and medical supplies? Are people able to get home?
That's another tricky situation. So agencies have been able to mobilize either the international community or national communities to bring in food, non-food items. Water still is a big issue, and probably in the coming few days we'll be talking about an emergency because of the cholera outbreak, which is we are sure enough that we will be having issues related to cholera due to the fact that all the water pipes were washed away. And currently, partners on the ground have been able to connect health centers, one health center from a water source, but the other localities which are affected, they are still in dire need of this help. So Chorus International is an organization that is also on the ground providing support. The needs are huge. And then with the small amount of resources that we have, we could only focus, let's say, on psychosocial support, medical support like provision of medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, while leveraging or exploring the options of constructing community latrines, because people are like currently more than 5,000 affected communities, host communities, and affected homes. They are doing open defecation, so which is going to increase again the rate of this disease if tomorrow after tomorrow we are not putting together our hands and respond to this crisis.
Of course, urgent intervention then is needed. Thank you so much, Jean-Claude Nzé, from joining us from Goma, Democratic Republic of Congo, working with Chorus International, one of the 8 agencies on the ground at Democratic Republic of Congo, working towards flood rehabilitation and recovery.
Now, to a story that broke late last night in the United States, because the US National Security Agency says that it has identified a state-sponsored cyber actor from China trying to target critical infrastructure networks across the United States. It comes after Microsoft warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group had compromised critical infrastructure in the US in order to disrupt communications between the country and Asia in the event of a crisis. John Hultquist is the chief analyst at Mandiant Intelligence, part of the Google Cloud. He told me what's known about this recent attack.
We're looking at an actor out of China who is basically conducting a series of intrusions, something that we see all the time, but their focus is really on critical infrastructure. So in our case, we're seeing them target a lot of transportation targets in the United States, maritime, air, and land. Microsoft has seen them target some other critical infrastructure as well. That essentially suggests to us that they may be there potentially digging in for a disruption at some point during a conflict or something of that nature.
Yeah, one line I saw suggests that it seems possible, at least, that they could disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the US and the Asia region during a potential crisis. Is that the sort of thing that might be going on here?
Well, we think that what we're looking at is potentially a contingency sort of operation, right? The thing about cyber attacks is that if you wait until the conflict happens, it'll be too late. It takes a lot of time to gain access to these sensitive places and prepare for a disruptive attack. And so essentially we see actors all the time digging into critical infrastructure, across the world. We see it in the United States, we see it in the United Kingdom. Russia does a lot of this, and we've seen China do it before as well.
Is the interesting, significant thing here then perhaps the scale of what has been uncovered?
Probably the most concerning thing is that we've not seen a lot of this from China. They've basically kept a lot of this activity under the radar, and we don't know the full scale of it. I think that's what worries a lot of people. This actor is very quiet. They're very focused on their what we call operational security. They are hard to track, and we're looking at a tough problem.
Yeah, and I suppose it underlines perhaps that vulnerability of, well, the way states operate. If a state actor or a state-linked actor can get access in some form or another to so many different parts of the infrastructure.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why it's so important that this information came out is that so much of our critical infrastructure is operated by the private sector. And while, governments may have had access to some really high, top secret information, it has to get out so that it can actually be used. And in this case, we've got all this really good defense-related information is now making its way into the hands of critical infrastructure operators so that they can actually prepare for something like this.
When you think about the fact that Guam, for example, has been targeted, home to lots of US military facilities, how would you expect the American authorities to respond to this? Their own hacking campaign?
We've definitely seen situations where hacking campaigns have gone both directions. That certainly happens. But the interesting thing about a hacking campaign, you can respond, in all sorts of other ways. And they don't necessarily cyber attacks, disruptive attacks don't necessarily only happen in wartime. They often happen before war even breaks out. So this is a capability that you can essentially use, or states recognize that they can use if they don't necessarily want to get all the way into armed conflict.
So would your guess then be that China is preparing towards something, or is this a sort of tool to be used in case a situation gets worse?
This is really contingency planning, right? This doesn't necessarily indicate that they are dead set on carrying out this disruptive or destructive attacks. And we've seen them in critical infrastructure before, but it is an aggressive sort of action and something that we need to be watching and preparing for. So it is a wake-up call.
A wake-up call, John Hultquist says. He is a chief analyst at Mandiant Intelligence. We are going to return to this story a little bit later on in the programme.
Now it's time for sports. We have George Addo Jr.
Former Germany international and Ballon d'Or winner Lothar Matthäus has become co-owner of Ghanaian football club Accra Lions. Founded in 2015 and are currently ninth in the Ghanaian top flight, Accra Lions are valued at $2 million by transfer markets, although details of the level of Matthäus' personal investments have not been disclosed. Together with business partners Oliver Koenig, former Germany player agent, and also the former Ghanaian international Franco champion, Matthäus is keen to develop talent in West Africa and open up a route to Europe for young players.
It's beautiful to see the people are so happy, so nice. And now the reason was to be owner of Accra Lions, one of 3 owners. And this was now the reasons to show what's going on with the Accra Lions. And this is a long-term project, not only for a short time. And I like to support, to help, especially the young, talented player who are playing for Accra Lions. I think everybody know I am long time in the football business, and I think I can give idea, but I don't like to go in the daily job because I am not living here. I am not every day with the team. For this important, we have a very good coach from England. Everybody know by the Accra Lions when they need some help, when they need support, or when I can give them advice. I am always available.
Have a German football legend, Lothar Matthäus, there. Now to the Premier League, and Brighton's Julian Cisio scored a fantastic equaliser as the Seagulls confirmed Europa League qualification with an entertaining draw against champions Manchester City. Phil Foden opened the scoring for the treble-chasing City, but Brighton deservedly levelled through their 19-year-old stunning strike, which actually arrowed into the top corner from 25 yards. Brighton boss De Zerbi is happy.
It's a fantastic goal. We achieved the incredible target for the Brighton club, for the Brighton players, for the Brighton coaches, and we are very, 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 very happy. Man City is the best team in the world, I think. And for us, it was a very tough game. I think we deserved the point. We deserve the Europa League.
Manchester United will seal qualification to the Champions League if they avoid defeat to an out-of-sorts Chelsea. And the Premier League on Thursday, Eric Ten Hag's sides are within touch and distance of making it back into Europe's elite club competition, and really will be focused on trying to get the job done. But we can hear from the Chelsea boss, Frank Lampard, who wants his players to show personal pride in the final two games of the season, beginning with Thursday's encounter with United.
People think we haven't got much in the game, then the players have to show them that there is, in terms of their personal and collective approach to it in the game, because we'll obviously have to go there with a very good mentality, because they're a good team that are fighting for something that, you know, we've fought for many years, and now we're not in that position. So players need to show.
Frank Lampard. And to Spain, Real Madrid's players and fans showed support for Vinicius Jr. as they beat rival Vallecano 2-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. The win was a club's first match since the Brazilian forward was racially abused at Valencia on Sunday. Vinicius missed the match through injury, and Real's players took to the pitch in his number 20 shirt, while the captains of both teams wore armbands carrying anti-racism messages. Supporters as well chanted the 22-year-old's name in the 20th minute in solidarity. Meanwhile, La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius Jr. on social media. Vinicius and Tebas were involved in a Twitter row after the forward said the Spanish league belongs to racists. Police in Tennessee have made a welfare check on Jack Moran after the Memphis Grizzlies star left messages on his Instagram account that sparked concern. In post on Wednesday, Moran paid tribute to his parents and daughter before writing bye. Spokesperson of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office reports that the department had checked on Moran at his home, and the 23-year-old is doing fine. And just to end with ice hockey, Florida Panthers defeated Carolina Hurricanes 4-3 in Game 4 of the NHL Eastern Conference Final on Wednesday night, completing the team's first 4-game sweep in franchise history. Now the Panthers will wait for the winner of the Western Conference Final between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Dallas Stars.
That was George Addo Jr. with sports. Thank you so much, George.
Now, figures out this morning are expected to show that a record number of people moved to the UK to settle last year compared to those choosing to leave. The Office for National Statistics is expected to put net migration at around 700,000, well above the previous high of 500,000. First, let's hear from our home editor, Mark Easton.
Net migration has long been a significant number for the government. The 2010 Conservative Manifesto included the first of many failed promises to get the figure down to the tens of thousands, until at the 2019 election, the party pledged simply to get overall numbers down. They have failed to do that. Net migration was then around 271,000. The figure for the year to last June put it at 504,000. And later this morning, the number for the calendar year 2022 is expected to be significantly higher still. The annual data will still include tens of thousands of Ukrainians and Hong Kong citizens given special visas by the Home Office. International students and skilled workers will add hundreds of thousands more. The government had promised that Brexit would control Britain's borders, and while the focus has been on illegal migration, for every person arriving in a small boat, around 25 others entered the country legally.
Mark Easton there. So that's the UK perspective. What's driving this? We'll go to Hong Kong later, but first let's speak to our West Africa correspondent in Lagos, Nigeria, Mayeni Jones. Morning to you, Mayeni. Does Nigeria feel like a place where lots of people are leaving, are trying to leave to move to the UK?
Morning, James. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a phenomenon here called japa, which is a Yoruba word, which means to flee or escape. And it's become, it's trended on social media over the last year, and it's become a major topic of conversation, particularly for young Nigerians who are looking for opportunities to leave the country at a time when inflation's at 20%, unemployment, particularly amongst young people, is at 40%, and many young people feeling that perhaps their future lies elsewhere than Nigeria.
There's a very strong, quite often bitter debate in the UK about migration, a sort of hostile environment, as it were, that the current government is seeking to produce, at least in terms of illegal migration. Is that something young Nigerians thinking about heading to the UK are factoring in?
I think there's a difference between kind of what the government's rhetoric has been and the fact that since Britain leaving the EU, it has become a lot easier for particularly young, educated, middle-class Nigerians to relocate to the UK. I mean, the latest figures aren't out yet, but there were figures published in February that showed that at least 251,000 Nigerians had moved to the UK. And that's just because it's become so much easier to get student visas, to get work permits, particularly if you work in the medical field or other specialized fields. So people are aware of the rhetoric, but when they're applying for their visas, the threshold has been lowered, and a lot of Nigerians are very highly educated, so they qualify as part of the new kind of point-based system in the UK. So they've been taking advantage of that and relocating.
But presumably that's also going to have a big impact on Nigeria, that sort of brain drain.
Absolutely. The Nigerian Medical Association's been saying for several months now that things are reaching kind of critical levels when it comes to how much medical staff they're losing. They said that 13,000 health professionals had left Nigeria between 2021 and 2022. And lately, it's been noticed that, it seems at least 3 Nigerian trained doctors are being licensed in the UK, at least between the months of February and March. So an astonishing number of medical professionals are leaving the country. I spoke to a number of them for a piece I wrote about why they're relocating, and they say, their pay is just too low here, but also they're not getting opportunities to grow professionally. They're not being given, the kind of medical challenges that they might face in an advanced economy like the UK. So many of them have decided to leave and take their families with them.
Manny Jones talking to us live from Lagos.
Now, well, the idea of borderless continent has been running for a long time in Africa. But 60 years ago, when the African Union, or rather its predecessor, the Organization of African Unity, was set up, it got an additional impetus. There was a hope that citizens could trade and move freely between countries without lots of complicated bureaucracy there. But that idea is still far off from becoming a reality. Despite various regional free trade agreements, there have been a lot of opposition to it. Today, a Pan-African advocacy organization called Africans Rising is marking the day by calling for a borderless Africa. I have with me Hardy Yakubu, who is the movement coordinator for Africans Rising, who's joining us from Ghana. Now, Hardy, what are the biggest obstacles?
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to all Africans across the world on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the African Liberation Day. The concept of borderless Africa, as we have outlined it, it's a noble idea about the freedom of movement, freedom of expression, and freedom of association and interaction amongst Africans. Today, we have different levels of obstacles for travel within Africa in terms of visa, in terms of border restrictions that basically restrict access to our own continent. And that has significant negative effects on intra-African trade, on employment, on economic growth and development.
But there are many countries, Hardy, which are struggling economically as well. Countries like Ghana, which have recently applied for financial aid from international agencies. So how do you plan to achieve this borderless Africa idea without triggering a mass movement of people from poorer nations to the other ones that are doing better?
No, so the point of economic struggle is actually the main argument for borderless Africa, because it is not for the absence of economic activity that this is happening. If you look at the data and the economic statistics, however, you see that most of the economic activity, and especially trade, in Africa is directed outward. Data from UNCTAD indicates that intra-African trade is only 15% as opposed to 60% in Europe and elsewhere. So it means that 85%, a whole 85% of our trade as Africans is directed outward, to America, Asia, and Europe. So you cannot have economic development, you cannot have economic prosperity if everything you are doing is directed to the needs of people elsewhere.
Right.
So the concept of borderless Africa, allowing free movement of people, is something that can catalyze economic growth, employment, and all of that. And so many studies have shown this. Shown this to be
the
true.
idea
That's why
itself,
we are.
a lot of challenges there. Hadi Yakubu, I'm afraid we have to end it there. Joining us from Ghana.
Let's go back to our top story this morning, the death of the singing superstar Tina Turner, known as the Queen of Rock and Roll. Speaking to the BBC's Colin Patterson earlier, Chris Rhodes shared his memories of the legend. He worked on tour with her in 1985.
She's the hardest working person I've ever seen in my life. I mean, we would do 5 nights, 500 miles apart on a bus, all around the United States, Europe, wherever. And she would add shows and go, we do 6 nights. You know what I mean? We're like, no, we can't do another show. No, but if Tina can do it, we did it. It's funny because when you're 25, she was 45 at the time. You're just a kid, but seeing things for the first time. I came from California, so I thought the whole world was like California. Well, guess what? It's not. But she lives in a wonderful place in Switzerland. I got to go to her house, maybe 7-8 years ago. And I got to see her then, and that was wonderful. She's a wonderful lady. I mean, so spiritual, and she just dances in your heart. You just feel that rhythm and that pulse. And I've never seen anybody with the power of a microphone so close. I was right in the front stage, and she danced with these ramps, and I kind of fly a camera crane in the air. It'll be the first time they ever did that. You know what? I've never seen a woman, especially in high heels. And I heard that she taught Mick Jagger
to dance.
Dance, yeah. And she'll dance forever in our heart, in my heart, your heart. Every human being that hears that voice, the power of her voice, was just unbelievable. Just so raw, so bluesy, but then you can't even say bluesy because it was like a voice that just came out of a church. Seriously, that's all I would say is probably a gospel church. She will be that sound that converted gospel into probably rock music was her. And she's the queen. If there's a king, maybe Elton John's the king and she's the queen.
The Queen of Rock and Roll, Chris Rhodes, with his memories of Tina Turner. You've sent in so many of yours, trying to read a few of them in the next hour if we can. But Francis from Uganda said that the song he loved, What's Love Got to Do With It, was played on his brother's wedding. And Francis says, thank you for being a heartthrob to us and being a therapist to us through music. We love you. Rest in peace, our legend, Tina.
This is the BBC World Service, and on the food chain this week...
Okay, so you can cook, but can you teach? I'm Ruth Alexander, and I'm talking to 3 chef-turned-culinary school teachers about why they made the career move, what it takes to train tomorrow's chefs, and what their students really need to know.
The Food Chain, today at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT. At 7:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Today, film music dominates the industry in India. It accounts for around 70% of music sales, but trends are changing, and the biggest music companies are making more efforts to invest in regional music than ever before. We ask why and what kind of money artists are making.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and Welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina Gupta and James Cocknell. There's been more violence in Sudan and a week-long ceasefire between the rival military forces appears to be breaking down. We'll go to Egypt, where more than 100,000 Sudanese are taking shelter.
The Republican Ron DeSantis launches his bid to be the United States president in a glitchy Twitter space.
Tina Turner, the queen of rock and roll, has died at the age of 83.
I'm really proud of what my future as a star became. I feel proud that I hold that in my hand.
Tina won 8 Grammy Awards and was also inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We bring you reaction and tributes.
We'll have sports too, and a stirring support for Vinicius Jr., the Real Madrid player, after the recent case of racial abuse against him. That's after the latest world news.
Hello, I'm David Harper with the BBC News. Technical glitches have marred the long-awaited declaration by the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's US presidential election. A conversation with Twitter's billionaire owner Elon Musk to kick off his campaign was delayed when the platform's live stream malfunctioned. Ron DeSantis is widely seen as the biggest challenger to the former President Donald Trump. Here's Sarah Smith.
In conversation with Twitter's owner Elon Musk and later on Fox News, he touted his handling of COVID and his anti-lockdown stance. He'd said he would declare a border emergency to try to stem illegal immigration and pledged to continue what he calls his war on woke, which includes laws to keep progressive ideas out of Florida schools. Opinion polls suggest Mr. DeSantis is currently trailing far behind Donald Trump. He hopes that by selling himself as having Trump-like policies, but without all the drama and chaos that surrounds the former president, he can win over a wide range of Republican voters.
Western intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks across the United States. The US National Security Agency and its allies said similar activities could be occurring globally. Sanjay Dasgupta reports.
Microsoft said the group, codenamed Volt Typhoon, had targeted US cyber infrastructure across numerous key industries, adding that its actions were focused on gathering intelligence rather than causing immediate disruption. A Microsoft advisory said the group was working to disrupt critical communications infrastructure between the United States and Asia to stymie efforts during future crises. US media reports say the computer code had raised alarms when first detected in Guam, because Guam has a vast American airbase and was likely to be a centerpiece of any US response to an invasion or blockade of Taiwan.
Roman Catholic bishops in Bolivia have acknowledged that the church had been deaf to the suffering of child victims of sexual abuse as a scandal involving paedophile priests has rocked the country. The church said it faced a painful moment and would set up 2 commissions to determine responsibilities. The Secretary General of the Bishops' Conference, Monsignor Giovanni Arana, called on witnesses to come forward.
Pedimos también a todas las personas.
We ask all persons who have suffered or have knowledge of sexual abuse to go to the places we will set up for the reception of complaints, and at the same time, to do the same with the public authorities. We reiterate our commitment to the Public Prosecutor's Office, the police, and the judiciary to cooperate with the investigations that are carried out to clarify the facts and the transparent administration of justice.
The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground. Tugboats were used to free the Hong Kong-flagged vessel, which had blocked other vessels from passing. World news from the BBC. The government of Bangladesh has said it's committed to holding free and fair elections and will take steps to prevent any interference in the polls. The statement comes a day after the United States said it would impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who were found to be complicit in undermining the general elections. A court in the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, has sentenced a union leader to 2 years in prison for leading a casino workers' strike. Chim Sitar was arrested last year and charged with incitement to commit a felony. She'd been campaigning for the reinstatement of hundreds of employees laid off in Phnom Penh during the COVID pandemic. Tributes have been paid to the American soul and pop superstar Tina Turner, who's died aged 83. She rose to fame in the 1960s, performing with her then-husband Ike. After her divorce, she went on to find even greater success as a solo artist. The American soul singer P.P. Arnold, who began her career with the Ike and Tina Turner Revue, told the BBC it was Tina Turner who got her into music.
It was never that
ambition of mine, and an answer to a prayer led me to meet Tina Turner one afternoon in an audition. I never planned to be a professional singer, and it was her enthusiasm and insistence that I sort of like joined the review and become an I Get that turned my life around.
Hundreds of people will gather in London later to honour one of the last of the so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Retired Flight Sergeant Peter Brown came to Britain as a teenager to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. When he died in December, aged 96, he had no known relatives, but a public appeal attracted a huge response. About 500 people are expected, including friends, neighbours, members of the military and the Jamaican community. And that's the latest. BBC News.
Thank you for that news, David Harper, and welcome to Newsday. Namaste, I'm Devina Gupta, and you are with the BBC World Service. James is with me in the studio as well. This half hour, we'll head to Sudan to know more about the refugee crisis that has been triggered by the conflict there. We'll also go across to Singapore to know more about the debt deal that the US has been trying to achieve with Katie Silver. George has a sports, and we are also paying tribute throughout the program to Tina Turner, singer and sports star who has passed away. You can send us a text or WhatsApp message with your memories of Tina or about anything you hear on Newsday. This is our number, +44 77 86 20 5085.
Ceasefire? What ceasefire? That's the reaction of so many in Sudan as fighting has continued in the capital Khartoum and elsewhere. And that's despite the commitment of the warring parties, the Sudanese armed forces and the paramilitary group, the Rapid Support Forces, to hold fire for a week. Civil society groups are also warning of attacks and displacement in Zilinji in West Darfur. They say militias aligned to the Rapid Support Forces have been targeting army positions, but also businesses and homes. All of this is making it impossible for much needed humanitarian aid to be distributed. And so the flood of people fleeing continues. More than 1 million are thought to be on the move, and more than 100,000 are now in Egypt, Sudan's northern neighbour. From there, we're joined by the global spokesperson for the United Nations Refugee Agency, UNHCR, Shabir Mantou. Welcome to the programme. Tell us then about some of the stories the Sudanese people you've met are telling you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I am actually in Cairo today, where most of the people that are arriving into the country fleeing from Sudan are trying to make their way across. So they're trying to come to Cairo or other urban cities. And the stories that we've seen are truly heartbreaking, very shocking. People have fled in such dire conditions. They have many of them have left with just plastic bags carrying their possessions without medical treatment. Many of them have told me how hard it was to make the journey out of Sudan. There were limited buses, very little ways to get out of the country, and the fees were exorbitant. So they spent days or weeks just waiting to be able to leave. And when they did, they told me they would have to share seats with 2 people at a time just to get across. And then when they reached the border, they said there was a sense of relief that they were able to access safety, but they still were in a great sense of shock and trauma, and their journey didn't end there. They would then move on from the border to Cairo and other urban areas. So we're seeing a lot of humanitarian needs, people who are in dire medical conditions that require urgent assistance, aid and support. Shelter is a huge concern for them. You have a huge diaspora here in Egypt, but also the local community opening their homes, but people are living, you have multiple families sharing a room each. So there are a lot of needs. Egypt has kept its borders open to those that are fleeing, but they really need more international support to help sustain them.
Yeah, and on that issue of the borders, yes, it is open, but it's difficult for young men in particular to get a visa. They do need a visa to get a visa quickly. And we've heard accounts of people saying they're going to have to spend a month on the border before getting across. Is there a way, do you think, that process can be speeded up? Because there's such a backlog of people on Egypt's borders that it's incredibly frustrating and in some cases dangerous for people to be there.
Yeah, for sure. What we've been advocating for since the start of the conflict is that for all countries neighbouring Sudan to make sure their borders are open for people who are fleeing the conflict. That is integral, and that has to happen. So we're in constant dialogue with Egypt and other countries to see how we can ensure that any impediments can be addressed. But we do know that people continue to cross every day. Here we have thousands of people apparently coming into the country each day. So the numbers are increasing. Just last week we were looking at just over 110,000 people, but as of today we have about 145,000 people from Sudan and Egypt. So it is remarkable. I think we have to acknowledge that tremendous hospitality and welcome they have been received, but for sure that we do need to make sure that all countries neighbouring Sudan and those further afield that are receiving Sudanese people fleeing the conflict ensure that they can access territory and receive protection.
That situation you describe in Egypt with many people going to extended family or people they may know in urban areas. So we're perhaps a long way from the image of the refugee camp in somewhere out in the desert, say, where everyone is clustered in one location. Does that provide particular challenges then for an organisation like yours that wants to help people?
Actually, we advocate for refugees to be able to live in urban areas or with local communities. So it is actually a great thing that people can access that safety. Then when they are with local communities, they're able to access services. And that's why this community-based response is so important. But at the same time, you're right. And we don't have the same visibility, unfortunately, on the crisis as we do perhaps with other refugee situations. And it's quite remarkable. I cover different emergencies, but I find that not many people are aware, for instance, that Egypt or that neighbouring countries are receiving thousands of people from Sudan each day. So we do hope that there will be some level of visibility, that the world won't turn away to the situation here. Neighbouring countries are doing a remarkable job of receiving new arrivals, but they really need more resources and support to sustain this response.
Shabir Mantu, thanks so much. Global spokesperson for UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency.
She was simply the best, a song title and now description used by so many for the multi-award winning soul and pop singing legend, Tina Turner, who has died at the age of 83. Tributes to the Queen of Rock and Roll have been pouring in all night from across the music industry and beyond.
Yeah, and from U2, Jude Obeto in Ekiti State, Nigeria, says Tina Turner gave rock and roll a new colour. She swept me off her feet with her masterpiece, What's Love Got to Do With This? And Suniva, currently living in Switzerland, said this Tina Turner always meant happiness to me. So many happy memories as a child, as a teenager, listening to her songs. Powerful joy and happiness is what she means. So I'm so sad. Tina Turner has suffered a number of health issues in recent years, including cancer, a stroke, and kidney failure. Born Anna Mae Bullock in the state of Tennessee in the US, she became famous in the late 1960s, performing as a duo in a turbulent musical partnership with her abusive husband, Ike Turner. A stunning solo career followed. Overall, she sold more than 180 million albums worldwide. 3 years ago, she sat down with the BBC's Will Gompertz and spoke about her life.
You know what I'm proud of?
Yes, go on.
That at this age, there's still something happening with a career. My music doesn't sound old style. There's a musical that's a hit. So aside of being really tired of talking about myself, I'm really proud of what my future as a star became. I feel proud that I hold that in my hand.
The BBC's Will Gompertz talking to the legendary Tina Turner. In 2018, scholar Daphne A. Brooks has also written about Tina Turner. She said that her swagger, sensuality, gravelly vocals, and unstoppable energy were her trademarks and still evoke the kind of euphoria that remains synonymous with rock and roll. And she commended her trailblazing impact as a middle-aged Black woman. So I caught up with Daphne, who's now a professor at Yale's Department of African American Studies, to hear more about how Turner rose to superstardom.
If we go back to thinking about the ways in which she initially partnered up with Ike Turner artistically, it was, from beneath the bandstand. She saw the spectacular energy and virtuosity of what the very complicated Ike Turner was doing and decided she wanted and needed to be a part of that. And for a teenage Black girl in the mid-20th century to make that kind of a decision and a leap, to want to be on stage, to want to inhabit this really kind of electrifying transitional popular music, this moving from gut bucket blues to early R&B to nascent rock and roll, to want to be at the center of that calls for, a level of ingenuity and bravery.
And during that time, when Tina Turner was going on her road to stardom, she was also trying to connect with an evolving pop phenomenon. And that's something that you've written a lot about, how she managed to change the way she sang songs, and her delivery has also gone through series of changes during that time.
Yes, she really kind of marks and encapsulates and pushes forward these transitions in terms of modern rock and roll singing, which becomes modern pop singing writ large. This is a woman who understood and absorbed the blues, early rock and roll, but she combined it with the kind of euphoric aggressiveness of rock and roll and the power, the energy that one needed to be able to completely seize upon in order to navigate amplified, electrified sound, which is one of the reasons why famously Phil Spector was drawn to the uniqueness of her voice. He thought he heard something in her voice that could stand up to his wall of sound. And that literally was the case in River Deep, Mountain High.
And also her own personal struggles with domestic abuse and a failed marital relationship at that time. Do you think the way she sort of used her personal struggle as an inspiration is what makes her globally appealing as an artist?
I definitely think it's one of the signature ways in which we've come to love Tina Turner, is to see the ways in which she triumphed over struggle, over, violent patriarchal tyranny within the home and also within the industry, and over physical violence that was so shocking. And the ways in which she did that, anticipated and created the conditions for the Me Too era that we are still living with and navigating and trying to fully reckon with. So that is certainly one of the main reasons why Tina Turner has been so beloved, especially to women globally. But I think sometimes that story has come at the expense of really fully embracing the extent to which she was a musical and entertainment genius, one of the greatest entertainers of all time. And, in the context of the 20th century, someone who embodied pop culture, 20th century transformations and revolutions.
And from her time to modern time singers as well, she's continued to inspire the likes of Beyonce, Rihanna, Cardi B. And it's not just her choreography, her dressing style, but the way she sort of represented Black women during her time. How much do they actually owe to Tina, these stars that have made their own careers out of following Tina Turner?
Well, they all owe it to Tina. I think Beyonce would be the first in line to claim that. I think you can see this through line, especially once Tina Turner came back to us. We got the gift of Tina Turner again in the 80s with her phenomenal comeback record, the Private Dancer album. And from that moment on, you can see the ways that icons like Janet Jackson and Beyonce and Rihanna, as you've mentioned, all were able to claim the legacies of the strength and autonomy of what Tina Turner represented. She had this world-making power. When she inhabited the stage, it was about introducing this new modern grammar of Black womanhood in popular music culture. And that's now the lexicon for all of these entertainers. Mary J. Blige, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, it goes on and on.
That was Daphne A. Brooks joining me from the US, now professor at Yale's Department of African American Studies. But we've been getting a lot of tributes about Tina Turner from our audiences, and literally our studio has turned into this mini concert hall because there are TV screens in the studio and they've been playing Tina's concert tapes constantly. So James, one word that comes to your mind when you think of Tina Turner?
Oh wow, one word. That's tough. Iconic, I think I'll go for. Yeah, we get lots of tributes in, as you say, people trying to define her. Actually, Franco in Jamaica, a big fan, says he's melancholy along with everyone else, but says there are absolutely no adjectives to describe this dynamo of a woman. And Abuga from Nairobi says Tina is gone, but her nice music and wonderful voice will live on forever. Rest in peace, Tina.
Energy for me. Energy is that word. George Addo Jr. is with us. He has got all the sports story. But George, one word for you, for Tina.
I go for persistence because she was going despite the troubles, and that was lovely to see. You're right. Let's do the sports then, guys. Look, police in Tennessee have made a welfare check on basketball star Ja Morant after he left messages on his Instagram accounts that sparked concern. The Memphis Grizzlies star shared a series of cryptic messages to his family on social media 11 days after his latest gun controversy. The deleted messages were shared to his followers on Instagram and addressed to his sister, mom, dad, and daughter before a final post said bye. The posts certainly have come 11 days after the 23-year-old was caught waving a gun on Instagram Live for a second time. The police say he's fine. Real Madrid's players and fans showed support for Vinicius Junior as they beat Rayo Vallecano 2-1 at the Bernabeu. The win was the club's first match since the Brazilian forward was racially abused at Valencia on Sunday. And La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius Junior on social media. Vinicius and Tebas were involved in a Twitter row after the forward said the Spanish league belongs to racists. Manchester United will seal qualification to the Champions League if they avoid defeat to Chelsea in the Premier League on Thursday.
But persistence is the theme for sports, isn't it, George Addo Jr.? Thank you for that.
Now, the Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground. You may remember a crisis a couple of years ago when it took a lot longer to clear the waters after a giant container ship became stuck. Let's get more from our business correspondent, Katie Silver. Katie, it sounds a lot better than last time.
That's right. So it was just several hours this time. So the vessel is the Sien Hai Tong. It's 23. It's a bulk carrier that sails under the Hong Kong flag. And we understand that it had set sail from Saudi Arabia. And then after it had an engine malfunction whilst it was in the canal, it ran aground. It started being positioned more at an angle towards the canal's eastern side, and then it looked like it was moved and was pointing south. To make it better, basically, a number of Egyptian tugboats worked to refloat it. We understand it was delayed due to the failure of the ship's winch. It took a few hours for that reason. Now we understand it's being towed out, and that's when shipping activity will resume again through one of the world's busiest waterways. It's estimated to take about 2 hours until the convoys are going to be back up and running.
And the Suez Canal is really, really important, not just to Egypt, but to the economy of the world, really.
That's right. About 12% of the world's trade runs through it. And it's because it's the shortest shipping route between Europe and Asia. And as you mentioned, of course, there was that time back in 2021, March 2021, strong winds, and the huge container ship, the Ever Given, became jammed across the canal. Now, that stopped boat traffic in both directions for about 6 days, massively impacting global trade. Hundreds of vessels were backlogged during that 6-day period. And there was an estimation, for example, at the time from Lloyd's list, it suggested that it was holding up an estimated almost $10 billion of trade along the waterway each day. If you do the maths on that, that's about almost $7 million a minute, James.
Wow. Katie Silver, thank you. Now to US politics. The Republican presidential hopeful, Ron DeSantis, has launched his White House bid for 2024. He's seen as one of the only candidates who might be able to beat the former president, Donald Trump, to the nomination. The Florida governor set up an interview with Elon Musk on Twitter Spaces to announce his candidacy. But the discussion was plagued by technical problems. The audio cut out before Mr. DeSantis could say a word. Almost 20 minutes of glitches followed before the exchange began, a somewhat inauspicious start. Our BBC correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, sent this report.
Our border is a disaster.
A big American flag, dramatic music, and a warning only he can fix the problems. Just what you'd expect from a candidate aiming for the top job.
Are you there? Can you hear us? I think you're.
I'm here.
But over on social media, SpaceX owner Elon Musk was unable to officially launch Governor Ron DeSantis on his Twitter Spaces.
So I think we're back online here.
There were constant glitches. Eventually, it took off.
We had a huge audience. It was the biggest they'd ever had.
But the governor played it down on his Fox News interview 2 hours later and laid out his presidential agenda.
Day one, it's a national emergency. We'll mobilize.
Ron DeSantis is the man who Republicans see as Donald Trump without the drama, a conservative hero who won the governorship here in Florida last year by a landslide victory.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
In the state, he has expanded gun ownership laws, limited abortion access, and restricted sex and gender identity education in public schools. The governor has also waged a war with a kingdom. Disney World and Ron DeSantis are in a legal battle, and that war isn't ending anytime soon.
In Florida, gender ideology has no place in our schools. And if that means taking on Disney to make sure that's the case, we will do it.
All of us against the state. Take them down, take them down, take them down.
We're outside a hotel in downtown Miami, and it's thought to be the hotel where Ron DeSantis' donors have been meeting. We don't know if the man himself is inside the hotel, but there are plenty of protesters outside, making it quite clear how they feel about the governor. He is hugely popular here. We know that after his landslide victory in the governorship race last year during the midterm elections, but he's also a very controversial figure due to his hardline conservative policies. There are people carrying signs accusing him of being a dictator, accusing him of killing Florida, accusing him of being anti-gay and anti-transgender as well. The big question for him now, however, is can he appeal to enough Americans outside of the Sunshine State to win a national election?
Let's see, there it is, Trump at 71, Ron DeSanctimonious at 10%.
Polls suggest at the moment he can't beat Donald Trump, who sees him as his rival. He's nicknamed him DeSanctimonious and recently The Sinking Ship. But here on the streets of Miami, some Republican voters like Lauren Hayden say don't rule the governor out.
With female voters, they tend to focus on how the politician is speaking, his cadence, his tone, his vocabulary, and Ron DeSantis is a better speaker, and so women will actually tend to favor DeSantis.
Well, I think that, Trump will be at the head of the ticket, and he's going to pick Ron DeSantis as his vice president.
Donald Trump supporter James Davis has hopes of another scenario.
I like Ron DeSantis. I have met him. I have had a few words with him. I think he's a good guy, but I don't think he's ready for a president at this stage of the game. He's got so much more to learn.
We proved that it can be done. We chose facts
Ron
over
DeSantis
fear.
comes with a big war chest of money and a lot of hype. American political history is littered with those who try to be president. Ron DeSantis may join them or go the distance.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
So, Ron DeSantis is in the race for the White House 2024. Nominee Iqbal sending that report. And some of the sort of tension she was picking up on reflected in your messages, actually, because Chris L. in the United States writes that it's distressing that people like DeSantis are threatening our lives as marginalized people. Meanwhile, Alison Mara in Kono, Sierra Leone, says Trump is my candidate. Plenty of reactions to our top story, the death of the singing star Tina Turner. Darius Weir Gigbe, a Liberian student studying in Uganda, says, "Good morning, Newsday. I'm part of a generation of young people that have so much admiration for the songs of the old days. The death of the legendary Tina Turner is sad, but we're grateful for the contribution she left behind. May her soul rest in peace." This is Newsday with Davina and James.
This is the BBC World Service, where Cressy Twig from BBC Monitoring is tracking global trends.
We live in times of information wars, where narratives compete to influence your views. At BBC Monitoring, we track and analyze media in 100 languages from all over the world. Radio Tehran.
Right, we must go now to Moscow.
Zooming in on local and global trends through the lens of the world's media.
In this episode, across Africa, in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Chad, you can hear this. Rallies with Russian flags and portraits of Vladimir Putin. Why is this happening thousands of miles away from Moscow? How is the Kremlin's propaganda finding local appeal? And what's Russia's endgame in Africa?
Global Jigsaw. Sunday at 10:30 GMT.
Hello, welcome to Newsday from the BBC World Service with Davina Gupta and James Cotnell.
This half hour, America's National Security Agency and Microsoft say that state-sponsored Chinese hackers have infiltrated critical infrastructure in the United States and elsewhere. We go to Australia to get a reaction from there.
We're also going to pay tributes to Tina Turner. The star has passed away at the age of 83.
BBC News with David Harper. A live social media event to launch the presidential campaign of Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has been beset by technical problems. The broadcast on Twitter was delayed when the live stream failed. Intelligence officials in the US, together with Microsoft, have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks. They say the group is looking to disrupt critical communications between the US and Asia during future crises. Catholic bishops in Bolivia have issued a statement admitting the church was deaf to the suffering of children who were sexually abused by priests. Last month, it was revealed that hundreds of children were abused over decades, many at Catholic boarding schools. The authorities in Cambodia have rejected an appeal by the main opposition party, meaning it will not be allowed to run in July's national elections. The country's authoritarian leader will now stand largely unopposed. A union leader in Cambodia has been sentenced to 2 years in jail for leading a strike of casino workers. Human rights groups have criticised the move. The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground, blocking the passage. Tugboats were used to free the Hong Kong-flagged ship. The government of Bangladesh has said it's committed to holding free and fair elections. On Wednesday, the United States said it would impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who'd undermined next year's poll. Hundreds of people will gather in London later for the funeral service of one of the last so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Peter Brown came to the UK from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. And tributes have been paid to award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who's died after a long illness at the age of 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé described Tina Turner as a beautiful spirit and the epitome of passion and power. BBC News.
Thank you, David Harper, for that news. Hello, welcome and namaste to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Davina and James. In this half hour, allegations of China hacking critical infrastructure, a global view on migration to the UK, an iconic tree falls in Sierra Leone, and throughout the program, we've been hearing your tributes to Tina Turner, who has passed away. You can add your voice or text messages and send us your views about Newsday. And if you have a message on this day when Tina Turner has passed away, just send it to +44 7786 205085.
Late on Wednesday, the US National Security Agency said that it had identified a state-sponsored cyber actor from China targeting critical infrastructure networks across the country. Australia has joined the US and other security agencies around the world to identify China as the culprit behind these apparent recent cyber attacks. And we're joined live now by the Australian Senator James Paterson, Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and for Cyber Security, on the line from Canberra. Welcome to the programme. What do we know then about the cyber attack?
We know that it's been attributed by Five Eyes intelligence agencies to a Chinese-sponsored entity, that it was targeting critical infrastructure, and that it used a highly sophisticated vulnerability in Microsoft products, effectively called living off the land, which means it wasn't trying to install its own malware on someone else's device. It was taking advantage of existing features of the software system installed on their computers, which makes it incredibly hard to detect.
And with potentially quite big impacts for the US, at least?
Very significantly, and it is my judgment that if this is happening in the United States, then it's happening in every other Five Eyes country as well, and that our critical infrastructure is equally vulnerable. Experts have testified before our Intelligence Committee in Australia that it's highly likely that there is a dormant presence on our critical infrastructure networks waiting to be activated as a prelude to a regional or global security crisis.
Right. So what sort of thing could activation result in then?
Well, these presences are often found on electricity networks, on telecommunication networks, on payment system networks, on water or gas grids. And the purpose to be on there is there's only one purpose, which is to destabilise or shut them down in the event of a crisis. And the wider geopolitical or strategic purpose of that is to force a country to be inwardly focused rather than outwardly focused if there is to be a regional or global security crisis.
Yeah, you mentioned Five Eyes, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia and New Zealand, identifying then these particular concerns. What do you feel then should the response of, let's say, Australia be to what's being revealed here?
The first step is calling it out publicly. It's very important to publicly attribute this behaviour as we have, because that is a part of deterring this behaviour by calling it out, because the countries who are held responsible for it typically don't like to be publicly identified for it. Secondly, though, I think there have to be further consequences. A component of Australia's Magnitsky human rights sanctions regime, which the UK and the US have as well, is it allows us to sanction them for offensive cyber activity against us. We've not used that provision in our Magnitsky legislation, and other countries don't have that provision in their legislation. But if collectively we sanction the people directly responsible, that would be an additional deterrent.
This all occurs in the context of growing tensions between Australia and China, between the US and China. It's perhaps a symptom of a broader problem here.
It certainly is, and it's not just our countries and China. There's virtually no diplomatic relationship that China has which isn't strained in some way, because the Chinese government is adopting an increasingly assertive and domineering attitude in the world. It believes, because of its growth and size and stature, that it has the right to dictate to other countries, not just in its own region, but all around the world, as people as far-flung as Lithuania have learned to their detriment, that it believes we have to go along with their policy preferences, including on domestic matters.
There'll be people listening around the world thinking that might sum up the US too. And there'll be people thinking, well, probably the US and yeah, why not? Australia are right now trying to hack China in just the way that you believe China is hacking the US.
I think there are differences in the way that we operate. Certainly, let's be honest, we all have cybersecurity agencies which have both offensive capabilities and defensive capabilities. But we are liberal democracies, we are rule of law countries, and we are not trying to subjugate the sovereignty of our neighbours and our partners. We respect them and we seek to uphold them. What China is quite openly trying to do is to override our sovereignty and dictate to us. It was very clearly articulated in what has become an infamous list of 14 demands that the Chinese embassy released a number of years ago in the height of their economic coercion campaign against us, where they quite openly stated the things they expected us to compromise on in return to a normal trading relationship. And that included things like our politicians, our journalists and our think tanks ceasing to criticise China for its human rights abuses against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang.
Now, as far as I'm aware, we haven't had a response yet from Beijing to all this, but even given the strained relationship between your country and China, is there a dialogue on these sorts of issues? There's the public calling out, as you said. Are talks going on behind closed doors?
I'm not the best person to talk to that as a member of the opposition here in Australia rather than the government, but I think it's fair to say that when we make a decision to publicly attribute it, that is a reflection that a very high threshold has been met. There is often cyber attacks from China that are not publicly attributed, but when we have a level of confidence that it can be attributed and we go public about it, that reflects the depth of concern and the failure through other means to resolve this issue.
Senator James Paterson, Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and for Cybersecurity in Australia, talking to us live there from Canberra.
Now, migration has been a hot political topic in the UK for several years now, and anxiety about people coming to the UK from abroad was a prime factor in the vote to leave the European Union. The current Conservative government has repeatedly promised to bring down the numbers of people arriving in Britain, but figures released later today will show that last year net migration reached 700,000. well above the previous high of 500,000. In a moment, we'll go to Hong Kong, but first, let's hear from our home editor, Mark Easton.
Net migration has long been a significant number for the government. The 2010 Conservative Manifesto included the first of many failed promises to get the figure down to the tens of thousands, until at the 2019 election, the party pledged simply to get overall numbers down. They have failed to do that. Net migration was then around 271,000. The figure for the year to last June put it at 504,000. And later this morning, the number for the calendar year 2022 is expected to be significantly higher still. The annual data will still include tens of thousands of Ukrainians and Hong Kong citizens given special visas by the Home Office. International students and skilled workers will add hundreds of thousands more. The government had promised that Brexit would control Britain's borders, and while the focus has been on illegal migration, for every person arriving in a small boat, around 25 others entered the country legally.
That was the BBC's Mark Easton. Now, what's the story behind where people are coming from? There are different reasons. In Hong Kong in particularly, we have seen there's been a mass wave of people coming from there to the UK. Why is that? The BBC's Martin Yip is joining us now. So Martin, what's the number of migrants that we're expecting to see in this report from Hong Kong, and what's the reason?
Well, so the figure we have now is something back in May. So we might have something new later today in this new Home Office report. But between the end of January in 2021 to the end of December last year, 2022, there's some 105,000 people from Hong Kong. Basically, they are all British national overseas or the dependents who've moved to the UK under this particular visa scheme called BNO visa, Hong Kong BNO visa. And that's all originated from Beijing's proclamation of the Hong Kong national security law back in June 2020. It's been seen as a very as a draconian piece of law. There are arguments that Hong Kong's freedom have been stifled rapidly, and of course, both the Hong Kong and Beijing government denied it. Yet, once this kind of lifebound scheme, if you like, being launched, we saw an outflux of people with this number to UK and also to other places offering similar schemes like Canada, Australia, these Commonwealth countries. So that's basically the story behind it. People try to leave a way for freedom.
Given that the government here in the UK has announced a third year of support to help Hong Kongers settle into life in the UK, do you think it's this outflow is likely to continue?
It's hard to tell at the moment, and there is also because of a mix of information. There are people who moved to the UK apparently, according to some media reports from pro-Beijing media outlets, that's what I have to stress, that they just can't cope with the life in the UK as well as a rising costs in the UK. So some people are moving back. That's the allegation from the pro-Beijing, from some pro-Beijing media. But there are also counter-argument that even when there's a cost of living crisis in the UK, the rising cost in the UK is still cheaper than that of Hong Kong. So under all these mixed messages and the clear thing that this national security law is here to stay, the flow might still continue, but we just don't know how. We just have to wait and see how big the wave will keep going.
Martin Yip joining us from Hong Kong. Thank you for joining us.
It's Newsday on the BBC World Service, 43 minutes past the hour. Here are a couple of our main headlines. Ron DeSantis, largely seen as Donald Trump's biggest rival, has launched his campaign to be the Republican candidate in next year's US presidential nomination. And the musical superstar Tina Turner has passed away at the age of 83. Sam from Malawi says Tina Turner was a golden shining star, and her number, What's Love Got to Do With It, got me higher and higher. Her music lives on.
Well, that's my favorite too, James. What's love got to do with it now? Time for sports. George Addo Jr. with us.
And of course, Real Madrid were out on the pitch for the first time since forward Vinicius Jr. was racially abused by Valencia fans last weekend. Rodrigo scored a late winner as Real Madrid beat Rayo Vallecano 2-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. Madrid players and fans paid tribute to Vinicius, who had his 3-match red card ban overturned by La Liga in the wake of the controversy, but was still left out of the squad. So let's get some analysis and the latest on this fluid Vinicius story. And I'm joined by the Spanish football writer, Juan Castro. Good morning, Juan. Considering the build-up to this game was all about Vinicius, did his exclusion affect the atmosphere at the Bernabeu in any way?
Yes, good morning. It was a real emotional atmosphere. I mean, people, yes, didn't pay attention to the field. To the game because the attraction was the tribute that Vinicius receives. He was on the stand. He couldn't play because he was injured, and people just pay this emotional tribute to one Madridista who is really loved by the Real Madrid fans.
One La Liga president Javier Tebas says he did not mean to attack Vinicius on social media over his comments about the league. Is this an admission that La Liga must be more proactive in dealing with racism?
Yeah, I mean, apart from the Javier Tebas comment, I think La Liga has to be more proactive. I mean, it has not to be repeat this. Was what happened with Vinicius in Valencia. La Liga has to be more proactive, more serious rules. They have to ban stands. They have to even suspend the matches. So the only way to solve this kind of acts is to maybe suspend the match. When Vinicius received another racist insults by a stand, they have to suspend the match. That's the only way to do it.
And considering that this was, about the 10th time Vinicius has gone through this, you believe that this is a landmark, story or case to ensure that everybody gets up and running with this?
Has to be. It has to be. I mean, the Spanish football has a serious problem, and this it has to be the beginning of a new era. The beginning of that the racist has no place in a football, in a Spanish football stand. The beginning of a new situation in which any black player can be insulted. But this depends on the La Liga rules. If La Liga doesn't active new rules against that, this is not going to be solved.
One, the players wore Vinny's shirt before the game, and fans, of course, produced a tifo and standing ovation as he watched on. Are we likely to see more of this going forward, especially the coming games this weekend?
Yes, I mean, the emotional match was yesterday. I mean, I was there, and the emotional match was that. Probably Vinicius will play the last 2 matches. So in this, if he plays, that we think that he's gonna play, that can be also emotional match, even away. So I think from now on, people is going to, let's say, to love more a bit more Vinicius away and at home.
Thank you very much, Juan Castro, for your time as a Spanish football writer, and joined us with some analysis on this. Some quick lines before we go. Manchester United will see qualification to the Champions League if they avoid defeat to Chelsea in the Premier League game on Thursday. We look forward to that. And of course, the police in Tennessee have made a welfare check on basketball star Ja Morant. After he left messages on his Instagram account that sparked concern, the Memphis Grizzlies star shared a series of cryptic messages to his family on social media 11 days after his latest gun controversy. The deleted messages were shared to his followers on Instagram and addressed his sister, mom, dad, and daughter before a final post set by the police. Those say he's absolutely fine. And just the final line on ice hockey, Florida Panthers defeated the Carolina Hurricanes 4-3 in Game 4 of the NHL Eastern Conference Final on Wednesday night, completing the team's first 4-game sweep in franchise history. Now the Panthers will wait for the winner of the Western Conference Final between the Vegas Golden Knights and Dallas Stars. That's your sport.
George Addo Jr., thank you very much indeed. Coming up to 10 minutes to the hour, we're going to go to Freetown in Sierra Leone, and anyone who's been to that city will certainly have noticed the iconic towering cotton tree, hundreds of years old, in the centre of the city. Well, I'm sorry to say it was brought down by a heavy storm. Let's go and find out more from Amaru Fofana in Freetown. Amaru, what happened?
Hi, James. Well, it had actually been raining here, some heavy rainstorm about a week ago or so. One of the branches fell, and people thought that was it and that the tree would survive. But then last night, amid the rainstorm, the entire tree caved in. The trunk the trunk remains firmly rooted on the spot, though it's got to be said. But it is gone. The skyline in Freetown is changed, some would say forever.
Yeah, because it really dominated the skyline, didn't it? It's such a massive tree.
It did dominate the skyline. Somebody whispered to me last night when I went to the scene. He said it's like September 11th when the Twin Towers were brought down in New York. The skyline changed, and here it's changed. It was such a huge tropical tree of huge significance. Just about 100 meters away is the office of the president, and about 300 meters on the other side is what is known here as the Freedom Steps. So the freed slaves who are brought here from Nova Scotia walked up those steps, settled around under the cotton tree, offered prayers before going into mainland Freetown to use as a new home. And on the other side is what is now the Sierra Leone Post Office. That used to be the Court of Admiralty. So after the slave trade had been abolished by the British, all those rogue crews who were arrested were brought and tried in that building. So it's such a giant building, not just by its stature, but also its historical significance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just looking at President Julius Maada Bio's Twitter feed. He is saying it's a great loss to the nation and talking about a need to replace it, bring something to the same spot that bears testament to the great cotton tree's place in our history. Are there already suggestions about what could be done? Are we looking at a monument or plant another tree?
Well, we do not know. I would imagine that state officials will move there this morning to sort of like try to scratch their heads to know what happens next. Just a few meters away from the cotton tree also is the Sierra Leone National Museum. So definitely some people are saying that it could be of significance to keep at least some chunk of the tree in the museum, or some people are offering on social media that some carving should be made of the tree and kept inside that museum. We don't know, but like I said, the trunk is firmly rooted, and it is believed that the tree would, grow again. We don't know. Hopefully, when the president visits there this morning, as I understand he will, we'll be able to determine what the next steps are going to be.
Is there a lot of sadness about this?
Oh, some people definitely are sad. Some have called it horrific. Some say it's pathetic. Some say it's really very sad. But others, when I was there last night, and I have to say hundreds of people thronged around the cotton tree, others were joking about it. Some say the bottom of the tree have been used for witchcraft. Witches have been going there, and wizards keeping their stuff there. So it's good that it's gone. It's good riddance. And interestingly, it happened just a few weeks ago. A Christian leader here said that the cotton tree would fall, and he said that it had been a harbinger of witchcraft. So it depends on who you talk to. Some are mourning its disappearance, and others are just celebrating it.
Amaru Fofana talking to us live there from Freetown, Sierra Leone, now without its iconic cotton tree.
And a little bit more now on Tina Turner. The trauma of her private life has given a real emotional depth to Tina Turner's performances. She endured an abusive first marriage, life-threatening illness, and the suicide of her son. Later in life, she married her long-term partner, Erwin Back, as she described in her second volume of autobiography entitled My Love Story. We'll leave you now with an interview she gave in 2019 to our arts editor, Will Gomprez, talking about music, life, and health.
It was a mild stroke. It wasn't a heavy one.
And you were 73 at the time?
At the time, yes. I had overdone something, some kind of way, but I went to hospital to find out what this cramping sensation was. Immediately, they took me in and said, it's a mild stroke from the back of the head. And then they took me down the room, and I didn't believe it. They left the room, flop, hit the floor. The whole right side was gone. Then I had to will myself to walk, to make the leg walk. I thought I was the ultimate person to fix things. After that was the colon. They said, okay, we'll have to cut half of it out. So
because it was cancerous?
Yeah. So then they said, only one of your kidneys are functioning. Actually, what happened was I stopped medication for kidney because I was tired of the medicine, because the blood pressure medicine restricts you a little bit. So I went to the doctor and he said, if you don't do what we recommend, you will probably die. Death is not a problem for me. I don't really mind leaving. Anyway, Irvin said, no, I can give you one of my kidneys.
Since we've been together, ooh, loving you forever.
I said, oh, Irvin, you're young. I'm already older. It's okay. You just get used to me not being here. Oh, no, he didn't want that.
Let me be the one you come running to.
You say in the book in 1968, you tried to take your own life.
Right? My life was really down. That was the Ike and Tina days. That violence and how evil he was. It was every day, every moment. I did try to leave a couple of times. And the first time was when I had the experience of being whipped with a wire hanger. He treated me like I was a prisoner and he was the guard.
You got married to Ike. And just tell me about the wedding night, because it's unconventional.
Everything he did was conniving, and I was different. I was fairy tale-ish. I thought someone would ask you to marry and you to wear the white dress. And this was my wedding, a piece of paper pushed across when we signed. And after that, we went to a brothel and watched sex. It was really, that's even hard to really think about.
There is a tragic end to the book, and it tells the awful story, really, of your son's suicide.
Yes. Everything was going good for Craig. I have no idea what pulled him down except something that followed him with loneliness.
Phil Spector, David Bowie, Mick Jagger. Of all those creative relationships, which one was most important to you?
I think Phil Spector. I think so. He wanted me to sing, not deliver. Ike had me singing more of a gospel way. When I was a little girl, I had a rag doll. The melody of that song was, when I was a little girl, I had a rag doll. Only doll. And when that, I chill now.
Now I love you just the way.
It was another feeling to sing to that.
But only now my love has grown. And it gets stronger in every way.
You're 79 next month. How are you, Tina?
I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. I'm happier than I ever thought that life would become for me. I did fall a couple of days ago and broke something, so I was in the wheelchair and on the crutches. But now I'm going through my sick period, and I think that'll take me right into the 90s or whatever. I'll be around for a while.
That's the BBC's Will Comprets talking to Tina Turner, who passed away at the age of 83 today. We have now, we've been talking about Tina Turner and the tributes coming in. We've had James and George in the studio, but now have another special guest, Melinda Zichuri, our morning editor who's with us. So Melinda, your memories of Tina Turner?
Well, I can just remember when I was about 11 or 12, it was a dictatorship in Albania and we weren't allowed to watch foreign televisions and foreign singers. We didn't know anything about Tina Turner. And I remember that moment when I saw her live in this concert. We watched through Italian TV secretly. And I thought, who is this woman? Her voice was brilliant. Her presence in the stage, unbelievable. And from that moment on, I thought, like, God, she is my idol. I will always listen to her. And from that on, she was like the music in every secret parties we have when we were at school, because we weren't allowed openly. She was a brilliant voice to follow. And that's always been throughout these years for me.
Wow, such a powerful story. Music through those times for you.
Yeah, and so many thoughts echoing that, really. Brian Kanjo from Cameroon has texted in to say, WhatsApped in to say, Tina Turner, you left a mark in rock and roll music from the early days of my youth, just like Melinda in Albania. Your legacy cannot be forgotten in a hurry. Rest well with your maker, Tina. be forever be missed by the rock and roll community. We're going to leave you with a bit of Tina.
Do this. Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken?
This is the BBC World Service, and we're hitting the dance floors.
It's all about connection. Dancing, have fun. I'm Frank McQueenie and I'm in Salvador, Brazil. I'm finding out how the music scene here is changing perceptions of queer and black identities through freedom of expression, music and dance.
Let's get the party started.
Global Dance Floor at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, film music dominates the industry in India. It accounts for around 70% of music sales, but trends are changing, and the biggest music companies are making more efforts to invest in regional music than ever before. We ask why and what kind of money artists are making.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service. Japan has a glut of unoccupied homes.
Almost every day, when I go to my office, when I drive my car, I can observe several empty houses on the way.
Is it happening because the population's shrinking?
Demographic change is not the only reason for the dramatic increase in empty houses.
Or is something else going on?
The newer house tends to be more expensive, just like here in the UK. Japanese people often say your house will not be worth anything in 30 years' time, even if you have bought a brand new house.
As vacant homes increase, house builders seem busier than ever.
Japan has a really high vacancy rate for housing. The construction industry cannot really maintain the current scale.
This week we're asking, why are there millions of empty houses in Japan? The inquiry starts after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Technical glitches have marred the long-awaited declaration by the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's US presidential election. A conversation with Twitter's billionaire owner Elon Musk to kick off his campaign was delayed when the platform's live stream function malfunctioned. Our correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, reports.
Ron DeSantis is the man who Republicans see as Donald Trump without the drama, a conservative hero who won the governorship here in Florida last year by a landslide victory. In the state, he has expanded gun ownership laws, limited abortion access, and restricted sex and gender identity education in public schools. Polls suggest, at the moment, he can't beat Donald Trump, who sees him as his rival. He's nicknamed him DeSanctimonious and recently DeSinking Ship. American political history is littered with those who try to be president. Ron DeSantis may join them or go the distance.
Western intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks across the United States. The US National Security Agency and its allies said that similar activities could be occurring globally. Nick Marsh reports.
According to the NSA, the hackers are using a technique known as living off the land, a hard-to-detect method which gains access to a system from within. The group, named as Vault Typhoon, was recently accused by Microsoft of infiltrating civilian and military networks in the US and on Guam, a key American airbase southeast of Taiwan. There's been no official response from China yet, but last year Beijing accused the NSA of stealing data from a government-funded university in Shaanxi province.
Roman Catholic bishops in Bolivia have acknowledged that the church had been deaf to the suffering of child victims of sexual abuse, as a scandal involving paedophile priests has rocked the country. In a statement, the church said it would set up 2 commissions to determine responsibilities. Investigations started in April when a Spanish newspaper published the diary of a late Jesuit priest, detailing numerous cases of abuse he committed when he ran schools in Bolivia. Prosecutors have since opened 8 cases against priests and 200 victims have come forward. MP Pamela Terrazas says those responsible must be held to account.
In
the complaints we have received, the Catholic Church, the Adventist Church, and the evangelical Christian churches have been singled out. Practically all churches are involved. As institutions, they have to face the consequences.
The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground at the passage's southern end. Tugboats were used to free the Hong Kong-flagged ship, which had blocked other vessels from passing. World News from the BBC. Cambodia's Constitutional Council has dismissed an appeal by the country's main opposition party that would allow it to run in July's national elections. The Candlelight Party was disqualified from the election because it could not produce its original party registration paperwork. It says the documents were seized in a police raid on their headquarters several years ago. Meanwhile, a court in the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh, has sentenced a union leader to 2 years in prison for leading a casino workers' strike. Chin Sitar was arrested at a peaceful protest last year and charged with incitement to commit a felony. She had been campaigning for the reinstatement of hundreds of employees laid off in Phnom Penh during the COVID pandemic. Tributes have been paid to the American soul and pop superstar Tina Turner, who's died aged 83. Tina Turner rose to fame in the 1960s, performing with her then-husband Ike. After her divorce, she went on to find even greater success as a solo artist. She spoke about her legacy on Oprah's Next Chapter in 2013.
I endured hardship all the way. If we stay on course, we stay focused, never smoking, never drinking, never doing drugs. My legacy is that I stayed on course from the beginning to the end because I believed in something inside of me that told me that it can get better or you can make something better and that I wanted better. So my legacy is a person that strived for wanting it better and got it.
The government of Bangladesh has said it's committed to holding free and fair elections and will take steps to prevent any interference in the polls. The statement comes a day after the United States said it would impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens found to be complicit in undermining the general elections due to take place next year. BBC News.
Welcome to The Inquiry. I'm Charmaine Cozier. Each week, 4 expert witnesses, 1 question and an answer. January 2023, Japan. Parents in the Tokyo region receive an offer it's hoped they won't refuse. In return for moving their young families out of urban areas, they could get 1 million yen per child. That's just over $7,000 US. The cash does come with conditions. At least one family member must have a job or be planning to start a business in their new rural location. If they quit before 5 years is up, they have to pay everything back. It's the latest in a series of local and central government initiatives to tackle an intriguing property problem. So this week we're asking, why are there millions of empty houses in Japan?
Part 1. IKEA.
In Japanese, vacant houses is akiya. Aki means vacant or empty. Ya means house. My name is Ayumi Tsurimoto. I am Associate Professor at Akita International University. Almost every day, when I go to my office, when I drive my car, I can observe several akiya empty houses on the way. So sometimes I can easily identify this is the akiya empty house because glass is glowing higher, or glass windows or doors or roofs are already broken. So such bad condition of akiya could be easily identified.
Akita Prefecture, where Ayumi Sugimoto lives, has one of the highest concentrations of empty houses in Japan. The number there has been growing for years.
According to 2018 national statistics, the number of akiya empty houses was 60,800, an increase of 4,200 over the past 5 years. The empty house rate was 13.6%, and this ratio is exactly the same as Japan's whole empty house rate.
It's important to note that not all IKEA are in poor condition, so can be difficult to spot. They also exist in urban areas. Official figures identify more than 8 million abandoned homes across Japan, so it's likely the actual number exceeds that. There are several reasons for the empty private property glut. One is financial.
The tax system is also a very important factor why Japan have so many IKEA right now, because the land on which a house stands is subject to preferential measures such as 1/6 reduction in property tax. This is believed to be one of the reasons why all the vacant houses, IKEA, are not demolished but left unattended.
Because if the property disappears, so does the tax relief, meaning there's more to pay.
So keeping their houses as IKEA, every house is less cost for the owners in terms of tax payment.
Another key reason is spiritual. Homes which have been in families for hundreds of years have too many memories to be torn down or sold on when the last descendants depart.
Inside every house, sometimes people just keep their ancestors' Buddhism altar, so their ancestral spirits still stay at their home. This is one of the reasons why owners do not want to destroy their house and clean the land.
Employment also plays a part. The economy in Akita leans towards traditional industries like rice production and brewing sake.
There is not so many job opportunities or education opportunities, especially the higher education. So many young generations now move to big cities like Tokyo, Sendai, or Osaka.
Older generations also leave homes behind to move closer to relatives or specialist healthcare. Neglected IKEA pose a risk to nearby properties and people. They can attract animals like wild bears. The large traditional wooden houses can also be dangerous when the weather changes.
So Akita is located in the northern part of Japan. We have a lot of heavy snow during the winter season. So that time, IKEA is very old houses. It sometimes collapses when the spring comes. So it's a very huge impact for their neighbors' quality of life.
District administrations trying to fix that face challenges, like people moving without leaving a forwarding address.
Municipal government have to receive agreement or permission from the house owners when they try to destroy the houses and clean the land. But sometimes they cannot identify who are the actual owners, or their neighbors also do not know who is the actual owner and where they are now.
There's also disagreements over spending public money on a problem caused by private ownership.
So here is the conflict between the local communities, government, and private owners.
Relocation schemes in other parts of Japan have seen vacant homes repaired and repurposed as cafes, farm shops, craft workshops, and tourist accommodation.
But the reality is there are more and more IKEAs than people's needs. Okay, I would like to renovate IKEA to start my new business in rural area or urban area. There are some motivational needs, but the reality is there are more and more old IKEAs that is already too old to utilize or to renovate. So the community shrinkage is remarkable, especially in rural community in Akita.
Part 2. The people problem.
So in Japan, population aging started in 1970 when the proportion of older people aged 65 plus in the total population hit 7%. Now, Japan is a super age society with almost 30% of its populations are 65 and older.
Misa Izuhara is a professor of social policy at the University of Bristol in the UK.
Japanese people live longer, so life expectancy is nearly 88 years for women and 81 for men. So this is, I must say, is really a good news, thanks to advanced healthcare, social security, education, and technology, and so on.
The number of people living for longer continues to rise. At the other end of the age scale, however, it's a very different story.
The current fertility rate, that is the number of babies which women in the reproductive age on average have, is 1.3, which is well below the population replacement rate of 2.1. So this has been an issue for many years since the second baby boom in the early 1970s. The population peaked at 128 million in 2010 and started declining. And it is predicted to decline by 32% down to 87 million by the year 2060.
Earlier this year, in a speech to lawmakers, Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said reversing the low birth rate simply cannot wait any longer because the country was edging closer to not being able to function as a society if it failed to improve.
It's really unusual for a couple to have children without being married. So marriage rate has declined significantly, and it's kind of part of the explanation for low fertility.
So what does all of this have to do with empty homes? Well, population patterns are partly responsible for upending traditional living arrangements.
3-generation co-residency was common in the past before family nuclearization started in the post-war period. So typically, older parents lived with their eldest son and his family, which helped the generations share their household resources and finance, providing support to each other, and also made family succession easier, including passing on their family residence.
That changed after the end of the Second World War, when Japan entered an era known as the economic miracle.
In the economic growth period, many young people, for example, moved to larger cities for employment and subsequently established their own household there.
So houses previously lived in by generations of the same family gradually slid into disrepair.
The older generation has become wealthier with their own income, their own social security, like pensions. So co-residency was a mode of survival, if you like, when resources were scarce. So once they can afford, both generations want to live separately.
Fast forward to now, and the traditional family setup continues to decline.
Household size is getting smaller, and that has housing implications. For example, in 1970, approximately a half of households were married couples with children, and 14% were 3-generation household. But now there has been a significant expansion of smaller household with just 1 or 2 people. So single-person households are the most common type of household now, and about 38% of the total household.
When those sole occupiers move or pass away, another IKEA is created.
I want to promote more sharing or more collaborative way of living or different way to consume housing.
But would there be an appetite for that in Japan?
It needs cultural shift. So there is an appetite, but it's very niche at the moment. There are different initiatives providing new houses for young people to share. But the use of the old housing stock is something that a lot more thought needs to go into. And I think it will take time to change the way people live in Japan. I would definitely say this empty housing syndrome is problematic. But I think demographic change is not the only reason for the dramatic increase in empty houses.
Part 3. Supply and demand.
Old homes are the priority demand in some countries, but not in Japan.
Majority of Japanese people, regardless of the generation, prefer modern houses to traditional houses. And this is not least because people have the general idea that all the houses, especially those built right after the Second World War, were poorly constructed.
Kazuki Morimoto is an associate professor in Japanese at the University of Leeds in the UK. In some countries, buyers compete to pay premium prices for old properties. Not in Japan.
Japanese people often say your house will not be worth anything in 30 years' time, even if you have bought a brand new house.
That's because Japan is prone to natural events like earthquakes and typhoons. It has strict building codes to ensure structures are as sound as possible in order to minimize damage. Those rules and regulations also apply to other measures like energy efficiency. They're updated every 10 years, so homes built before the most recent amendments won't be compliant, unless owners spend a lot of money to bring them up to the new standards. Many don't do that, so those homes plummet in value.
The newer house tend to be more expensive, just like here in the UK. But the building companies are very good at marketing and in terms of what houses are affordable among the people. And so they build according to the needs.
And those needs are changing the housing landscape in a country where more than 800,000 new homes are built every year.
Sometimes I'm quite surprised to see, how many tiny, small houses are built in a small site when an old house was demolished. The Japanese government has invested heavily in the house sectors through tax incentives and financial support for both builders and buyers.
Those intense efforts on the new housing front are happening alongside financial incentives to occupy older, empty homes.
Yes, that's very complicated because on one hand, the government is trying to encourage the people to renovate all the houses and solve the problem of abandoned houses. But at the same time, the government is also encouraging people to buy newer houses, which tend to be expensive to boost the economy in a wider context.
The population shift sparked by the rural exodus is piling additional pressures onto big cities.
People are always talking about the decreasing population in Japan, which is true, but it is not so straightforward in the context of housing, because although the population itself is certainly decreasing, the number of households, particularly in Tokyo, have been steadily increased. And that's because more and more people now live alone. And even in rural areas or small cities, still the number of households are increasing. And so people are saying that kind of supply and demand, the balance is getting wrong.
That mismatch means homes are hard to find in certain areas.
In some parts of big cities like Tokyo, Osaka, in a popular area, there is certainly house shortages, particularly for affordable houses. If you go to suburban areas, then there are more supply than needed.
There are also financial knock-on effects for public services in some of the regions people are migrating from, which could result in even more leaving.
Yeah, definitely. That's the major concerns the local government, local authorities, and the government is having, because more and more people are moving from smaller cities into big cities. And then only older people remain in rural areas. So in terms of the tax incomes, it doesn't seem to be sustainable for infrastructures and then healthcare services in some rural areas. The fundamental thing is that the Japanese people prefer newer homes because they believe it saves money and then safer to live than older houses. Unless the government really enforce more drastic measures, it's very difficult to change the situation.
Part 4. Moving on.
Jiro Yoshida is an associate professor of business at Pennsylvania State University in the US. He's also a guest professor of economics at the University of Tokyo.
I was born in a rural city called Morioka in Japan, and I lived in Tokyo for 15 years.
Japan's housing situation has a distinct combination of factors, which include overwhelming preference for new builds. Homes also lose value over time. That means it's not directly comparable to other countries, but there is some common ground.
Japan has a really high vacancy rate for housing, but also there are some other countries that have high vacancy rates as well. For example, the United States also accumulated a huge amount of housing stock, so aggregate vacancy rate in the US is about 12 to 13% as well. Other countries that have high vacancy rates include Spain and Greece and other European countries as well. So definitely vacant housing problems are not only unique to Japan, but that's a significant problem for many countries.
Being able to afford somewhere to live is something that potential renters and buyers everywhere can identify with. Jiro Yoshida suggests other economies might be able to bring prices down by adopting elements from the Japanese building regulations process.
First of all, it is a national building code, and there's no variation across different regions. So once you understand the code, construction companies can operate anywhere in Japan without much problem. So that helps construction companies to expand into other markets and grow as large companies. So that creates economies of scale. The cost will be reduced. So if other countries adopt Japanese model of housing supply, then I think that's good to resolve the current affordability problems in many countries.
And what's your outlook for Japan's empty home problem?
That's still a difficult problem to solve. One thing that can be done is to change tax code, especially property tax code. So currently, property taxes favor land with structures attached to it.
Keeping an empty home on land can also bring inheritance tax bills down.
Property tax exemptions for structures can be removed. Then the land with the structures are treated equally. Then I would expect more demolition of low quality old houses, and those land will be converted into other uses, and the property tax code change can be a one trigger for that.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, working from remote locations became the norm for many people. So to what extent could distance working utilise Japan's empty homes and stem rural to city migration?
A lot of jobs, especially service jobs or third sector jobs, are created in Tokyo area or large cities only. So young people, even if they want to live in rural areas, there aren't many jobs in rural areas. So if work from home are getting more common, then there's a hope that those young people can move to rural areas using the abundant, large detached houses there and work for a company in Tokyo. That can mitigate or resolve the problem significantly.
There's also scope for a better quality of life.
Some of the new startup companies moved to rural areas and used those abundant old houses as an office. And what's nice is that they can connect to the internet through optic fiber cable. So that's a new experiment that's happening in Japan, and I have a hope for that.
However, there's a deep tradition of office culture in Japan, which means that while startup businesses might champion new ways of working, bigger established employers are unlikely to get behind that change. But a key labour shortage is looming elsewhere in Japan's workforce, and it could slow the future supply of new homes.
So construction industry tends to hire sort of middle-aged male typically. In the future, those people are going to retire and the population demographics is going to change. The construction industry cannot really maintain the current scale. Then finally, the Japanese construction industry may have to reduce its size. Then that can be a natural end of the abundant housing supply in the Japanese economy, where demand for new housing is getting smaller and smaller because of decreasing population and aging population.
So why are there millions of empty houses in Japan? There's much more to this than the fallout from a shifting, shrinking population. Reasons range from the spiritual, preserving memories of ancestors, to the practical, such as tax advantages if decaying houses are not demolished. It's also a country where homes lose value over time, so new ones are preferred. Revitalised properties are up and running with new owners, but they can only scratch at the surface of the problem, which all means the number of IKEA will continue to grow. This edition of The Inquiry was presented by me, Charmaine Cozier, and produced by Jill Collins. The researcher was Bissy Adebayo, editor Tara McDermott, and technical producer Richard Hannaford.
Well, Business Daily's coming up next, and in 20 minutes' time, witness history.
Today we're taking you back to this day, 60 years ago, when the leaders of 32 newly independent African nations first met together. At stake, the dream of a united Africa.
And at 8:30 GMT, Simon finds out what's being done to save Germany's forests.
The number of drought years is increasing over the last decades. We are seeing that. It's a serious problem. Even if we have one rainy year, it will not help.
And at bbcworldservice.com, the climate question is finding out if lab-grown meat is better for the planet.
If that cultured meat production is really efficient and you don't actually have to use much energy to get your cultured meat out at the end, then that may still be superior for the climate.
With news every half hour, this is the BBC World Service.
Coming up on Business Daily, we're heading to India to find out how listening habits are changing. Film music still dominates the industry, but the managing director of India's oldest record label tells us why he is making more effort to invest in regional and artist-led music than ever before. And we ask if there's financial stability for artists who are choosing to make music away from Bollywood. That's all coming up after the latest news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. A live social media event to launch the presidential campaign of Republican Governor Ron DeSantis has been beset by technical problems. The broadcast on Twitter was delayed when the live stream failed. US intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks. They say the group is looking to disrupt communications between the US and Asia during future crises. In Bolivia, Catholic bishops have issued a statement admitting the church was deaf to the suffering of children who were sexually abused by priests. It was revealed last month that hundreds of children were abused over decades, many at Catholic boarding schools. The Cambodian authorities have rejected an appeal by the main opposition party, meaning it will not be allowed to run in July's national elections. The country's authoritarian leader will now stand largely unopposed. Meanwhile, a Cambodian union leader has been jailed for 2 years for leading a strike of casino workers. Human rights groups have criticised the move. The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground, blocking the passage. Tugboats were used to free the vessel. Bangladesh's government says it's committed to holding free and fair elections. On Wednesday, the United States said it would impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who undermined next year's poll. In London later, hundreds of people will gather for the funeral service of one of the last so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Peter Brown came to the UK from Jamaica to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. Tributes have been paid to the award-winning American singer Tina Turner, who's died after a long illness. She was 83. Fellow singer Beyoncé called Tina Turner a beautiful spirit and the epitome of passion and power. That's the latest BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Business Daily. This week we're taking a look into the biggest trends in the global music industry, and today we're going to India. India's music industry is dominated by film music, but trends are changing and interest in other genres is rising. Artist-led music is becoming more and more popular, as is regional music, and it's changing the shape of the business, and companies are taking note.
We are in the business of pleasing our customer, so we invest constantly both on film music side as well as artist-driven non-film music.
So today we're looking at how listening habits are changing.
I feel like the fact that I listen to songs that are not very mainstream, I think the type of music I listen to, it's mostly because I think I relate to it the most. I like the catchy melodies and the emotive vocals.
And how the biggest names in the business are reacting to it. That's all to come on Business Daily with me, Izzy Greenfield.
The Indian film music industry is dominated by Hindi cinema, always has. Hindi film music amounts to 80% of the total revenue generated by the Indian music industry, which is about £356 million.
That's Lalita Suhasini. She's been covering the music industry in India for 20 years and now teaches journalism at Flame University in the city of Pune.
We arrive at this number because we're looking at soundtrack streaming, live events, everything that Hindi cinema is sort of doing in terms of music. So that's a big number. That's a huge chunk of revenue generated by Hindi film music.
In India, film music accounts for around 70% of music sales, and more than 1,000 Bollywood films are released every year. The managing director of India's oldest music label, Saragama, explains why film music is so popular.
Indian music industry is very different from other parts of the world, primarily because the biggest consumption is of film music. Unlike US or Europe or UK, we very clearly realize there that it's an artist-driven music, which is the primary music. In India, we go to films. Every film has got 4 to 5 songs in it. These songs are picturized on actors and actresses, right? They may be dancing around the trees, they may be driving a bike, or they may be just lip-syncing it to a director sitting in a room. That's how we people interact with the music and consume it, which is very, very different from other places.
As well as being the managing director at Saragama, Vikram Mehra is the current chairman of the Indian music industry, the body representing music companies in India.
During the time of COVID, when films were not getting released, we saw a very rapid increase in the consumption of artist-led music also. Names like Diljit Dosanjh, names like Arijit Singh, names which are becoming big in this. Now the Indian, especially the younger age segment, is listening to. So there is a shift. Film music still calls the shots. As a music label, we are in the business of pleasing our customer. So we invest constantly both on film music side as well as artist-driven non-film music.
Despite the traditional dominance of film music from Bollywood, it's being challenged by singer-songwriter music that's coming through. There's a huge growth in local pop, hip-hop and indie. Lalita says music festivals have a big part to play in the rise of artist-driven music.
This artist-led music is not driven by the vision of, say, another filmmaker or, someone else who's creating an album for commercial purposes. This is an artist who's putting the whole concept together. It's completely independent. It's not really driven by any sort of trend, right? This is free-spirited in the most basic sense. And so this is an artist composing or hiring a composer, but usually it's an artist who's coming up with his own melodies, writing his own lyrics, or collaborating with someone else and getting the lyrics done. But the vision is entirely their own. But it's only since 2010 that artist-led music has gained a prominence. And this is because we've had a lot of music festivals in the country since that time. We had NH7 Weekender, we've had Zero Music Festival, Magnetic Fields Festival, all of which gave independent artists a platform to perform, a source of income, of course. And we've had venues opening up across the country that were open to spotlighting all of these artists. So the trend is very recent, which also means that they're still struggling to survive on making independent music.
The rise of popularity in artist-led music has led to more interest in another area of Indian music too, regional music. Back to Lalita.
So since India, as everyone knows, is so diverse and every state has its own language and every state is like a mini country, with its own language, its own cuisine and its own folk traditions. So regional music pertains to and is rooted in the language of the state and is also rooted in the folk music traditions of the state. Therefore, we have a vast regional music repertoire in India.
Songs sung in languages other than Hindi are getting more and more popular. This year, the song Natu Natu from the hit Telugu language film RRR has made history by becoming the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. Telugu is a language mainly spoken in southern India, and the blockbuster track won Best Original Song at the 95th Academy Awards, beating the likes of Lady Gaga and Rihanna. It was a huge moment for India and an indication of the shift happening within the music industry. Vikram Mehra said that because of the sustained interest in regional music, Sarigama is making big efforts to invest in it.
Hindi is a language which is spoken by more people than any other language. Bollywood stands for Hindi, but the other languages of the country are going to become more and more prominent. So the Telugu, which RRR was, or Tamil, or Punjabi, or Bhojpuri, all these languages are going to become more prominent, and people, as they grow up and get exposed to more Western content on one side, they want to become more insular and want to consume their own content also. So we see consumption in those languages exploding. And that's the reason companies like ours are investing very heavily on the regional music side.
Aside from the people who manage the music, what do those who sing it think about the changes that are happening? Nakash Aziz is an Indian composer and singer. He's known for playback performances of songs like Jabra Fan from the film Fan and Dating Nok from the film Pata Posta Nikla Hero. Playback singers are singers whose voice is pre-recorded for use in films, and actors lip-sync the songs for the camera.
Well, I try to perform and write all genres of music. I try to make music that excites me and also the listener. Music is a language in itself. I listen to all kinds of music from all parts of the world. And it is very important to me because it helps me meet and learn from musicians from all across, and also helps me engage with listeners with different cultures from different regions. I could never relate to a tag of regional music. I think all music is regional music. I look at all music as part of one universe. Music is universal, not regional. If it touches your soul, it's good, and music is so vast as an entity that it can be subjective from person to person.
Nakash has sung many songs in Hindi, but lots in other languages too. He thinks the more variation, the better.
Said a good song can be in any language. We have seen many international examples, right from, Gangnam Style, then Despacito, and songs of different languages in India. It's not different. Natu Natu and Jai Ho are also very beautifully received by the people from the West. So, well, to my observation, listener always connects with word first, then the voice, and then comes the melody and then arrangement. If words are relatable, then a person can enjoy the song on a personal level. For me, being a musician, I listen to the whole song as one entity. I probably can connect with any aspect of the song.
You can sing in a lot of languages and have sung songs in lots of different languages. Which one is your favorite to sing in?
Well, honestly, I have enjoyed all the languages that I have sung in. The most rare probably was Nepali. I have just sung one song in Nepali. Each language has its own beauty, though I find it very difficult to justify Malayalam. I am learning, but soon I hope to sing more in Malayalam. And I really love the culture of Kerala. It's a beautiful place, beautiful people, beautiful spices.
The amount of money that playback singers can make varies. Less well-known singers might charge a few $1,000s for a song, but some of the more famous ones charge millions. Singer Shreya Ghoshal is one of the most prolific singers in India, noted for her wide vocal range and versatility. She's rumoured to charge around $3 million for just one song. But it's a different story for newer artists, and especially those who sing in languages other than Hindi. Even though the popularity in regional music continues, Lolita says it's a financial risk for those artists who choose to do so, because there's just not as much money in the genre.
So unless you're part of the Hindi film music industry, unless you're part of the Bollywood music industry, playback, you are not going to be able to survive. Again, when it comes to advertisements and jingles, they're mostly in Hindi, at least the ones that are made on a big budget. So at the moment, yes, 10 years down the line, maybe we'll see a shift. But right now, it is financially not viable for artists to sing in their own language, to sing for regional music albums even.
But one thing helping to boost the profile of regional music is the growth of streaming services in India. Back to Lolita.
Streaming services like Spotify, YouTube, iTunes, and others like even Ghana have given listeners and those who love music an opportunity to be able to stream for free and access music more easily than they could before. Punjabi pop has always been, Punjabi regional music has always been extremely popular in the country. There are a lot of Hindi films that are influenced by Punjabi composers and so on. But now, more than ever before, you have Bhojpuri. Bhojpuri is a language from the north of India. Bhojpuri, you have Telugu, you have Tamil, you have you have regional music from different parts of the state being easily accessible over a mobile phone, and I think that's been one of the biggest drivers for regional music to be popular.
The introduction of digital music streaming services is one of the main reasons for the rise in independent artists and regional music. These platforms offer musicians an opportunity to connect with huge audiences they may not have been able to reach before. The power of streaming is something Mr. Mehra thinks about too.
From the revenue side, music industry, one of the largest sources of revenue for us is the streaming industry, which is Spotify, Saavn, Wink, and the likes. There are 9 of them in the market. Somehow, Indian streaming industry till now has been advertising driven and not subscription driven. Worldwide, you have 550 million people odd who pay for a music-based streaming service. In India, you have close to between 90 to 100 million people who are paying for a video-based streaming service. But somehow music-based streaming on a paid basis hasn't taken off. Somewhere, I think all of us, these stakeholders, need to make a concerted effort together to ensure that paid subscription takes off. Like any other part of the world, Indians are as crazy about music. It's not that people will live without music. We just need to ensure enough value is packed in the paid tier, and all of us work towards pushing that paid tier. It may not happen at $3 or $10 per month. It may happen at $1 or $2 a month. But even that is a serious amount of money when you multiply it with the kind of population that we feed.
So what's next for the Indian music industry?
On the revenue side, I believe that we are now reaching a stage where there are 750 million people with a smartphone in their hands. People are spending more and more time glued onto their mobile phones, either watching content or listening to music, which makes a great ground. Remember, every smartphone is equivalent to a television or a computer in your hand. So you always have access to content. We believe this builds a massive ground for music industry to explode now. The other good part is in the larger towns of India, the incidence of piracy is coming down. With all the efforts put in by government and the industry body here, we are seeing piracy coming under some kind of control. With time, as streaming applications start pushing for paid subscription, as advertising keeps on growing on platforms like YouTube and Meta, we will see revenue growing substantially in the music industry here. And that's very clear. That's why there are 9 streaming platforms here. There are multiple music labels fighting it out. It's a thriving industry. As far content is concerned, I have only 2 things I'd like to say. One, film music will continue to dominate, but I think artist-led music is going to become bigger and bigger as we people move to the next generation.
Bollywood might continue to dominate for now, but for the first time in a while, it has to share its spotlight with other genres. And as music trends in India continue to change, Nakash says there's one thing artists should always keep in mind.
One should always be aware that you cannot fool the audience with mediocre stuff. We have a very mature listening audience. They just need good quality music. And I think you cannot compromise on that.
Thank you for listening to today's episode of Business Daily, produced and presented by me, Izzy Greenfield.
BBC World Service. And now, witness history. Today we're taking you back to this day, 60 years ago, when the leaders of 32 newly independent African nations first met together. At stake, the dream of a united Africa. In 2013, Alex Last spoke to Dr. Barakat Habte Selassie, who took part.
It's May 1963. A first wave of decolonization has swept through Africa, and in the Ethiopian capital, Addis Ababa, the continent's leaders gather in one place for the first time. They're meeting to decide if their nations should now become united.
If we fail and let this grand and historic opportunity slip by, the people, the masses of the people of Africa, will never forgive us.
There was a passion for African liberation and African unity because we felt that unless Africa confronted the world with a united voice, the exploitation would continue, the division would continue. So that was our starting point.
Dr. Barakat Habte Selassie was Ethiopia's rather young Attorney General. A supporter of Pan-Africanism since the 1950s, he worked on the draft charter for the summit. Among those arriving to attend were leaders synonymous with the struggle against colonialism, the likes of the Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah, the first Black African leader to win independence, Sekou Touré from Guinea, Julius Nyerere from Tanganyika, Ben Bella, fresh from Algeria's war of independence against France.
It's difficult to describe the excitement of people. They had never seen anything like it before, These African leaders. Nkrumah and Nyerere were wearing a sort of collarless shirt. It became known as the Nyerere shirt. Apparently, Nkrumah was advised to put on a bulletproof plate because I could see stiffness in the way he moved. It's obvious there had been some attempt on his life. But the most dramatic scene of it all was actually when Nasser emerged from the airplane, a very charismatic, tall, handsome man, smiling. The entire airport exploded. I could feel the ground shaking underneath my feet, And they shouted, Nasser, 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 Nasser. Apparently, country folks had come from Jimma, from Harar, from Arusi, from everywhere, because he was a hero.
But when it came down to business, the leaders were split. Getting them all together had been an achievement in itself.
There were divides. There was the French Francophone, Anglophone divide, the Francophone Africans under the influence of French policies. Then, of course, there was the ideological divide. Africa was divided into 2 groups, the Monrovia group, which was the majority, which Ethiopia and Nigeria were the most important, and Liberia. And then the smaller but more dynamic group called the Casablanca group, Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Ben Bella, and Nasser of Egypt. left-leaning, socialistic. So Africa had actually become an ideological battleground between the East and the West. This was at the height of the Cold War. But everyone felt the urgency of Africans talking to themselves and facing the world united in some form or another.
It was going to be a tough job to work out a final charter which every African state could accept. The main difference of opinion was whether there should be a gradual approach to African unity or whether there should be full political unity straight away.
What kind of unity is going to be, as Nkrumah had demanded, a United States of Africa, a la Americaine, or a watered-down version of that?
And so inside the newly built Africa Hall in Addis Ababa, Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's president, passionately tried to convince the others of his dream of immediate African union.
We all want a united Africa. United not only in our concept of what unity connotes, but united in our common desire to move forward together in dealing with all the problems that can best be solved only on a continental basis. We must therefore not leave this place until we have set up an effective machinery for achieving African unity.
But Julius Nyerere was another giant of the struggle against colonialism, and he became the voice of a more pragmatic, gradual approach.
There is not going to be a God who will bring about African unity by merely willing unity and saying, let there be unity. And none of us is prepared, in the name of unity, to invite a Napoleon to come and bring about unity by conquest.
And that was taken as a gentle warning to Nkrumah. With his dream fast slipping away, Nkrumah threatened to walk out.
His walkout would have been disastrous. So Emperor Haile Selassie exercised one of those fine moments of diplomacy. He called Sekou Touré, whom he knew to be a very good friend of Nkrumah, and asked him, my son, mon fils, je vous prie, I implore you, go and bring your brother. And you know what Sekou Touré's reply was? Oui, mon père. Yes, father. And Sekou Touré rushed out and persuaded Nkrumah. He brought back Nkrumah to a great cheer of the participants and the audience in the gallery. He came back and he said he will continue for the sake of Africa.
And you yourself, how did you feel?
At that time, all of us, myself personally included, were passionately interested and hopeful that Nkrumah's plea would be accepted. But we knew in our heart of hearts, finally we did realize that it was the Nyerere way that was going to prevail.
But away from the serious debate, Addis Ababa was in party mood, entertaining the hundreds of diplomats and journalists who had arrived for the event.
People were entertained in the evenings, dinners and cocktails.
Did people mix, or was it quite cliquey, the different nations?
People mixed. Some people actually invited people into their homes.
And the hospitality did not stop there. The women of Addis Ababa's red light district were mobilized too.
People had enjoyed the hospitality of the fair ladies in Addis Ababa. It is rumored that professional ladies, the very respected kind of madams, were called to the palace and thanked by the emperor for helping the king and country. The leader of the youngest nation in Uganda, Milton Obote, was asked to give a vote of thanks to Ethiopia, to the host country. He said, we thank the Ethiopian government and people for taking care of us day and night, which of course created a roar of laughter. And I remember the president of Tunisia, Habib Bourguiba, who had been slumbering, dozing off, was awakened by the laughter. And he nudged his foreign minister, Slim. When his foreign minister whispered something to him, he started laughing himself, so that also raised another laughter.
On the 25th of May, the meeting came to an end with the creation of the Organization of African Unity. Relatively toothless, it promoted African cooperation and the continent's ongoing battle against colonialism and apartheid. But Nkrumah's dream of immediate political union was dead. Barakat Haile Selassie eventually left Ethiopia to join the struggle for Eritrean independence. Now a law professor, he still believes in the dream of a united Africa.
That was what we got, It's like the United Nations. It's very weak, but it's the only thing we've got, Everybody was not exactly happy, 100% happy, but we were pleased that it did not fail.
Dr. Barakat Haile Selassie was speaking to Alex Last for that edition of Witness History, first broadcast in 2013.
This is the BBC World Service with a powerful new drama series exploring the 2011 nuclear disaster in Fukushima, Japan.
I think your story would be interesting.
Where would your narration start? On the day of the earthquake?
The tsunami overtops the barrier and slams into the plant.
We are in a nuclear emergency!
Fukushima, Wednesday at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT. Or listen now wherever you get your podcasts. In half an hour, assignment.
4 out of 5 trees in Germany's forests are showing signs of damage, with more than a third in a serious state or dead. Swathes of spruce forests have already died. It's being blamed on climate change and drought. So what can be done to try to save Germany's trees?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
It's 8 o'clock GMT. This is the newsroom, and I'm Charlotte Gallagher. Coming up.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
But can he beat his rival Donald Trump to the Republican nomination for the White House? As China is accused of hacking critical infrastructure across the US, are other countries at risk?
It is my judgment that if this is happening in the United States, then it's happening in every other Five Eyes country as well, and that our critical infrastructure is equally vulnerable.
And the queen of rock and roll, who inspired superstars and her fans. We look at the incredible life of Tina Turner. All that to come. First, the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Technical glitches have marred the long-awaited declaration by the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that he's seeking the Republican nomination for next year's US presidential election. A conversation with Twitter's billionaire owner Elon Musk to kick off his campaign was delayed when the platform's live stream malfunctioned. The Democratic congressman from Florida, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, gave her reaction to the DeSantis announcement.
Ron DeSantis is the most distant, unpersonable candidate and elected official that I've ever encountered in my time in public service. So it's no wonder that he would do an audio announcement. And it's certainly metaphorical that because he's crashed and burned our state, that his announcement crashed and burned. You'd really have to look far and wide to find a more deplorable and damaging public figure than Ron DeSantis. I mean, he's gutted voting rights, women's rights, civil rights in our state.
Russia's Wagner mercenary group says its forces have begun withdrawing from the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. The head of the group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, said its positions were being transferred to the Russian army. He announced the capture of Bakhmut on Saturday after months of bitter fighting. Western intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks across the US. The US National Security Agency and its allies in the Five Eyes intelligence network, Britain, Australia, Canada and New Zealand, said that similar activities could be occurring globally. Australia's Shadow Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity, Senator James Patterson, told the BBC that the Australian Parliament is very aware of that ascertain.
It is my judgment that if this is happening in the United States, then it's happening in every other Five Eyes country as well, and that our critical infrastructure is equally vulnerable. Experts have testified before our Intelligence Committee in Australia that it's highly likely that there is a dormant presence on our critical infrastructure networks waiting to be activated as a prelude to a regional or global security crisis.
A noodle vendor in Vietnam who parodied one of the country's most powerful ministers has been sentenced to 5.5 years in prison for anti-state propaganda. Jonathan Head reports.
When the London-based restaurateur Salt Bae posted a video of himself
feeding one of Vietnam's most powerful political figures with slices of gold-covered steak costing more than his official monthly salary, it caused an online scandal. The Minister for Public Security, To Lam, was in the UK at the time for the COP26 climate summit. Bui Ton Lam, a noodle seller in the city of Da Nang, then copied Salt Bay's famous salt sprinkling gesture and posted a video of it. The Vietnamese authorities arrested him last September, charging him with posting more than 40 videos, which it was claimed had undermined the confidence of the Vietnamese people in their leaders.
World News from the BBC. The emergency services in Australia are battling a massive fire in central Sydney. A 7-storey building has been evacuated after it caught alight and began to collapse. The flames has spread to other buildings as embers were swept onto nearby balconies. At least 10 fire engines are at the scene. The cause is not yet known. Cambodia's Constitutional Council has dismissed an appeal by the country's main opposition party that would allow it to run in July's national elections. The Candlelight Party was disqualified from the election because it could not produce its original party registration paperwork. It says the documents were seized in a police raid on their headquarters several years ago. Cambodia's authoritarian leader Hun Sen said his ruling party will now run largely unopposed. Hundreds of people will gather in London later to honour one of the last of the so-called pilots of the Caribbean. Retired Flight Sergeant Peter Brown came to Britain as a teenager to volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. About 500 people are expected, including friends, neighbours and members of the military and the Jamaican community and distant relatives who've been traced. The pop group ABBA have ruled out a reunion at next year's Eurovision Song Contest in their native Sweden. The event will mark 50 years since they won the competition, performing Waterloo. But speaking to the BBC, Bjorn Ulvaeus and Benny Andersson emphatically rejected any suggestion they'd take to the stage again.
No.
Seriously?
Seriously, no. No way.
Why?
Well, I don't want to. And if I don't want to, they won't go. It's the same for all four of us. Someone says no, it's a no.
And yes, that's how it works.
You want to know? Yeah, you were
No.
Earlier this month, Loreen gave Sweden its 7th Eurovision victory with her song Tattoo. BBC News.
Hello, you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Charlotte Gallagher. He's seen as one of the only candidates in the US who might be able to beat the former President Donald Trump to the Republican nomination. And now the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, has announced he's in the running for next year's presidential election. He set up an interview with Elon Musk on Twitter to announce his bid. But the audio cut out before Mr. DeSantis could even say a word. Our correspondent, Nomi Iqbal, has this report.
Our border is a disaster.
A big American flag, dramatic music, and a warning only he can fix the problems. Just what you'd expect from a candidate aiming for the top job.
Are you there? Can you hear us? I think you're both.
I'm here.
But over on social media, SpaceX owner Elon Musk was unable to officially launch Governor Ron DeSantis on his Twitter Spaces.
So I think we're back online here.
There were constant glitches. Eventually, it took off.
We had a huge audience. It did. It was the biggest they'd ever had.
But the governor played it down on his Fox News interview 2 hours later and laid out his presidential agenda.
Day one, it's a national emergency. We'll mobilize.
Ron DeSantis is the man who Republicans see as Donald Trump without the drama, a conservative hero who won the governorship here in Florida last year by a landslide victory.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
In the state, he has expanded gun ownership laws, limited abortion access, and restricted sex and gender identity education in public schools. The governor has also waged a war with a kingdom. Disney World and Ron DeSantis are in a legal battle, and that war isn't ending anytime soon.
In Florida, gender ideology has no place in our schools. And if that means taking on Disney to make sure that's the case, we will do it.
All of us against the state. Take them down, take them down, take them down.
We're outside a hotel in downtown Miami, and it's thought to be the hotel where Ron DeSantis' donors have been meeting.
We don't know if the man himself is inside the hotel, but there are plenty of protesters outside making it quite clear how they feel about the governor. He is hugely popular here. We know that after his landslide victory in the governorship race last year during the midterm elections, but he's also a very controversial figure due to his hardline conservative policies. There are people carrying signs accusing him of being a dictator, accusing him of killing Florida, accusing him of being anti-gay and anti-transgender as well. The big question for him now, however, is can he appeal to enough Americans outside of the Sunshine State to win a national election?
Let's see, there it is, Trump at 71, Ron DeSanctimonious at 10%.
Polls suggest at the moment he can't beat Donald Trump, who sees him as his rival. He's nicknamed him DeSanctimonious and recently the sinking ship. But here on the streets of Miami, some Republican voters like Lauren Hayden say don't rule the governor out.
With female voters, they tend to focus on how the politician is speaking, his cadence, his tone, his vocabulary, and Ron DeSantis is a better speaker, and so women will actually tend to favor DeSantis.
Well, I think that, Trump will be at the head of the ticket, and he's going to pick Ron DeSantis as his vice president.
We proved that it can be done. We chose facts
Ron
over
DeSantis
fear.
comes with a big war chest of money and a lot of hype. American political history is littered with those who try to be president. Ron DeSantis may join them or go the distance.
I'm Ron DeSantis, and I'm running for president to lead our great American comeback.
That was Nomia Iqbal reporting. A state-sponsored Chinese group has been accused of hacking into critical infrastructure networks across the US. According to the US tech company Microsoft, the group, codenamed Volt Typhoon, has been looking at ways to disrupt critical communications between the US and Asia. Australia has also expressed concern about the activities. James Patterson is the Australian Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity.
These presences are often found on electricity networks, on telecommunication networks, on payment system networks, on water or gas grids. And the purpose to be on there is, there's only one purpose, which is to destabilise or shut them down in the event of a crisis. And the wider geopolitical or strategic purpose of that is to force a country to be inwardly focused rather than outwardly focused if there is to be a regional or global security crisis.
Let's go to Singapore now and speak to our correspondent, Nick Marsh. And Nick, can you explain more about these attacks?
Yeah, so this group, Charlotte, Volt Typhoon, was initially identified by Microsoft, now other Western intelligence agencies, including the National Security Agency in the US. And they say that Volt Typhoon is using this technique called living off the land. And I'm not going to get into the weeds of it all, but basically it's a method of accessing a system from the inside. So the malicious software blends in as a legitimate part of the program. So in this case, Microsoft Windows, and it stays there undetected. And the US authorities are saying that from there, Volt Typhoon accessed all kinds of different civilian networks, like you had just heard from James Patterson there. So manufacturing, transport, tech, construction. And the whole point was to spy. And cybersecurity experts say it's not this kind of smash and grab attack we've seen in the past. It's about settling into a network, staying there, and then stealthily gathering information. Now, obviously, spying isn't new, but it's the scale and the difficulty of detecting this kind of spying. That's what's concerning the authorities. That's probably why they've gone public, because they don't always do that.
And apparently the US territory of Guam is one of the targets. And why might that be so?
Well, it's interesting that Microsoft referred to attempts to disrupt communications between the US and Asia, quote, in the event of future crises. And the most obvious type of crisis in this part of the world would be a conflict involving Taiwan. Now, obviously, we don't know what the US would do in that event, but Guam would be a key military hub for the Americans, the key military hub, probably. If you look on the map, it's this tiny dot in the Pacific. It's southeast of Taiwan, a couple of hours flight away. So it's strategic. And, infiltrating that would be crucial for the Chinese if it ever got to that point. They've, of course, denied it in a recent news conference in the last hour or so.
Yeah, what have China been saying?
Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just had its daily news conference in Beijing. A spokeswoman was asked about it. She said it was an unprofessional report. There's no proof. It's disinformation. And in fact, she turned it back on the US and said that the NSA is the world's largest hacking organization themselves. They tried to steal data, according to the Chinese, from a university in Xi'an in Shanxi province last year. It's the kind of response you'd expect from Beijing, to be honest. In reality, I think we know powerful countries spy on each other on both sides. Getting to the bottom of these individual cases, independently proving them, getting to the scale, that's a different question.
Nick, thank you. That was Nick Marsh in Singapore. Bolivia has been rocked by fresh allegations of sexual abuse of children in religious schools, some of them dating back to the 1970s. They've led to protests and a legal investigation. Now, the Roman Catholic Church has admitted it was deaf to the issue and has promised to take action. Wendy Urquhart reports.
These allegations first came to light last month when the Spanish newspaper El País published an article about a Jesuit priest called Alfonso Barajas, who was Spanish but had lived in Bolivia for years. When Father Pica, as he was also known, died in 2009, his nephew discovered a 300-page diary on his computer containing multiple confessions of sexual abuse in schools he ran in Bolivia. He also wrote that he had told his superiors, but claimed they did nothing. Since April, at least 200 people have come forward to say they suffered sexual, physical, and/or psychological abuse in religious schools. Bolivian lawmaker Pamela Terrazas says there's more than one church involved.
In the complaints we have received, the Catholic Church, the Adventist Church, and the evangelical Christian churches have been singled out. Practically all churches are involved. As institutions, they have to face the consequences.
Monsignor Giovanni Arana, who's Secretary General of the Bishops' Conference of Bolivia, says 2 commissions are now being set up to investigate the abuse and help the victims.
The
bishops of Bolivia want to address the victims, their families, and the ecclesial community. Instead of giving the victim the protection and care they deserve, we found a church deaf to their suffering. Sexual abuse is the opposite of the very essence of the church.
A full-scale investigation has been launched to decide whether Catholic Church officials should be held responsible for doing nothing about the abuse.
That was Wendy Urquhart. It was the last attempt by Cambodia's main opposition party to gain admission to the general election in July, but the Constitutional Council has dismissed the appeal by the Candlelight Party. It was disqualified because it couldn't produce its original party registration paperwork. So what does that mean for the election? Our Asia Pacific regional editor, Celia Hatton, joins us now. And Celia, who are the Candlelight Party?
Well, the Candlelight Party are basically the sort of remaining opposition politicians who are either still in Cambodia, they haven't gone into exile, and they're not in prison. So they got together and basically revived a party that had been formed a few years ago, but had been a bit dormant, and they gathered together. Now, the Candlelight Party ran in local elections and did quite well last year. They got about 20% of the vote. So they were thinking that in the national elections that are scheduled for July, they would get around 30 to 40% of the vote because they're really the only opposition party in Cambodia at the moment.
So 10 other parties have been given approval for this election, but you're saying the Candlelight Party were the only ones that provided a real challenge.
Yeah, that's right. There's 10, actually there's around 18 kind of smaller parties, but yeah, the Candlelight Party is the only one that really forms an opposition. The other ones have kind of ceded control to the government. Hun Sen, who is the leader of Cambodia, he's been in power for almost 40 years, and his ruling party, those smaller parties all kind of agree that the ruling party should stay in power. They only get about 1% of the vote in national elections. So the Candlelight Party and its predecessor, the National Rescue Party, are the only ones that have really ever given a challenge to Hun Sen. And so I think that's why they really faced opposition when they registered for these elections. They tried to put in their registration parties. Like other parties, they were told that maybe their registration wasn't quite up to scratch. Other parties were given time to fill in the gaps on their registration party. The Candlelight Party was told outright that they couldn't run in the upcoming elections because because they didn't have their original papers. They say they were seized in a police raid a few years ago. The police have them. And so they've just been stopped from running in elections altogether.
Celia, thank you. That was Celia Hatton. Next, the United States says it will impose visa restrictions on Bangladeshi citizens who it believes have been unlawfully undermining elections there. The government of Bangladesh say they are committed to holding free and fair elections. Our South Asia regional editor, Ambarasan Ettarajan, has the details.
The US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said free and fair polls in Bangladesh were the responsibility of all stakeholders, including the government. Bangladesh, ruled by the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina since 2009, is scheduled to hold elections in January. Opposition parties have accused her of irregularities in past votes and have been demanding a neutral interim government ahead of the polls. The latest move by Washington is seen as a preemptive warning to the authorities and others. Dhaka says it's not bothered by the visa restrictions and it's committed to holding a free and fair vote. Ms. Hasina had earlier accused the US of trying to overthrow her government. In December 2021, the State Department imposed sanctions on 7 current and former top officials of the Bangladeshi paramilitary force Rapid Action Battalion for alleged human rights abuses, abductions, and extrajudicial killings. Dhaka criticized the action, saying incidents of rights violations were always investigated.
That was Ambarasan Ettarajan. A Jamaican-born airman who joined the RAF to protect Britain from Nazi Germany will be laid to rest in London later today. Flight Sergeant Peter Brown, who was part of a group of elite flyers dubbed the Pilots of the Caribbean, died in December, aged 96. He had no known relatives, but a public appeal on his behalf has attracted a huge response, as Helena Wilkinson explains.
The young Jamaican travelled thousands of miles to the UK so he could volunteer with the Royal Air Force during the Second World War. After he came to Britain, he trained as a wireless operator and air gunner, and he flew in a Lancaster bomber when he served in 625 Squadron. Few knew about his military service with the RAF until after he died. The Air Force veteran who lived alone died in his flat in West London in December. He was 96 and had no known relatives.
Our intention was originally that there would be the funeral, us, and we'd go to the pub and have a drink in his memory.
Although he lived alone, Peter Brown had the support of friendly neighbours who saw him every day. Sitting on the bench where they would often meet him for a chat, they told us about Peter Brown, the modest, private man.
All the years I knew him, the only time he really opened up was when I introduced him to my 7-year-old grandson, who at that time was crazed about all things aircraft. And he talked to him in some detail about his time in the RAF, flying in Lancaster bombers, in a really open and fulsome way, but not in any sense a boastful way.
After Peter Brown died, his neighbours appealed to organisers to give him a fitting funeral. When Peter Brown's story was made public, organisers of his funeral were inundated with requests from members of the public who wanted to attend the service. It was due to be held in March, but it was moved to find a bigger location. Here at St Clement Danes Church in Westminster, the central church of the RAF.
It's going to be a really special event with lots of different elements.
Reverend Group Captain Ruth Hake will be leading it.
The Chief of the Air Staff will be here representing the Royal Air Force, which is, of course, a sign of how importantly we see this as a way of saying goodbye to somebody who was probably one of our very last representatives of the group of volunteers from the Caribbean who came to help us in our darkest hour, in our hour of need. So it's really important that we make that commitment to him.
Flight Sergeant Peter Brown's funeral will reflect on his service to this country, but it will also be a moment for those who knew him well to remember their friend.
He was just part of the landscape here. He was part of our everyday experience of if we go out somewhere, chances are we're going to bump into Peter. And he is and will continue to be sorely missed.
That was Helena Wilkinson. Owning pet dogs is as bad for the environment as flying. That's what the boss of a private jet company is claiming. But is there any truth to that? David Lewis has been finding out.
It's a question, apparently, that aspiring environmentalists with very deep pockets should be asking themselves. Pet pooch or private plane? It seems like a no-brainer, but not so according to businessman Patrick Hansen. He told a conference in moneyed Monaco, a popular place for personal pets and jets, that owning a dog can be as damaging to the environment as taking his flights. This is him.
3 dogs' emissions equal one of our passengers' emissions. That doesn't mean that we don't have to try to reduce the CO2 emissions per passengers, and even saying some don't do small flights. But I think it's important to put things in perspective rather than just do finger pointing to a certain type of clientele. I think everyone who makes these choices be realistic about what those choices mean.
So dog wind worse than tailwinds? Scientist Mike Berners-Lee says no. It was from his book about carbon footprinting that Mr. Hansen drew on for information. Speaking to the BBC, Berners-Lee said it was all in the numbers.
I think it's a misinterpretation of data he's taken from my book. Yes, I said in my book, the average dog has a carbon footprint of about 700 kilos, and he's saying that the average passenger on one of his private jets has a carbon footprint per flight of 2.1 tons, so that does make 3 dogs for a single one-way. Must be a very short flight, because that number sounds suspiciously low to me. Supposing you were to take 5 very short return flights, that would take you to the equivalent of owning 30 dogs. And if you took account of high altitude factors, it'd be more like 60 dogs.
The British University professor went on to describe private jets as an incredibly unjustifiable carbon luxury and much worse for the environment than commercial flights. In short, it seems unlikely the professor will be this businessman's best friend.
David Lewis. Finally, dubbed the Queen of Rock and Roll, Tina Turner was one of the biggest stars of her generation. She sold more than 180 million albums and won 12 Grammy Awards. Now the world of music is paying tribute to the icon, who's died at the age of 83. Singer Beyoncé has called her the epitome of passion and power, while Gloria Gaynor said she paved the way for so many women in rock music, black and white. She'll be remembered for the boundless energy she brought to her performances and that voice, as our entertainment correspondent David Silito reports. When you were a young boy, you have a purpose, and always follow you
around. 1966, Riverdeep Mountain High. In your face, hip-shaking, sweat-drenched, passionate pop perfection. However, in America, the song was a flop. It would be another 17 years before Tina Turner truly made it. Annie Mae Bullock grew up in Nutbush, Tennessee. Her family were sharecroppers. She started singing in Ike Turner's band when she was a teenager. And poor, largely abandoned by her parents, it was, she hoped, her escape. But it was an escape into a different sort of misery. There were hits, and the world saw a confident, powerful woman on stage. But the acid queen in Tommy was in private fearful of her violent, controlling husband. Finally, in 1976, she walked out.
Which I did try to leave. And the first time was when I had the experience of being whipped with a wire hanger.
Wow.
And then another time was something else. And I realized, well, you don't go back.
What then followed was a rebirth. The team behind the band Heaven 17 and the support of David Bowie helped set her on her way to becoming one of the biggest selling acts in the world. No wonder they turned her life story into a musical. And in the year 2000, she was 60 years old and the biggest selling concert artist in the world. From Annie Mae Bullock and the church choir of Nutbush Baptist Church to multi-platinum selling Buddhist rock and roll superstar living in Switzerland. The extraordinary Tina Turner.
Oh, what a woman, what a voice. I could sit and listen to Tina Turner all day. She was simply the best. You've been listening to The Newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, where 4 young Iraqis talk about the shadow of war and occupation.
The assault began in the early hours of this morning when 40 cruise missiles were launched from Kabul.
It is 20 years since forces invaded our country.
The early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
I heard the sound of a rocket coming down. When it hit, the blast was so powerful, I was thrown into another part of the house.
These are the stories of those who survived the war as children.
My parents would put their hands over my eyes so I wouldn't see things.
And grew up in the violence and chaos that followed.
This is what we lived through.
And this is what we are doing to rebuild Iraq.
Iraq, Generation Invasion, at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Assignment on the BBC World Service. I'm Caroline Bailey, and I'm in Germany to find out how climate change is threatening the country's forests. All these trees are dead in front of us.
Yeah, all these trees. This is all dead. It's a little bit like a horror film.
4 out of 5 trees in Germany are showing signs of damage, with 35% in a serious state or dead. To find out what's being done to try to save them, listen to Assignment after the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The Russian Wagner mercenary group says its forces have begun withdrawing from the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. The head of the group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, said its positions were being transferred to the Russian army. He said 20,000 of his men were killed in the battle for the city. An agreement to station Russian tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus has been signed by the two countries' defense ministers. Sergei Shoigu and Viktor Krenin held talks in Minsk. The plan to store Russian nuclear weapons in Belarus was announced by President Vladimir Putin in March. US intelligence officials and Microsoft have warned that a state-sponsored Chinese hacking group has been spying on critical infrastructure networks. They say the group is looking to disrupt communications between the US and Asia during future crises. A Vietnamese court has given a 5.5-year prison sentence to a noodle seller for ridiculing one of the most powerful members of the government. Bui Tuan Lam posted a video online mimicking the theatrical gestures of the celebrity chef Salt Bae, whose restaurant the communist politician To Lam had visited in London. The minister was filmed eating gold-covered steak. Germany's economy has slid into recession after contracting by 0.3% in the first quarter of the year. Continued high prices led to reduced household spending. The emergency services in Australia are battling a massive fire in central Sydney. A 7-storey building has been evacuated after it caught alight and began to collapse. Several fire engines are at the scene. The pop group ABBA have ruled out a reunion at next year's Eurovision Song Contest in their native Sweden. The event will mark 50 years since they won the competition performing Waterloo. But Bjorn Ulvaeus and Benny Andersson have rejected any suggestion they'd take to the stage again. BBC News.
Oh yes, there's the Brocken, the highest mountain, just over to our left.
Now you are on 971 meters.
Right.
Yes, it's also one of the biggest mountain here in the Harz.
All these trees are dead in front of us.
Yeah, all these trees.
And when do you think they died?
In the last 5 years, from 2018, and they died next year's too. But this is all dead.
And then if we look to the hillside beyond, there's barely any green at all. It's all spookily grey, dead trees.
Yeah. It's a little bit like a horror film.
Welcome to the documentary from the BBC World Service. I'm Caroline Bailey, and on assignment, I'm in Germany to find out how climate change is threatening the country's forests. I've come right up into the Harz Mountains with Andreas Mehling, who's head of the tourist office in the nearby town of Wernigerode in northern Germany. And until just a few years ago, the view from where we're standing would have been quite different. Mountainsides thickly covered with spruce trees, but not anymore. Germany's spruce forests are dying from drought and the devastating bark beetle, which attacks when the trees become too weak from lack of water. Andreas, who has curly dark hair and a trimmed beard, grew up nearby in what was communist East Germany. He was just 12 years old when the Berlin Wall came down in 1989 and the division of Germany came to an end.
We can see on the left side there's the former Western Germany, and on the east side there is the former German Democratic Republic.
You grew up not far from the Harz Mountains, so you know this region very well.
Yeah.
What did it look like in your childhood?
There were dark green forests, a little bit like in a fairy tale. In German, it's a very famous fairy tale, Hänsel and Gretel. These are very dark, dense forests. I like that, yes, and I know that from my childhood. And now they are completely new views.
It's just row upon row of dead trees. This is quite shocking, really.
Yes, it's quite shocking for me too. We have to learn to deal with it. Yes, we have to learn and we have to deal with it. And we need some time to understand that it's the normal way now.
It's not a very pleasant view, and it's going to take years to replant and reforest and for this whole area to become green again.
Yeah, 30 years. We think 30 years. And after that, it takes a long time that the trees are really big, yes?
Yes, until they've really grown.
They need 50 years, 60 years, 70 years to be a really big and nice tree. So it's a work for 2 generations or 3 generations.
Yeah. Well, the sun's come out now. It's late morning on Sunday, and I'm on one of the main paths going up this hillside, and there are quite a few hikers around. So what do they think about what they're seeing, the dead trees all around them?
It's catastrophal.
A catastrophe, you say?
Catastrophe, yeah. Very sad.
Are you from this area?
No, I'm from Berlin.
Are you shocked to see it?
I knew it before, but I haven't seen it so close, so I'm shocked, yes.
Would it put you off coming again?
When we walked up, we just said, never again, Harz.
Just 5 minutes ago, I said, oh, it's so sad. I never have, finished a stay of 2 days with this conclusion, never again this region.
It looks terrible.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, because of the dimension, yeah. We visit the Harz every year.
Do you think it's getting worse?
Yeah, of course. Worse and worse. Yeah, it makes a little bit angry.
Hello, are you from this area or are you visitors?
No.
Visitors.
What do you think about what you're seeing?
We're actually really surprised. We're thinking about what will happen the next few years to rebuild up these beautiful area, and what can we do?
Did you know it would be bad?
No. We've heard about, of course, so we are from Hamburg, but we didn't expect it. It's sad to see.
Not the German forest you would expect.
No.
Everyone I spoke to expressed their shock and dismay. Andreas Mehling is now well used to this, but he tries to be positive about the situation. What do the guests say to you when they come down from the mountains, having been out on a day trip?
They ask me, what can I do? Can I help? We give information and we like to invite our guests to do something. I'm confident because I think that tourism can be a part of the solution.
What can the guests do?
They can plant trees, yeah. There are some projects each year, 10 times, 12 times, big programs to plant trees. And of course, they can give money, and this money will be used to the reforestation.
We've actually stopped further down the mountain at the side of the road, where the dead trees have been completely cleared. It's an area of forest, if you can still call it that, owned by the town of Wernigerode, and it will be replanted. There are tree stumps as far as I can see, and it looks just as horrific as the national park on the other side of the road, where their policy is to leave the dead trees standing.
Hallo. Hallo, Mr. Gaffer. Hallo. Hatten Sie eine gute Reise?
Ja, sehr gut, danke. Down in the picturesque town square of Wernigerode, I meet up with Peter Gaffert. Until last summer, he was mayor here, and before that, he was a forester, including being director of the national park in the Harz Mountains. He tells me how deeply affected he is by the death of so many trees in the area, and explains why he didn't go with us. We speak in a mixture of English and German.
I gone in the last years, not in the wood.
Oh, you don't go there?
I could not see the situation, could not look there, and kamen die Tränen.
It makes you cry.
Yes, was not so good. Wollte das nicht sehen.
You don't want to see it. The situation here in the Harz Mountains is particularly bad because of the tradition of planting Germany's most common tree, the spruce. It's not native and it needs a cold, wet climate to thrive, but it is very good as timber for construction. It's often grown in a so-called monoculture, which means just the one species, and this has made it vulnerable to the bark beetle, which has swept through plantations during hot, dry summers, particularly since 2018. This is widely considered to be as a result of climate change, but the decision to cultivate spruce forests goes back a long way in the Harz, as Peter Gaffert explains in German.
Die Fichte ist hier die traditionelle Baumart gewesen, etwa seit 300 Jahren.
Spruce has been the traditional tree species in this area for 300 years, planted en masse as a single species in monoculture forests. This was because of mining that took place in the Harz in the 16th, 17th and 1800s. The forests were all completely felled and they had to replant again quickly.
Was it wrong to plant the spruces here?
Zur damaligen Zeit sicherlich nicht.
It certainly wasn't wrong at the time. You can see that in this city. There was an enormous need for wood. It grows fast and can be used for timber for houses. I think the mistake was at the beginning of the 20th century when people slowly realized that monoculture forests weren't good. But even so, up until the middle of the 20th century, and in some cases until the end of the 20th century, spruce continued to be planted in monoculture forests.
Peter tells me that 20,000 hectares of spruce trees have been lost in this area in the past 5 years. The town of Wernigerode owns 2,000 hectares of forest, and half of that has died. They're planting new trees, different species to make up mixed forests, which they hope will be more resilient.
You can think 1 hectare, I think, costs 10,000 euro. The city of Wernigerode must replant 1,000 hectares.
So where's the money going to come from?
In the next years. The money comes from the state, yes.
From the government?
Also, yes, also from the Bundesrepublik, especially also from companies, yes. Sorry. And a lot of people gave money to buy a tree and plant it.
The mountains and forests are key to the tourism industry in Wernigerode. Christiana Oldendorf is a town guide. Dressed in a bright pink coat and carrying a large umbrella, she gives me a tour. We start at the fountain in front of the town hall. Just tell me about this square. There are beautiful timber frame buildings. How old is it?
It's the historic market square of Wernigerode. It always was since the 12th century, but we had a lot of city fires, and that means we always had to rebuild many buildings. So here we have the town hall from the middle of the 15th century. But we also have...
No one can deny, though, that however stunning the historic town of Wernigerode may be, just up the nearby mountains, there's devastation.
People who have a hotel or something, of course, they are afraid people wouldn't come anymore. And they don't want to lose their businesses, and they are afraid that Wernigerode won't be an attractive tourist destination anymore.
Christiana, like Andreas, is determined to emphasize what's being done and to focus on the future.
sometimes it makes me sad when maybe an old man is coming and now he wanted to see the Harz Mountains maybe for the last time, and then he is disappointed because there's no more woods as he knew them. You try to explain and to describe maybe a future idea, and sometimes it helps.
And the future idea is that there will be mixed forest.
Mixed forest, right? Mixed forest, a lot of beeches, because that's what's native here. The spruces need another altitude. It's not the right spot where they try to grow them. So that's why it doesn't work out.
There's deep public concern and debate about the health of Germany's forests, and it's being played out all over the country. You don't just find forests in Germany's countryside and up in the mountains. I'm now in central Berlin, and I'm just getting on the train to Grunewald, Greenwood, on the outskirts of the city. I'm actually on my way to meet Dr. Nicole Velbrock of the Thunen Institute for Forest Ecosystems. She's responsible for compiling data on the condition of Germany's trees for an annual report published by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. There are some walkers coming past us with their sticks. Just had a cyclist, and there's a horse at the end of this track. Yeah. So this really is a forest for everyone.
Yes, it is. Really, I like it because you meet every kind of people. All people from Berlin come here, meet here, and do what they want. Nordic walking.
Yes, they've got a stick in each hand, walking along quite purposefully. How would you describe this forest? What sort of a forest is it?
It's a mixed forest. We have oak trees, we have pine, we have some beech, acer.
And what sort of condition would you say this forest is in at the moment?
Not really bad, but not good.
In the Berlin area, they've had an unusually wet winter. But Nicole, who has short blonde hair and is wearing a navy anorak and has a rucksack on her back, says because of recent drought years, there's still a shortage of stored water below ground, and another warm, dry summer would be problematic for the trees. This forest looks nothing like the dead spruce I saw in the Harz Mountains. Here, the trees are in leaf. But from mid-June to mid-August, the health of Germany's trees will be assessed nationwide, from loss of foliage at the wrong time of year to having died altogether. A lack of leaves means the tree is less able to create the nutrients it needs for growth.
Look at the crown, the upper crown. We have a tree with a lot of lost needles, and you can really look through the tree and see the sky. And the crown is not very dense.
And
it's not green, really green.
So that is a sign of a sick tree.
Yes, yes, it is.
What did you find in your latest report?
4 out of 5 trees are in bad condition. But that means that 44% are in condition like warning. Warning means that you see some damage, but it can change to good or to bad. But 35% are really serious defoliation, and they're really in a bad condition. Only 20% are in good condition.
So which trees are worst affected by drought?
Spruce is really dying, especially in the lowlands. It's large areas are dying. There are some areas where also beech are dying, but it's suffering. Also oak is suffering. There's no really tree species which we can say it's well growing.
The problems for Germany's forests started back in the 1980s, when acid rain, contaminated with pollution from cars and factories, caused trees to die. It also prompted a huge environmental awareness in Germany. Conditions improve with regulation, but Nicole says some pollutants still remain in the soil, and now there's the problem of drought.
First, we have in the 80s this acid rain. In 2017, we have large storms. Then we had a lot of dead trees lying down. The bark beetle really like these dead trees. Then we have drought. Normally, the spruce produce resin to enclose the bark beetles. but if it's too dry, they are not able to do so. So the bark beetles can easily attack the trees.
So are we talking about climate change here?
Yes, of course. The number of drought years is increasing over the last decades. We are seeing that. It's a serious problem. Even if we have one rainy year, it will not help.
I've travelled west and I'm now south of Bonn on the road to the Eiffel Forest. And all around me are different types of trees. I'm beginning to recognise a few different species. Thank you. I've arrived in the village of Vershofen, home to the Forest Academy, run by the forester and best-selling writer of books about trees, Peter Wolleben. Extremely tall with a greying beard and glasses, he's become a bit of a celebrity in the world of trees, although he's also a polarising figure in the debate about Germany's forests.
Yeah, in reality, I'm an environmentalist. Tree shepherd, yeah, something like this.
And how many books have you written altogether?
In the moment, I am writing on my 30th book.
30th?
30th, yeah.
And The Hidden Life of Trees was the bestseller.
It was the bestseller, but the publisher here in Germany first printed just 3,000 copies because that was what they expected could be sold.
And how many were sold?
I think in Germany alone 1.3 million so far.
We're walking out of the village to a forest owned by the local community and managed by Peter Wollleben's Academy, which runs courses for the general public about trees. The way he writes and talks about trees, though, is rather unusual.
We are working through families. For example, here you're walking through a little tree kindergarten. This one here.
A tree kindergarten?
A tree kindergarten, yeah. Mother tree is an old technical term in German forestry. In science, we know that mother trees, for example, can detect through their roots what the neighboring tree is about. Is it an oak? Okay, that's not my family. Is it a different beech, which is not my family? Or are, for example, the seedlings are my own?
And when you write about this, it does sound as if the trees are people, they're a family. Do you do that because that's what you really believe, or that's what you want the general public to think? You want them to think about the forests as communities almost like them?
Yeah, no, that's reality. The only difference between science and what I'm writing is I make it more popular in a more easy language.
Peter Wolleben is very vocal in the current debate about what should be done to protect Germany's forests. He blames the dying trees on commercialised forestry and the timber industry, and advocates the return to natural forests which are allowed to reseed themselves. He's against managed replanting programmes. Your latest book, The Power of Trees, is very, very critical of forestry and the way forests have been managed up until now. Do you want to end the timber industry in Germany?
No, I don't want to end the timber industry, but I want to end the forest business as it is made today. Because we're losing every year 1,500 square kilometers. And why? Because of planting non-native trees, of making plantations. It's like battery farming. For example, when you drive with big machines in the forest, you destroy the ability to store water down to 5%, around about that. That means that in hot, dry summer, trees haven't any spare water in the forest floor. And then even beech trees die. And then those foresters say, look at the beech trees. Even native trees die. That's not our fault. That's climate change.
Well, surely they've got to replant these forests.
No, that's the biggest mistake ever. You can't plant a forest. You can just make a plantation. If you plant trees, whatsoever trees, you can't plant their ecosystem, the bacteria species, the fungi species.
So your answer is?
My answer is let do nature the job. Trees are able to repair forest ecosystems since 300 million years. And we see it when you look at these older damaged areas, the natural forests come back first with birch, with aspen, with willow, and then other species like beech and oak and ash and so on. But forest industry don't like it. They want to have conifers in between, so they cut them down, replace them and so on. So, but if you look at those older forest stands, you see it is possible that nature repairs it itself. And those trees are much more resilient to climate change.
I mean, do you not want them to use wood at all for building?
Of course, but less. Because if you thin a forest too heavily, it will die.
People in Germany really do care about the forest. It covers 1/3 of the country, and even though half is privately owned, everyone has the right to walk there. It's long played a role in German culture. It's the setting for the fairy tales of the Brothers Grimm and for poems by Goethe and many others who followed him. But however romantic the idea of Germany's forest might be, it's also a commercial source of timber. And last year, around 100 million trees were felled.
It's the best conference room here.
Oh, lovely. Fantastic view.
You can
I've come to meet Christian Meyer, Deputy Manager of the Timber Division of RWZ, an agricultural products group, and we're looking out at Cologne Cathedral. Christian Meyer believes it's important for the industry that the proportion of softwood trees, which includes spruce, many of which are being replaced with other species, doesn't fall below 50%.
Ja, die Lösungen sind natürlich klar. Erstmal die Lösungen.
The solutions are of course clear. First of all, to restock the devastated forests. That means reforestation with mixed forests and a high proportion of coniferous trees, which in our view is the answer. To produce wood for the next generation that can be used relatively quickly and can supply the timber industry.
But what do you say to the people like Peter Wohlleben who say, no, we shouldn't do that. There shouldn't be a timber industry as it is today. It should be much smaller.
Dann muss allerdings dann ein Herr Wohlleben mir dann auch mal erklären, wo das...
Mr. Wohlleben has to explain where he thinks the timber and wood products will come from, if not from German production. And I don't know where the tables, the roof trusses, pallets, where all this wood is supposed to be produced. I think it would be a shame if sites are taken out of production in Germany and the forest is just left to its own devices. But it's really a socio-political question which I can't answer.
So you're saying it's a question for society, but society seems quite split about this.
Ja, ich habe ein bisschen Sorge.
Yes, I'm a bit worried about political opinions on this. In my view, there's a very strong conflict in Germany between the urban population and the rural population. And many discussions over climate are driven from the urban point of view. Personally, I don't see a problem in combining nature conservation with the production of timber.
That's also the view of the SDW, the German Forest Protection Association. Jonas Brandl is Forest Policy Advisor there. Are you on the side of the nature conservationists who'd like to keep the forest as it is, or are you on the side of forestry who would still like to see managed and cultivated forests?
I would say we sit directly in the middle of the debate. So most of the forests we like to see being managed, but in a very sustainable way. The thing with climate change is, first of all, it's human-made, so it's going on very fast. And the trees haven't learned in their evolution to adapt that fast. So through planting, you can bring in another tree species that will diversify your forest and will make it stronger to get on with climate change and to adapt to it.
The German government is giving forest owners 900 million euros for replanting and also for setting aside a portion of their cultivated forest. But what does Jonas Brandl think about the accusation that forestry is itself to blame for the current situation?
We need to go back to the time after the Second World War, and we needed timber to build. That was the reason why so many spruce was planted. And then you can't just go on and say we blame everyone. Right now we see it's not something made for climate change, but no one knew about it. But definitely we need to say that we need to manage our forests in a more diverse way.
Let's return now to Wernigerode, where this programme started. One of the attractions is the narrow-gauge steam railway, which takes visitors up into the mountains. A final question for Andreas Mehling, who's head of the tourist office there. You can't exactly advertise your dead forests, can you? You can't say, come to Wernigerode, come to the Harz Mountains to see the dead spruce trees.
Perhaps I have to do that because we will see these dead trees the next years. 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. I have to explain it. And perhaps it's a very special attraction, yes? You can see climate change and you can do something against climate change. So come to the Harz Mountain and have a look to that. And perhaps you can learn something for yourselves and you can do at home something better.
One thing is certain. Whoever's right in this debate about whether to manage and replant or leave the forest to recover by itself, the emergence of new forests in Germany will take generations. Assignment was presented and produced by me, Caroline Bailey.
Our series, The Climate Question, aims to understand climate change and the world's attempts to avert it, temper it, or adapt to it. From asking if we've put too much faith in trees to finding out if lab-grown meat is better for the planet.
I would ask consumers and other researchers to just dig a little bit into the data.
Hear more at bbcworldservice.com/The Climate Question or search The Climate Question wherever you get your BBC podcast.
At bbcworldservice.com, it's Tech Life with Zoe Kleinman.
We find them in all the gadgets and tech we use every day. Help yourself to a large portion of chips while we find out why they're such a political hot potato. Plus, would you let AI be your personal trainer?
Next, it's Unexpected Elements. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news, the show that looks for the science behind the news. In Unexpected Elements this week, it's the anniversary of the first message being sent by telegraph, and one day later was the first ever piece of news. That's where we start, but in this show, our global panel of science journalists can take us all sorts of places. Fast forward to today, and there's this whole emerging field of science looking at pretty much the same thing, but inside our bodies. Also, it's thousands of miles wide, it's alive, and you don't want it coming anywhere near you. Stay tuned for the tale of the menacing blob of seaweed lurking in the Atlantic. That's all to come on Unexpected Elements.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Russia's Wagner mercenary group says its forces have begun withdrawing from the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. The group announced the capture of Bakhmut on Saturday. Here's Elettra Naismith.
The head of Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, said its positions in Bakhmut would be transferred to the Russian army over the next few days. But he said his forces were ready to return if the regular military proved unable to manage the situation. The battle for Bakhmut has been long and bloody. The Wagner leader says 20,000 of his troops have been killed. Analysts say that figure will be much higher. Mr. Prigozhin was again critical of Russia's senior military leaders, but Ukraine said the Wagner boss was just looking for an excuse to leave.
A court in Vietnam has given a 5.5-year prison sentence to a noodle seller for ridiculing one of the most powerful members of the government. Bui Tuan Lam posted video online mimicking the theatrical gestures of the celebrity chef Salt Bae, whose restaurant the communist politician had visited in London. The minister, Tu Lam, was filmed being fed gold-covered steak. He ate the meal, costing more than his official monthly salary, shortly after visiting the tomb of Karl Marx. Bui Tuan Lam was arrested last September for undermining the confidence of the Vietnam people in their leaders. The emergency services in Australia are battling a massive fire in central Sydney. A 7-storey building's been evacuated after it caught alight and began to collapse. Phil Mercer reports.
Dramatic video footage shows the wall of the burning building collapsing, sending debris crashing onto the street below. Firefighters in Sydney have battled towering flames and thick smoke. Residents in neighbouring apartments were moved to safety as the fire spread. Emergency crews say the blaze has now been contained. Investigators will work to establish the cause of the fire that spread chaos and panic in the heart of one of Australia's biggest cities.
Cambodia's Constitutional Council has dismissed an appeal by the country's main opposition party that would allow it to run in July's national elections. The Candlelight Party was disqualified because it couldn't produce its original party registration paperwork. Our correspondent Celia Hatton says Cambodia's authoritarian leader and his ruling party will now run largely unopposed.
The Candlelight Party and its predecessor, the National Rescue Party, are the only ones that have really ever given a challenge to Hun Sen. And so I think that's why they really faced opposition when they registered for these elections. They tried to put in their registration parties. Like other parties, they were told that maybe their registration wasn't quite up to scratch. The Candlelight Party was told outright that they couldn't run in the upcoming elections because they didn't have their original papers. They say they were seized in a police raid a few years ago. The police have them. And so they've just been stopped from running in elections altogether.
BBC News. The German economy, the biggest in Europe, has slid into recession after contracting by 0.3% in the first quarter of the year. Officials had expected zero growth, but revised figures show the economy continued to shrink because high prices led to reduced household spending. The contraction follows a decline of 0.5% in the last quarter of 2022. Inflation remains high in Germany. The editor of one of the few reformist newspapers in Iran has been sentenced to 6 months in prison and fined over coverage of the recent wave of anti-government protests. A lawyer for Behzadi Behrouz, who's editor-in-chief of Etemad, said the case was filed after complaints were made by a branch of the powerful Revolutionary Guards. The lawyer said the paper had tried to present a balanced view of the protests. The pop group ABBA have ruled out a reunion at next year's Eurovision Song Contest in their native Sweden after Loreen gave the country its 7th Eurovision victory with her song Tattoo. The event will mark 50 years since they won the competition performing Waterloo. Speaking to the BBC, Bjorn Ulvaeus and Benny Andersson emphatically rejected any suggestion they'd take to the stage again, but they do want to see their successful holographic Voyage show expand further.
Maybe one replica in North America, maybe one in Asia. There are talks, but nothing tangible yet.
I have to say, I'd like to go to Australia. It would feel good to come back there and say thank you, Australians, for supporting us from day one.
The Suez Canal Authority says it has successfully refloated a ship that had run aground at the passage's southern end. Tugboats were used to free the Hong Kong-flagged ship, which had blocked other vessels from passing. The Suez Canal is a crucial shipping lane linking Europe and Asia. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
This week, I was down on the British coast near a city called Plymouth. A few hundred years back, when ships were the primary way of trading goods or invading a country, this place was a bustling hub. And it needed a lighthouse to guide ships away from jagged rocks. Over the years, there have been a handful of designs, and I was shocked to find out that one had burned down. Less surprising once I discovered that it was one made of wood and two lit by naked flames. Of course, nowadays we have electricity, but before that, ships at night were warned to safety by the latest cutting-edge technology of the time, candles. I'm Marnie Chesterton from the BBC World Service. This is Unexpected Elements. And I'm not a lone lighthouse. I'm joined by Camilla Mota in Brazil, who reports there for BBC Brazil. Hello, Camilla.
Hello, Marnie, or oi, as we say it here in Brazil.
Oi to you too. And joining us from Ghana is Godfred Boafo, who's commissioning editor with the Conversation website in Africa. Hello, Godfred.
Hello, Marnie. As we'll say here at the same.
Great to have you both here. Now, we've been sifting through the news this week, looking for stories that we can pick apart to find the unexpected science connections. And this week, we were intrigued to learn that on the 24th of May, it's the anniversary of the first message being sent by telegraph. And one day later, the 25th, was the first ever piece of news. See, science literally underpins the news. So happy 179th birthday to this communications revolution. That was the sound of many telegraph machines in operation, tapping out messages in Morse code. And in case you aren't fluent in Morse, let me tell you that we've just spelled out the words unexpected elements. So thanks to this anniversary, we've all been doing some homework about the impact the invention of the telegraph had. I mean, it's huge. It made the world seem smaller and more joined up. So what effect did that have on Ghana and Brazil?
Well, to start from Ghana, for instance, the telegraph was installed here in 1886. And interesting enough, it was by a company set up by a Scotsman called John Pender, called the African Direct Telegraph Company. It was a branch of the Eastern Telegraph Company. And the first telegraphs that were put here were not just put in Ghana, or what was then the Gold Coast. They were put along the coast of all the British colonies at the time. So we had Cape Verde, we had the Gambia, we had Sierra Leone, the Gold Coast, and Nigeria, all getting telegraph post at the time. Now, it was quite the technological feat. To get to Accra, the wires needed to be run along the bottom of the ocean. These were insulated copper cables wrapped in this latex-like substances called gutta percha to protect them from the seawater. Now, I was looking through some photographs of people who were hired as telegraph clerks, and it showed a bit about how it changed the administrative setup of the colonial authority. So if you look at the photographs, for instance, you would see that the European administrative staff all would regularly sit in chairs and had big positions listed, whilst the natives who were also employed to work these telegraph machines were the ones who were normally seated on the floor or were standing behind their European bosses.
So it was a colonial tool?
Yes, it certainly was. Now, all the minerals that the colonial governments wanted was on the south. And so that is where we had these posts established, and the northern territories were not touched by these developments. So there was a significant gap between development because they could interact with each other quite easily on the coast, but it took quite a bit of a while to talk to each other in between the northern territories. Now, apart from just stratifying our society, it also played a crucial role in the independence movement, because at the time you had the educated elite who were attending school in the United Kingdom, in the United States, and who were beginning to become politically mature, started reaching out to the independence fighters who were in the Gold Coast at the time. And the only way to do this was through the telegraph. And they were sending telegrams. Now, the most important of this was sent to a young man who was studying in the United Kingdom at the time. His name was Kwame Nkrumah, who would become Ghana's independence leader and who would later on become Prime Minister of the First Republic of Ghana.
That's really impressive. So the telegraph was used as a colonial tool, but then it was appropriated for the independence movement. Camilla, what's Brazil's story with this piece of technology?
We got telegraphs very early in 1852, and that was because of the emperor at the time, Dom Pedro II, or Dom Pedro II, if you will. He was a huge, innovative, someone passionate about astronomy, science. He used to read all the hot French magazines that the 19th century intellectuals used to read at the time, which looked more like books than magazines. But anyway, he exchanged letters with a bunch of prominent scientists, Louis Pasteur, Charles Darwin, for example, and became a member of the Royal Society, the Russian and the French science academies.
Okay, so he did that, and he was also presumably running the country too.
Exactly. In fact, some of the Brazilian newspapers at the time would say that he was more interested in science and astronomy than in Brazil's very real social and economic problems.
Well, science is really interesting, but maybe I'm biased. We're nearly 200 years on from that. What's the verdict now? How do people look back at his reign?
Right. So I'd say that it's mostly positive, but there are some contradictions. Slavery in its worst form was still institutionalized in Brazil during his ruling, even though historians say that Dom Pedro himself was an abolitionist. But all in all, he had a reputation for trying to develop the country, and his passion for science and innovation really stood the test of time. After all, he kind of helped to save the telephone at the 1876 World's Fair.
Tell me about, how did he save the telephone?
Right. So back then, people didn't know that the telephone would bring this telecommunications revolution that we're all familiar with. So when Graham Bell was displaying the telephone in the World's Fair in 1876 in Philadelphia, people were not paying that much attention to it. But Dom Pedro, who loved to travel, was there. He remembered Bell from a previous encounter they had. And then he decided to try out the telephone in the fair and was completely amazed by it. In a speech in 1911, Bell says Dom Pedro screamed, "My God, it speaks!" and with that, helped save the exhibit. He believed so much that Bell's invention would change the way people communicate that he decided to buy some of his devices as soon as they were put on the market. And that's why Brazil became the second country in the world to have telephones in 1877. And 2 years later, he issued to a representative of Bell's company, this businessman called Charles Paul Mackey, the first concession to explore the telephone market in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil's capital at the time. And the rest is literally history.
I love this idea of a World Trade Fair and Alexander Graham Bell trying to interest people and everyone going, "Nah, it's a gimmick. It's not going to catch on." Thank you, Camilla. That's fascinating insight into a character who really seems to have shaped our current communications network. So we've got the telegraph, we've got subsequent communication revolutions. They obviously had a profound effect on society. But how does it all work? Well, here with the technical side of things are producers Ben and Margaret.
Hey Ben, did you know that the telegraph was the first electrical telecommunications system in the world?
What? That is shocking.
I know. It was later followed by the telephone, two-way radios, and cellular networks.
I've always been fascinated by the way these technologies work, how they convert sounds into electrical signals and back again.
Well, I know that sounds are actually vibrations causing pressure waves in the air, with the frequency of the waves determining pitch. But I'm ecstatic to learn more about how this relates to telecommunications.
Well, in telecommunications, sound vibrations are converted into electric currents, which travel on wires, or radio waves, which travel through space.
Right, but that doesn't happen in a vacuum. How do we get sounds back from that?
Well, a receiver converts the currents or waves back into sound, with variations in frequency or amplitude representing different pitches. Now, what do you think about that?
I think we need to get back to the show. All these jokes are beginning to hurt.
Sorry, I can't resist a good pun.
Resident punsters and programme makers, Ben and Margaret there. So that's how we hear the human voice across long distances. Godfred, where are you taking us next?
Well, Marnie, I think now's a good time to talk about worms.
Really? Worms? Really?
Absolutely. Specifically, though, I'd like to talk about roundworms.
Aren't those the parasitic worms? We have a plant that eats them in Brazil.
You have a plant that eats parasitic worms?
Yep, it has sticky leaves that it buries underground and uses to catch these worms, and then it eats them.
That is disgusting and fascinating, and I feel we're getting off target here. Godfred, can I clarify? The roundworms that you're talking about, they're not the parasitic ones, are they? These are the sort of roundworms that are effectively the lab rats of genetic studies.
Exactly, Marnie. So for years, researchers knew a protein called transmembrane channel-like protein 1, or TMC1, played a crucial role in hearing, but they didn't know what this role was. There's only a small amount of this protein in the ear. So since these roundworms have a very similar protein, the scientists grew 60 million of them to study it.
Hang on, 60 million. So I know these C. elegans things, these worms, they're about a millimetre long. 60 million is still quite a lot of them. Why did they need that many?
They needed that many to work out how this protein works, Marnie, but it was tricky to get them. Sarah Clark, who was one of the co-authors of this study, said they spent years optimizing worm growth and protein isolation.
So they're basically milking worms. With 60 million worms, what did they figure out?
Well, in October, they reported that this protein operates as a tension-sensitive ion channel that opens and closes as the hairs in our ear react to sound wave vibrations, sending electrical signals to our brain, which are interpreted as sounds.
Okay, so just like the technology in our phone, that converts sound into electricity and back again, our bodies convert sound vibrations to electrical signals, and we know more about that now thanks to a really large amount of tiny worms. Ha! Godfred, thank you very much. If you have any opinions on worms, hearing, sound waves, or the history of telecommunications in your country, we'd love to hear from you. You can email us at unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or why not WhatsApp us on country code +44 330 678 3080. Coming up, we're going to be talking more about the electrical messaging and communication that goes on in our own bodies after this. Each week, we at Unexpected Elements aim to entertain but also inform. Now, some of that information is not exactly a matter of life or death. Think of it more like a random fact that you can use to tease your friends in a quiz-type situation. Are you ready? Russian banana is a type of what? I'll give you a hint. It's not a banana. Is it, though, A, a potato, B, a mushroom, or C, a small leafless shrub that you can't even eat? So, Russian banana, is it A, a potato, B, a mushroom, or C, an inedible twiggy plant? Get your answer ready, and let me tell you, there's no point cheating because there are no prizes. You're just cheating yourself. Stay tuned to find out if you've got it right. And now, back to the main business. You're listening to Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service, where so far we've gone from the anniversary of the first telegraph messages and how a 19th century Brazilian emperor helped spread the telephone across the globe to scientists using roundworms to discover how human hearing works. And to find out where we're going next, I'm joined by author Sally Adey. Hello, Sally.
Hi, Marnie. How are you?
I'm very well. Sally, your new book is called We Are Electric, which I think gives us a bit of a clue as to its subject.
Yes, that's right. It's about bioelectricity, which refers to the electrical dimensions of biological systems. So, for example, in the nervous system, actually, as Gottfried was saying earlier, it was a great intro, it's well understood that in addition to being a chemical signal, the action potential is also an electrical one. And its electrical aspect is crucial to many things, including its speed. So you wouldn't be able to yank your hand away from a hot stove before you even consciously register touching it if it was a purely chemical message.
Yeah, so that's in the body's nervous system.
That's right.
And I think we all know about the body's nervous system using electrical signals, but the rest of the body uses bioelectricity as well, doesn't it?
That's right. As I found out when I was doing the research for this book, bioelectricity is relevant way beyond the nervous system and beyond the brain and beyond humans.
And just to clarify, this isn't exactly the sort of electricity that you get in the main socket.
No. And it's funny that we were talking about the telegraph because back in the 19th century, that was exactly the metaphor that people turned to explain bioelectricity. So while they were first identifying the nerve impulse, that's when the telegraph was spreading around the world. And just as we could use the telegraph to send messages from one person to another, the early neurophysiologists who were studying the nervous system, they sort of conceived of the nerves in the body as telegraph lines used by the brain to send instructions and receive information. But this doesn't quite get at it because, as you were saying, the mains or from a 9-volt battery or a wire in a power line, these things push electrons around. And inside the body, it's actually the movement of positive ions that do the work because all cells move ions between each other through little gates and sluices and the ion channels that Gottfried was talking about. You know, your ability to hear, your ability to walk, talk, think, breathe, heartbeat, you know, the fact that you're thinking that you're thirsty, that's all down to this movement of ions into cells.
And what do we use that amazing skill for?
Well, one example of how this is used is the wound current that emerges when you have a cut. So skin cells, they're linked together in lockstep by these little pores that let electrical information travel through them instantly. So the skin cells are tightly joined against the outside world, right? But the movement of the ions through that is really constrained. And when you cut this barrier, now all those neat little pathways that ions take through the channels, they just gush. So this creates what's known as a wound current. The wound current generates an electric field, and the cathode end of the electric field attracts things like keratinocytes, the little cells that fix things up, macrophages, little cells that clean up the mess. And the cathode is the very center of your wound. And what's super interesting about that, sorry, I know I'm rattling on about this, but this is so cool.
No, this is great.
The wound electric field is half as strong in people over 65 as it is in people under 25.
Oh, this is amazing stuff. Like, this is like just watching like a superhero movie or something. I've always wondered why I have so much energy. But Sally, I have a question though.
Sure.
Do you have difficulty convincing other scientists about the potential of this?
It's changing now a little bit because the field of bioelectricity and electrical medicine has suffered a little bit from some early quackery, let's just say. When scientists were first getting to grips with electricity in general and then bioelectricity as part of that whole phenomenon, people didn't really know what they were doing because there was a dearth of tools sensitive enough to really detect these things sufficiently to generate hypotheses and test them and everything. Some people were really good, but they were outflanked by the people who saw the opportunity to make a quick buck. So in the 1800s, you had people selling all kinds of stuff, things that were basically for sexual dysfunction, but also things that were quite Victorian in flavor, like loss of male vigor and like little bracelets and rings that you could use in order to have a galvanic current, even though people didn't really understand what that even meant back then. And this was such a huge field that it really, the quackery reverberated down the next, 150 years. And it's been really messing with the funding, basically, of really rigorous researchers who are investigating, for example, how electrical fields influence gene expression. And really, really gold standard work gets sometimes looked at askance because people are so reminded of this history.
And Sally, if I might just jump in, I was very curious because you've been studying this for a long time. Have you subjected yourself to any interesting / weird experiments?
Yeah, I was always interested in neural interfaces and the sort of interface between electronics and biology. But it was when I went and did a DARPA experiment that I really fell down this rabbit hole of studying this field because I actually did an experiment where I had 2 milliamps of current put through my brain to amplify my ability to do sharpshooting.
DARPA is the American Army's kind of experimental research program, right? They do a lot of quite strange sounding science.
That's right. They like to talk about it as high risk, high reward. So some of these things don't work out and some of them do. And that's how we got ARPA and,
Are you a better shooter when you're having your brain electrified?
Well, it's interesting. The short answer is absolutely. But the long answer is, what is the mechanism by which this makes you a better shooter or able to learn languages more quickly or whatever? The project, the idea was, can you electrically stimulate the brain to increase focus so that you could cut in half the time it takes to get from novice to expert? There's lots of theories about why this would work in sort of a learning context. But I think one of the things that I realized was that for me, the greater focus happened because whatever it was about having had this, it's called transcranial direct current stimulation, it shut up a lot of, sort of wasps buzzing around in my head, like a lot of negative inner voices that I hadn't realized how distracting they were and how much they got in the way of me doing things in the world. And when those things got shut off, suddenly I could just do things. So I don't know if my ability was increased or if it was just that whatever ability was there was unchanged, but all the distractions had been completely damped.
Yeah. Well, well, talking of shutting things off, sadly, we're coming to the end of this section of the programme. So I've got to say, unfortunately, thank you, Sally Adey, author of We Are Electric. What an amazing discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So just to summarise, 179 years ago, humans sent the first telegraph message, so little electrical signals which can send messages vast distances at incredible speeds. And fast forward to today, and there's this whole emerging field of science looking at pretty much the same thing, but inside our bodies, sending, as you think of it, little telegrams from wound sites, for example. So I guess what we're saying is, remember the word bioelectricity because you'll be hearing a lot more of it in the future. Coming up in the second half of Unexpected Elements, it's thousands of miles wide, it's alive, and you don't want it coming anywhere near you. Stay tuned for the tale of the menacing blob of seaweed lurking in the Atlantic.
You're listening to the BBC World Service.
In a world where information is at our fingertips, headlines and updates can't always give the full picture.
To understand why the Freedmen's Bank is important, you have to understand what banking was like at the time.
It was everywhere. This institution was enormous.
We take you deeper into the stories that shape our world.
All the Germans could hear really was the wind in the wires. They likened it to women on broomsticks.
And the people behind them.
I'm just very happy to see the sport of women's surfing progressing to a good professional caliber.
It was a nightmare for me. I never realized that my nationality that I had my whole life would be in question.
A lot of my close friends and people in my family are reindeer herders. It's not really a profession, it's a lifestyle.
Documentaries on the BBC World Service at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up after the news, the coolest science ever, or our mission to find it. Also, the story of Edward Makuka Nkaloso, a Zambian man who in the 1960s wanted his newly independent country to challenge the US and the Soviet Union racing to the moon and beyond. That's all still to come on Unexpected Elements, coming up shortly.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The Russian Wagner mercenary group says its forces are pulling out of the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the group's chief, said its positions were being handed over to the Russian army. He said 20,000 of his men were killed in the battle for the city. A deal to station Russian tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus has been signed by the two countries' defence ministers. The plan to store Russian nuclear missiles in Belarus was announced by President Vladimir Putin in March. A Vietnamese court has jailed a noodle seller for 5.5 years after he ridiculed one of the most powerful members of the government. Bui Tuan Lam posted a video mimicking the theatrical gestures of the celebrity chef Salt Bae, whose restaurant the communist politician Tu Lam had visited in London. The minister was filmed eating gold-covered steak. China has dismissed claims by Western intelligence that its hackers are spying on critical infrastructure in the United States. Western governments and the software giant Microsoft have warned that Chinese espionage attacks are taking place around the world. Germany's economy has slid into recession after contracting by 0.3% in the first quarter of the year. Continued high prices led to reduced household spending. Pakistan has lowered its economic growth forecast for the fiscal year ending in June. It's predicting a sharp drop from last year's figure of more than 6%. The country is struggling with an unprecedented economic crisis. Australian fire crews are battling a massive fire in central Sydney. A 7-storey building has been evacuated after it caught fire and began to collapse. The pop group ABBA have ruled out a reunion at next year's Eurovision Song Contest in their native Sweden. The event will mark 50 years since they won the competition with their song Waterloo. That's the latest BBC News.
This is Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service, the show that sifts through a river of news to bring you the science gold. I guess our premise is that there's science everywhere. Our knowledge of the world and the technology that we've built from that know-how really underpins the way we all move through life in ways that we don't necessarily notice. And even in this globally connected world, certain stories that are big in one part of the world can fly unnoticed under the radar of news. That's why I'm joined by Camilla Mota in Brazil and Godfred Boafo in Ghana, because with 3 sets of eyes in 3 different continents, one of us is going to find a great story that most of us will have missed. So let's hear a clue to this week's Under the Radar story. And Godfred, we're listening to that aquatic soundscape because Ghana is having a bit of a seaweed problem, isn't it?
We are indeed, Marnie. In fact, we're having a problem with the pelagic or open sea sargassum seaweed, sometimes strangely called the golden seaweed. Now, what's unique about this seaweed is that it does not attach to the ocean floor. Instead, it spends its entire life cycle floating out at sea.
Okay, if it's floating out at sea, why is it a problem?
Well, sometimes it's so thick that boats can't even get to it and has a bad habit of washing up on shores en masse. Now, we've had records of it since 2009 along Ghana's coast, and in March this year, large amounts have been washing up onshore, particularly in the western region of Ghana. And this is happening on the other side of the Atlantic too, I must say. I know in the Caribbean, they sometimes see about 10,000 tons of it during peak season. Camilla, I was wondering if you have seen the seaweed or if Brazil has problems with it.
We do, Godfred. The resurgence of sargassum in coastal cities in the Atlantic Ocean is part of the planet's natural cycle. That's important to say. I remember growing up and going to the beach during the golden seaweed season, as we called, which used to be June, July, where I grew up, and always being completely grossed out whenever I emerged from the water and found big chunks of golden seaweed in my hair. But apparently, climate change seems to be turning what was an inconvenience into a big problem. Some Brazilian scientists have been investigating how this can be connected to the discharge of polluted water from the Amazon basin into the ocean. This is one of the theories out there, but I think that it shows just how environmental degradation can have a ripple effect, and consequences that sometimes we can't even grasp.
Oh, so farming runoff has accidentally been fertilizing all of this seaweed. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, farming and mining as well.
Well, in Ghana, it has been a problem mostly because it has disrupted fishing along the western coast. Now, about 10% of the population work in fishing, and most of those are small-scale fishers.
Okay, 1 in 10 people is a lot of people. And this is stuff that you really don't want to be touching or breathing in.
No, money, you don't. So there are toxic chemicals in the seaweed that can give you a nasty rash, contact dermatitis. It also stinks. Yes, it does, as it starts rotting once it gets on the shore. So not pleasant at all.
Yeah, it does stink.
Yeah, you've smelt it then.
Yep.
Is the stink a problem or is it just stinky?
Well, back in 2014, it was a big problem in a touristic city in Brazil. It smelled so bad that tourists didn't want to go there. So yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, I should say that in Florida during peak rotting season, it's been causing breathing problems. They've advised people with asthma who live within a kilometre of the sea basically not to go near the beaches where they're affected. Do we know where it's coming from or what to do about it?
Well, we actually don't know that much about where the seaweed is coming from in Ghana, which is part of the problem. So in the Caribbean, they think it's probably coming from a new southern area of growth, but in Ghana, we just don't know yet.
So what are teams doing? Because I imagine if you don't know where it's coming from, it's hard to address.
Exactly, Marnie. But recently, a team from Ghana, the United Kingdom, and Jamaica got together to see if citizen science using photography might give scientists better data. So researchers have put up signs at beaches requesting that beachgoers take photos with their mobile phones and then upload them to an app so we can better track where the seaweed is.
Are you anywhere close to the beaches? Have you got your phone out and had a go at this?
Well, I live on the coast, but not as near enough to the western coast. I would have loved to be a part of this citizen science project.
Have you even seen the seaweed?
No, I haven't, but I've had friends take photos because of work. We've tried to track this in our news bulletins as well because of how it impacts the fishermen along the western coast.
So I'm the only one who had a close encounter with a golden seaweed.
Yeah. Did your skin itch after you'd kind of pulled it off your hair?
Not really. But, you know, it was the late 80s, beginning of the 90s. So I think it was not as big of a problem as it is today. I think it was just part of the earth being the earth.
Jellyfish and seaweed are the things that seem to be doing really well out of climate change.
Yep.
Thank you, Godfred. And Camilla, you'll have to keep us updated, Godfred, on how it's going and what results they find. And if people want to Google the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, you can see pictures of this massive blob of seaweed and the problems it's been causing. A great thing about doing this job is that you get to meet scientists with all manner of weird and wonderful jobs. So who's the best? Nothing like a bit of pointless competition as we attempt to locate the scientist doing the coolest science ever. And this week, we take a sonic dive into the world of misophonia.
I hate mouth noises. Chewing, slurping, swallowing, gulping. All of them make me feel sick to my stomach. But thankfully, this researcher is trying to better understand why some people hate certain sounds and how to maybe make them a little bit less intense.
I'm Dr. Jane Gregory. I'm a clinical psychologist at the University of Oxford researching misophonia. Misophonia is an extreme reaction to certain sounds, and the most common sounds are eating sounds, heavy breathing, like nose and throat kinds of sounds, and also any kind of repetitive tapping, rustling sounds. I wanted to know why the sound of pigeons drove me insane. Once I realized how many people were suffering from it and suffering a lot more than I was suffering, I wanted to use the skills I already had as a clinical psychologist and try and find some answers.
How many people actually have this sort of extreme reaction to some sounds which are potentially annoying to some people, benign to other people?
The proportion of people who have that kind of reaction we found is surprisingly high. It's nearly 1 in 5 people.
And is that in the UK?
That's in the UK.
Do we know why people end up getting misophonia and other people don't get it?
When we look at brain scans of people with misophonia and without misophonia, there are differences when they are reacting to trigger sounds. You can see a different pattern of connections in the brain.
Is that potentially down to, they're born with a heightened sensitivity to sound? Or is it something that they can pick up through experiences with sound?
It could be a combination of both. I think it makes sense just sort of from group survival that 1 in 5 people would be more tuned into certain sounds and that their brains would be better at attaching sounds to danger. For some people, there are some experiences that they go through that can intensify the reactions to sounds. And it's almost like the brain pairs that sound with certain situations.
Is there anything that I can do with the mouth sounds to help me just not react as strongly to them?
Sometimes we get people to create an orchestra of mouth sounds by putting yourself in control of the sounds and creating a new context for the sounds. It starts to create new little associations in the brain, which can help bring down the intensity of the reactions. So would you like to try that?
I am so up for it.
Okay.
Before we started recording our mouth orchestra, Jane gave me a pre-musical misophonia test. Warning, incoming mouth sounds.
All right. Out of 10, how intense would you rate that?
That's a 7.
A 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In terms of discomfort.
All right. So if we're going to be layering it, we need some kind of beat. Maybe strings could be the more eating kind of sound. Okay. So we're going to do 8 counts of
cleaning the teeth.
Yeah.
All mouth sounds recorded, and I did my very best DJ impression to create this. 5, 6, 7, 8.
That was so funny. I think we're onto something here.
I think we are. Like, I can't believe that our mouths made that masterpiece. So did the mouth orchestra help with my 7 out of 10 discomfort for those chewing sounds? You know what? I'm not even saying it just because we've just done that. But that to me now sounds more like a beat than a mouth sound. So that to me was like a 4 compared to before when it was a 7. That did change it. Drum roll, please. Jane, why is your research the coolest on the planet?
Misophonia is the coolest science on the planet because most people who grew up with misophonia thought they were crazy. And so every little bit of research helps them to feel less crazy.
That was Julia Ravey talking to Dr. Jane Gregory. Camilla, Jane said that she got into that research because she couldn't stand the sound of pigeons. Are there any sounds that you can't cope with?
For me, it's slurping, like for so many other people.
Yeah. Yes. I can see Godfrey going, yes, Godfrey.
Certainly slurping and chewing chips. Don't do that around me.
I had my eyes closed the entire time, so I think that tells how intense it was for me. And slurping, fun fact, I think that in some parts of the world that's normal or even expected when you are tasting dishes, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a compliment.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
eating ramen in Japan, like...
You're doing it again, Camilla.
Sorry.
It was.
Just a bit of teasing.
So, well done, Dr. Gregory, for taking something that she personally struggles with and wanting to help other people with it. But I guess still quite painful for all of us here to listen to, right?
Yep.
I'm giving her a 10 for this, though.
Oh, that's
absolutely amazing work.
You're going high. Okay. Just to check, this is 10 out of 10, not 10 out of 50, right?
10 out of 10.
Oh, thank you,
For
Godfrey.
the effort.
Okay, she's going high on our leaderboard then. Listeners, what do you think? Coolest science ever? Or do you know something that you rate higher? Because if you do, you really should get in touch. You can email us at unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or you can WhatsApp us on +44 330 678 3080. And a lot of you have already been in touch, as we'll be finding out after this. Earlier on in the show, I asked about the Russian banana. It's not a banana, so what is it? Your choices were A, a potato, B, a mushroom, or C, a shrub that you can't even eat. Did you make a choice? Because it's answer time. Drum roll. Russian banana is a potato, named due to their 18th century Baltic origins. They're oblong, often crescent-shaped. In other words, don't expect notes of banana, and they really don't look much like a banana. Russian bananas sport a smooth khaki-coloured skin with yellow flesh that, when cooked, becomes fluffy with a distinct nuttiness. So, next time you find one in a market, you'll know not to put it in a smoothie. You're welcome. This is Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service. As you know, we love it when you get in touch. You send us all sorts of comments and queries, and we're happy to try and tackle those questions in a section we're calling Unexpected Answers. We take your question on anything scientific to a scientist and find you an answer, or at least science world's best guess. And we've had another avian question come in from a listener, this time about chickens.
Hey, my name is Beth Nealon from Melbourne in Australia. And my question for Ask the Unexpected is, why don't chickens fly?
So for this question, we reached out to Dr. Ian Dunn at the University of Edinburgh's Roslin Institute. He studies the genetics and physiology of avian reproduction, and so we think it's fair to call him a chicken expert and therefore qualified to answer this question.
Why don't chickens fly? Well, the truth is that many of them do, particularly if they're light. Very heavy chickens pretty much will not fly, but in fact, Some of the smaller birds are quite agile and can get up to quite a height. What stops them flying as we traditionally think of wild birds flying? Flying's quite expensive in terms of energy, and the muscles to the weight of the bird is the key issue. Although ironically, of course, we eat the flight muscles in the form of breast meat, so they're quite large, but you'll also notice they're very pale in color, and that's because they don't have the powerhouses, the mitochondria that would sustain long-term flight. So a pretty good question from the audience. Of course, like many things, it's not simple, but many chickens do not fly, but particularly laying type chickens are capable of flight and will quite happily roost at quite high levels in their aviaries if they can.
Thank you, Dr. Ian Dunn. Now, Camilla. Camilla,
I see where this is going.
A little bird has told us that you do an absolutely fantastic chicken impression. And I feel like that's what the World Service audience needs right now.
Oh, no.
Is
Okay,
that
it? Yeah. I'm pretty easy. Okay, so here goes. Close?
That's really good. Can I ask, what do chickens say where you are? Because I love that in the UK, the roosters at least say cock-a-doodle-doo, which doesn't seem to make much sense. But I know most countries have got their own thing.
Yeah, here in Brazil, it's cocorico, which I think it's kind of close to, don't you think?
Godfred, do you want to join the chicken impersonations?
Well, we do.
That's good.
Not as good as Camilla's, but close enough, I guess.
Zero science, but absolutely my favourite bit of this programme. Camilla, Godfred, thank you both very much for that. That was above and beyond the call of duty. Listeners, I hope there were some truly unexpected answers in there. And if you have any unexpected questions, do send them our way. You can email us at unexpected@bbc.co.uk, and the WhatsApp number again, +44 330 678 3080. Also, if you want to write to us, our actual address is Unexpected Elements, BBC World Service, Cardiff, CF10 4GA. Space rockets are having a moment. It feels like every week right now there's another rocket jetting off. So Jupiter or taking astronauts to a space station. Here's NewsHour from the BBC World Service recently reporting last month's mission to study the moons of Jupiter.
After a one-day delay because of bad weather, the European Space Agency has successfully launched its mission to see if the moons of Jupiter can support alien life. The Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, known as JUICE, took off from the European spaceport in French Guiana.
3, 2, 1, top.
That JUICE mission will take 8 years to reach its target destination. And these projects are big, long and expensive. And if you look at the names behind the launches, you'll see the same handful of nations. America with NASA, Europe's got ESA, the Chinese National Space Administration. You also find increasingly private companies like SpaceX. But that still leaves the majority of countries not in the space race. And that got me wondering about all the people all over the world who dream big, even though they're born in a country that doesn't put large amounts of cash into a space program. And I want to share the story of Edward Makuka Nkaloso. He's a Zambian man who in the 1960s wanted his newly independent country to challenge the US and the Soviet Union racing to the moon and beyond. Here's Zambian writer Namwali Sapel talking about Nkaloso's training ground for Zambia's space program.
So the training took place in part of Lusaka, which was deserted at the time, called Chamba Valley. And he had a handful of Afronauts who he would make climb hills, jump up and down, run for miles, swing on ropes. He made them climb water tanks. He gave them lectures on astronomy and chemistry and physics. They invited people to witness the aspects of their training that could be released to public view, including rolling people down hills in oil drums to simulate, he said, the feeling of free fall in space, but also walking on hands. And one special Afronaut, the only woman Afronaut, the only woman astronaut actually at the time, Martha Mwamba, a 16-year-old girl, was raising a herd of cats, which were to be released one by one when she got to Mars, to make sure that the atmosphere was amenable to life forms. There were several attempts to launch that didn't work very well. And eventually, Nkoloso reported that he'd had to disband the space program because his top Afronaut, Martha Mwamba, had become pregnant. And as he would say to one of the reporters, I've had troubles with my spacemen and spacewomen. They won't concentrate on spaceflight. There's too much lovemaking when they should be studying the moon.
Too much love.
Q95DA.com with live links to your own website. Advertise on Q95, your one-stop shop for audio and video streaming, breaking news, sports, and entertainment. Advertise on Q95. Get value for your money. Call 767-448-5822 today. At Q95, we are family. Join your family. You can send emails, request songs, name your top 10 songs of the week, and even tell us the music that you want to hear. Stay on top of the latest news and entertainment. Hear it first as it happens. Stay in touch. Call our sales office at 767-448-5822 or call our on-air live talk shows at 767-449-3095, 3096, and 3097. Stay right on Q. Log on to Q95FMradio.com or WICEQFM.com and contact us. Keep it locked. Q95.
Right on Q. Right on cue. Right on cue.
Views expressed in this radio program are not necessarily those of Q95 FM radio. Q95 FM radio will not accept any responsibility or liability for the statements made during the course of this program.
Each morning for a newborn day.
Rise and shine. What's on your mind? Wake up to gentle, inspiring, spiritual, and positive motivational thoughts every morning. Get your day started on the right track. It's your time to shine. Call Q95 and tell the world what's on your mind. Speak to the issues making the news that concern you from day to day. Rise and shine. What's on your mind? Only on the big station. Only on Q95.
Thank thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord, we thank thee. We thank thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank thee.
Thank you, Father, for a good night's rest, and thank you, Lord, for the gift of life this morning. Thank you, Father, for waking us up and bringing us here in the land of the living. And thank you, Father God, for bringing us joy in the midst of pain, in the midst of hurt.
Thank thee for the trees.
Thank you for providing for us. Thank you for protecting us. And thank you for preserving us, Father God, from incidents and accidents. Thank you for family. Thank you for friends. Thank you, Lord, for churches, communities, and thank you, Father, for Whitey Kubuli. Thank you for those who attempt to cut the grass under our feet and the focus that they help us have. And thank you, Father God, for leading us through the path of righteousness, even when we walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Thank you for being a good God all by yourself. And thank you for going before us, Father God, and making every crooked path straight, for lifting us and for changing our circumstances. Thank you for blessing us immensely, even amidst the challenges. Thank you for a good day today. And thank you, Father God, that you do not have to take advice from anybody else to bless us. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord.
Oh Lord, we thank thee. Oh yes, we thank thee, Lord, for every flower that blooms, birds that sing, fish that swim, and the light of the moon. We thank thee every day as we kneel and pray, that we were born with eyes to see these things. Yes, we thank thee for the fields where the clovers grow. Thank thee for the pastures where cattle may roam. Thank thee for thy love so pure and so free, O Lord. We thank thee.
A very pleasant morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Q95 FM, the big station. The program is Rise and Shine. My name is Randy Rodney, and I'm glad to be with you this Thursday morning, the 25th day of May, 2023. It's a very beautiful morning here in the lovely Commonwealth of Dominica. And so I welcome the many of you listening to us on your FM dial from Capuchin to Scott's Head and Delis to Kulibistri. It's my joy to bid you welcome from the studios here on Hanover Street in Roseau, Dominica. Many of you listen to us in the Caribbean, from the Bahamas to Belize, and around the world on www.q95da.com. Some of you on liveonlineradio.net, many of you on My Radio Hot and TuneIn on Streamer. And I welcome the many of you listening to us or viewing us on the Facebook page this morning. I remind you daily, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. God has never made a bad day. Today is a fantastic day. It's a great morning. And yes, whereas you may not have everything that you want and you desire and even what you prayed for, I remind you that God is here. And the fact that you are alive and here is because God has graced you with his oxygen and you can breathe without complications. Hallelujah. And that's enough reason to give God thanks. So I urge you this morning to lift your heart, lift your voice, lift your hands if you can, and honor God for what he has done, what he is doing, and what he's about to do for you, all right? Do that, remembering that whatever you do today, plan to be better. Never, ever plan to be bitter.
Rise and shine, awake with the sun. Feel its rays and healing warm as it dries the cold night away. Open your heart to a brand new day. Embrace the sound of nature's symphony. Hear the harmonious melodies. Focus your mind on positive things. Let them surround as nature's choir sings. It's gonna be a good day. Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Good things are surely gonna come my way. It's gonna be a good day. Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Good things are surely gonna come my way. Oh, 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 oh. There's so much power in the words that you say, so use them wisely in a positive way. If you say them in faith and only believe, God will hear and blessings you'll receive. It's gonna be a good day. Something good's gonna happen for me, yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Good things are surely gonna come away. It's gonna be a good day.
I'm extending a very pleasant morning to the many of you who worked the graveyard shift last night.
It's gonna be be a good day.
Good morning to our nurses, or police, or fire, ambulance, or prison and security officers.
Be a good day. Something good.
Good morning to all of you office workers, school teachers, students. Good morning to my farmers, my fisher folk. Good morning to you, all of you who work in the industries, the varied industries. A very good morning to you. Good morning to those of you who take care of the matters of the nation and those of you who take care of the matters of the gospel. We'll stop for scripture reading momentarily at 6:30. We pause for prayer, and I ask that you stay with us for the hour.
So I'm gonna sing this happy song. I'm gonna sing it all day long. Don't let nothing bring me down. Not today, no. I just know things will work out. Even though I don't know how. But I know at the end of the day, things are gonna be okay.
Thank you, Lois, for reminding us every day that things are going to work out. At the end of the day, it's going to be just fine. It's going to be okay. We return to the scripture that we started with yesterday, and I told you that the Lord led me back to that scripture because May 29th is on my mind. What have we learned? Where are we going? How have we progressed? Do we have any reminders? What do we do as a people? And the scripture gives us broad information on leadership and the response of people. I go back to chapter 14 of Exodus from verse 10 through to verse number 18. Exodus 14 from verse 10 through to verse number 18. I read in your hearing from the New King James Version of the Bible. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them. So they were very afraid. And the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. Then they said to Moses, because there were no graves in Egypt, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Why have you so dealt with us to bring us up out of Egypt? Is this not the word that we told you in Egypt, saying, let us alone that we may serve the Egyptians? For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moses said to the people, do not be afraid. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you shall see again no more forever. The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. And the Lord said to Moses, why do you cry to me? Tell the children of Israel to go forward. But lift up your rod and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it. And the people of Israel shall go on dry ground to the midst of the sea. And I indeed will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, and they shall follow them. So I will gain honor over Pharaoh and over all his army, his chariots and his horsemen. Then the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gained honor for myself over Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. Pharaoh is in hot pursuit after the people of God. The people who served him faithfully for 400 years. He enslaved them. He increased their labor. He made life difficult for them so that they can be always dependent on him. The amazing thing about this economy is that in the midst of Pharaoh's target, the people grew. Let me tell you something. When your leaders are mischievous to you, you need to trust God, because even under that mischief, you will grow. And they grew to a place where Pharaoh himself noticed that their strength would have outnumbered his. So he wants them back. Yesterday, we looked at leadership in general. And I shared with you, my brothers and sisters, that leadership can be taxing. In fact, good leadership is taxing, sometimes even frustrating. Moses is in a place where he's followed God, and he has gone back to Egypt to lead God's people out of bondage. The people, however, are despising him. The text said, even when Moses came to them in Egypt, they told him, leave us alone so we can serve our enslavers. Leave us alone so that the people who are doubling our work and reducing our pay, we can stay with them. Leave us alone, because it's life that we have already been contented to live. If slavery they have us in already, we will take it for the rest of our lives. Leave us alone, because what you're proposing for us, we're not seeing. We are only interested in bread for today. Leave us alone, because at least our enslavers giving us peanuts or giving us dry bread. Leave us alone, because at least they're providing a shelter for us to stay and we don't have to pay. Leave us alone, because we're getting a couple ply. We cannot build a house for ourselves. We can't earn our own money. We don't have our own account, but leave us in the misery. We prefer the misery than what you're promising us. Now, check it out. I'm just paraphrasing what is in the text. He said, we are told that to you already. Now you're bringing us here for us to die. Wouldn't there graves to bury us in Egypt? It's strange how people can see leadership. Now, yesterday I dealt with leadership. Now I'm going to deal with people as they see leadership and they see themselves. It's strange that very often the majority of people see leadership as a momentary fix. And so if leaders make people feel good for the time, they don't care about the far-reaching consequences. It appears, my brothers and sisters, that way back then, the masses were very comfortable with 2 pence instead of looking towards self-development. It appears way back then that they had no problems taking blows on their backs. I mean, if you read the chapters before 12 and to the end of Genesis, you will see how much the Egyptians put the people under hard labor, Pharaoh and his goons. But they have grown so accustomed to misery that they don't want freedom. The promise of freedom is too foreign for them. It's taking too long for freedom. I'd rather take the misery. So people seem to look at temporary fixes of more valuable than long-term benefit. We still have that today. That's what's happening in the text. Somehow, we do not see leaders within the parameters that God wants us to see them. So our response to leadership is different. We respond very well to those who enslave us, and we respond with critical eye with those who want to liberate us. Come with me. That's not new. It's not new to Dominica. It's not new to the Caribbean. It's not new to the world. I'm reading Exodus. Okay? So the people got so accustomed to misery that it became their way of life. They have a name, they call it now. I can't get that in my brain now. When people have become victims and they get accustomed to being victimized. That's where these people are. Moses, on the other hand, a God-fearing man, is doing his best to lead the people to where they should be. He's a good, godly man. Pharaoh, on the other hand, is a bad, self-absorbed, wicked guy who do not care about the welfare of the people but himself. And then the good godly man says, which is a pivot verse, verse 14, Moses said to them, the Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. And then here's the point I want to make for today's lesson, verse 15. And the Lord said to Moses, why do you cry to me? Tell the children of Israel, go forward. Yesterday morning, I told you that while Moses has faith that God will deliver, he is still pleading with God on behalf of the people, a hallmark of true servants of the living God. So while you deal with the people and you instruct them and you try to lift their faith, you fall on your face before God and you entreat God and you ask God and you beg God, if you have to please help your people. That's what good leaders do. They don't stand in self-aggrandizement and talk about God as though God were their puppet or God were their messenger. They have great respect for God, but pleading with him to help it. So Moses is talking to God. And here is God's instructions to the people. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm still talking about the people today. Yesterday we talked about the leadership. God's instructions to Moses, the leader that he appointed for the people, is go tell the people move forward. Please hear me. We have two extremes that sometimes we see in society. People who always want to do things by themselves and they end up crashing, and those who sit on their laurels and expect God to put fig in their pot. Hear me. God is instructing Moses to tell the people, take action. Move. Go forward. Don't go back to Egypt. Retreat is not part of the game. Neither is laziness and passivity. Don't rest on your laurels. Don't sit as though everything that has to be done, I will have to do it for you. Listen, you have to now make some steps yourself. Go forward. Moses, go and tell the people, go forward. I've heard their pain. I check their vibes. I hear their problems. I know what they're going through, but they now need to commit themselves to making a move. You see, that's what one of the lessons I believe May 29th taught me. Now, that's my personal response, that there are times when you have to go forward. And I'll tell you something, and let me say that quickly in a few seconds, that in hindsight, looking back at May 29th, there are some things, if you ask me, and don't call me about that this morning on the program, that's not what it is about, some things that we should not have done. But haste, desire to follow leadership, we did everything that we did, right? Guess what? We need to go forward under God's instructions. So we're not going to sit on our laurels and do nothing. Neither are we going to move forward and do what we want. We're going to move forward under God's instructions. In other words, we are not going to be vandals or misfits or deviants. So we are not going to be people who are breaking God's rule to get God's blessing. There are people in church who want to break God's rules to get God's blessing. You're not talking to your neighbor, but you want God to bless you. You can't give somebody a juicy, but you want God to bless you. You have so much fig at your home, they turn in black. Somebody else is hungry on the other side, but you want God to bless you. You have to follow God by his precepts. Go forward, but go forward under the directions of God. Guess what? Once you do that, I guarantee you that God will bless you, that God will liberate you, that God will free you, that God will remove the shackles and break the chains and cause you to move forward with vigor, with strength, and not just vigor and strength, but with success. Go forward. Moses, tell the people, go forward. And then, of course, he's also giving Moses instructions as leader. While you tell them go forward, don't just sit down there and go behind them, but lead them. Get your rod, stretch it over the water, open it up so the people will know that is not mark time now. It's time to move up front. So provide them leadership and tell them to go forward. Here's my question for you, ladies and gentlemen, my audience today. What are you doing to get out of your difficult moment? How much energy are you exerting to get out of your chains? Whether it's your abusive chain at home, your chain of poverty, your chain in relationships and unforgiveness, your national chains. What are you doing to break off from that? God said to Moses to tell the people, go forward. Now, they may not have seen anywhere to go forward because it looks like the path forward is impossible. I told you yesterday that they were between two mountains. In front of them was the Red Sea. How do you go forward into the Red Sea? And then behind, Pharaoh is on their track. God said, go forward. And I want you to know that as impossible as it may seem, if God says go forward, he's going to make a way for you. He's going to open your Red Sea and cause you to walk on dry land. When God is in it, impossible is not in his repertoire. Some of you are afraid to go forward because all you see is impossible. You see soldiers, you see demons, you see mountains, you see seas, and you think it's just not possible to go forward. God is saying, guess what, guys? Move it. Go forward.
What is this mountain standing in my way? In my way, trying to bring much darkness to my day. I will not fear, my help comes from above. Not by might nor power, but by the Spirit of the Lord. I think I know, I believe I can do everything. Christ who strengthens me. Ooh, yeah. I do not fear, for God is with me. God is with me. I am not dismayed because he is my God. He strengthens me, he helps me, I must confess. He upholds me with the right hand of his righteousness. And I believe, I think I know, I believe I can do all things. Christ who strengthens me. Everybody. When I go through blame everything upon me. Cause I believe, I think I know I
Can do all
everything.
Christ who strengthens me.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Lord, well, I think I know Lord,
Can do all
everything.
Christ who strengthens me.
He strengthens me, yeah. He strengthens me, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I know he strengthens me, oh yeah, yeah.
To tell and the story tell, choose a tell and the story tell with flavor, not orange and lemon lime. That's what bitters, yeah. We love the vibe, refreshing every day, cool like island breeze. Forget your worries, come chill with me. And the story chill, and the story chill with flavor.
Distributed by Fine Foods Inc., the biggest distributor for the biggest brands.
Time to tell and the story tell.
Shorty's car will get us home.
Tonya, I know my God. Trust me, that can take us to town and back on an eater. Wow, not now.
David, I told you to put in Ruby's Ultratech fuel last week. That gas is longer lasting for sure. It improves fuel economy, saves you money, and maintains vehicle performance. What sort of car man are you supposed to be?
What does Ultratech Fuel's greater fuel economy mean to you? You get more miles for less. Put only the best in your tank. Ultratech, only from Rubis.
The road ahead is full of possibilities. Let Sagicor General navigate you through life's journey with our unbeatable motor insurance. Visit Sagicor.com and get on the road today.
We pause for prayer in just about 3.5 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay with us. We pray in 3.5 minutes time.
Your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Oh, yes. Your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Take pleasure in infirmities, in reproaches, and in all necessities. I take pleasure in persecutions, in distresses, all for my Savior's sake. For when I'm weak, I'm made strong, 'cause your grace carries me along. In your precious arms I find comfort and peace, and all of my fears are gone. For your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Yes, your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. I come humbly before you, Lord, giving praises and honor unto your name. bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, blessings, Lord. By your grace, Lord, I am made whole. Fill me up again. Cause your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Yes, your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Sufficient for me. Your grace sufficient for me. Your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Oh, yes, it is. Your grace is sufficient for me, and your strength is made perfect in all weakness. Your grace that saved me. Your grace, your grace, your grace. Yes. Your grace that keeps me. Your grace, your grace, your grace. Your grace, your grace, your grace. Oh.
Spread to around this radio altar this morning. Would you spend a moment to pray with me wherever you are? Father, we thank you that indeed your grace is sufficient for us in tough times, in difficult moments, in times of hardships and sometimes misunderstandings and darkness. Your grace is sufficient for us, and we are thankful. We are grateful, Father God, that through tough times you teach us hard lessons. Through difficult times, Father God, you prepare us for great times. That we can become like Paul, that in whatever state we are in, we will be content, but we'll find victory even in our worst moments. We commit ourselves to you, and we commit those who are abused and in situations of hardships, financial situations, and medical circumstances, and relational circumstances. And we commit those, Father God, who seem to be in a cycle of perpetual abuse, whether it be spousal abuse, abuse in family, national abuse, abuse by governing authorities. We commit them into your hands. We pray for them. And we remind them today, like Moses reminded the children of Israel, that the Egyptians that you see today, you will see no more forever. That God himself will undertake for you. He will fight for you. In fact, Lord, I ask today that those who trust you, those who have a relationship with you, those who are sensitive to your word today will come to a place where they begin to appreciate that you have promised that you will fight for us. We find out in your word, Lord, that your relationship with your people is such that your eyes are upon them and your ears are inclined to their cry. And whenever circumstances that are adverse knock at their door, you are never absent. Sometimes it feels so for us. Sometimes we get so acquainted with the abuse and the misery that we prefer the misery instead of a promise of deliverance. Today I ask that our eyes will look above the waves. Our eyes will look above the mountains and above the troubles. And Father God, even as we look above the troubles, we will know that our help comes from the Lord who made the heaven and the earth. Lord, this season in our nation should be a season of deep reflection for us. When we reflect what happened to us 44 years ago, and how have we learned from it? Where are we as a people? How have we understood that you have come through for us? How have we appreciated that we have responsibility to act? Like you said to Moses, tell the people, go forward. We must act. We can't just sit and expect you to do for us what you have already empowered us to do. Bring us to a place where we begin to appreciate that we must go forward. Go forward in your precepts. Go forward in your measurement line. Go forward doing what you want us to do. For it's only then that we will have good success. Thank you for easing the pain of the hurting. Thank you for removing the mountains and the path of those, Father God, who need to move forward. Thank you, God, for releasing, as it were, the chains of slavery from those who have oppressed the many in our audience. Thank you, Father God, for removing, as it were, the scales from our eyes and causing us to come to terms with the promises that you have made to us, that will hold on to your promises instead of that which men have been speaking to us about. Thank you for going before us and clearing every path, that we will walk with victory in what you want us to do. And the praise, the glory, and the honor, Father God, will be mindful to give to you now and forever. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. Thank you, Father God.
Hey! Jesus entered a country one day. He met two who were groaning in pain. They were yes, so no one passed their way. And for them, life was never the same. Possessed by demons so long. So the Lord knew that something was wrong. He commanded them to immediately and told the two, don't tell no man about it. But you cannot get it and keep it. That's why you must go and tell others about it. Even though you cannot understand it, you can't remain quiet about it. Your pains and your struggles are over. It took them a long time ago. If the devil tried to make you doubt it, just
Go and tell your father. Come on, my brothers and sisters. Go and tell your father about it. Let your father know that they're abusing you. He'll tell you what to do. You hear?
Two men came to Jesus one day. They were blind and could not find their way. They cried, Lord, have mercy on us. So sorry he stood to discuss. He asked, do you really believe? According to your faith, you are healed. As soon as these men, their eyes were open, he told them, tell no man about it. But you cannot get it and keep it. That's why you must go tell others about it. Even though you cannot understand it, you can't remain quiet about it. Your pains and your struggles are over. It took them a long time ago. If the devil tried to make you doubt it, just go and tell your father about it.
I tell you, boy, I have somewhere to complain, and you have somewhere to complain too as well. Go and tell your father about it. He go fix it for you, you hear? Someone's on my telephone, rise and shine. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the message. I stand and watch God's salvation work. God bless Dominica. God bless everyone. Keep on trusting God and wait for His movement.
Thank you very much. God bless you too. Have a good day.
His sufferings and pain on the cross, He bore them, they're all just for us. The nails in His hands and also His feet, we must tell the whole world about it. That's why you cannot get it and keep it. That's why you must come tell others about it. Even though you cannot understand it, you can't remain quiet about it. Your pains and your struggles are over. It took them a long time ago. If the devil tried to make you doubt it, just go and tell your father about it. You cannot get it and keep it. That's why you must go and tell others
About it. On the telephone, rise and shine. Good morning to you.
Hey, my honorable friend, blessed day to you. What's up?
I'm doing very well. How about you?
I give in thanks in spite of the challenges. There's a lot to be thankful for.
Well, beautiful.
How is family now?
We're doing excellent.
Well, more blessings, more blessings. Let me just shout out all my guardian angels, Mr. Linton and Shirley and the family. God blessings to you all. Let me shout out Danny and all the members of the resistance. And I hear you dividing people that in charge of the, how you say it, not the gospel, and those who in charge of the country. Those who in charge of the gospel is in charge of the country. Oh, what you talking about then, partner?
I don't know now. Tell me now.
Yeah, you say about those who are responsible of managing the country and those who are responsible of managing the gospel. These are the key people to manage the country. Oh, if you exempt yourself, no fini batin, kai pour croiser. You know that kai pour croiser.
I know that. I understand that.
All right, Antonio Mom, and the foul house break, everything finished. So don't think then Pastor Rodney trying to insult you, meaning the foul house break. All right? So all my guardian angels, I don't go call name already, take too much time. I'm trying to give them, and I had time about Kaipul Kwazi this morning. Antonio Mom and everybody, blessings.
Have a good day yourself, man. Have a very good day yourself. God bless you. I want you all to know this week, I promise you that I'm playing the music of all the people who are performing on Monday night. And I'm looking forward to this Liberation concert on Monday, May 29th, 44th observance of the anniversary of this popular uprising, if you call it that, on May 29th. What is that about? What have we learned? And so that's why I play Hendrix Thomas. He'll be performing on Monday night. That's why I play Jerry Lloyd. He'll be performing on Monday night. That's why I play Sigid, because Jerome Badwill will be performing on Monday night. And my friend, Mr. Errol from Vessels of Honor, whom you will hear momentarily, he'll be performing there, of course, alongside Samuel Midas. Let's pause for a cause and we'll come right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Mountaintop spring water. All bottled water is not created equally, but there is bottled water and then there is Mountaintop natural spring water. Mountaintop natural spring water, sourced from healthy, mineral-rich Caribbean natural spring water. It is the best tasting water of all. It is healthy with natural minerals. Some other bottled waters remove the natural minerals which we need to have us a healthy balance. But Mountaintop keeps them for us as nature intends it to. So for great tasting and healthy bottled water, choose Mountaintop Natural Spring Water. It is the best water for you. Available at ESA Trading Limited in 500 ml, 1.5 liter and 5 liter bottles. Retail and wholesale prices start from $1.95. ESA Trading Limited, making a difference for you.
Kingdom Connection on Q95, the big station, every Monday 6 to 8 p.m. Enlightened and spiritually sound minds bringing light and encouraging community in challenging and spiritually dark times. Kingdom Connection Talking Points pursue community education and spiritual enlightenment, biblical principles in leadership, management, and direction of society. Kingdom Connection. Call us at 767-449-3095, 3096, 3097, or 767-616-4257, or 305-432-9624. Stay connected to Kingdom Connection, looking to help reduce incidents of crime and violence, improve social interaction in family and community, and to help enhance economic fortunes guided by biblical principles. Kingdom Connection. Tune in every Monday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. only on Q95, the big station. Blessings for all in the Q family. Right on Q.
The result of authentic praise featuring live out of Guyana, Samuel Midas and the Kairos Band, happening Monday, May 29 from 6:30 p.m. at the Michael Bill Daniel Memorial Park, Goodwill, opposite the People's Pentecostal Church. Advance tickets $40. At the gate 50. Children 12 years and under enter absolutely free. Also featuring live DJ Alfie, Saltman, and Harmoniques, J. Crow, Jerry Lloyd, Vessels of Honor, Sigid, Lloyd Pascal of End Time Singers, Hendrix Thomas, Renix Tuesday, and a special tribute to Foster Xavier. Tickets available at Truth and Grace Church Office, Emerald Movies Box Office, Bullseye Pharmacy, and Bastard Eddie George. Portsmouth sponsors include RJ Services, Direct Freight Services, Emerald Movies, Johnny's Pharmacy, Convenience Plus, Ruben's Bakery, Image Area, Raffle Foam and Upholstery, HHV Wishes and Company, Voice of Life Radio, Exquisite Events and Rental, TNT Hardware, Arden Sounds, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, Elite Events Dominica, J Snacks and Catering, Bullseye Pharmacy, and Oyo Construction. Monday, May 29, 6:30 p.m. See you there.
It's already 16 minutes moving up to 7 o'clock on a Thursday morning, the 25th day of May. And we are here in Rise and Shine, and we are so happy to have every one of you join us. Good morning to all of you listening to me in North America, in Canada, in the UK, all around the world, in the Caribbean. Good morning to my Antigua and Passy, and those of you in St. Martin listening, a very, very pleasant good morning to you. Of course, you're listening to Dominica from Capuchin to Scottsdale and Dale East to Cooley Bistri. Good morning, Grandfather. I trust you're doing well back there in Grandfather. Here's Samuel Mida singing another one of my favorites of Samuel, No Performance.
You see, truthfully, it's you that I'm after. Oh, Lord, yeah. I'm running to the altar, But no, my best is not enough. You are looking at the altar of my heart. Not performance, no performance. My yes is what you want. My obedience is worth more than my song. Not performance, no performance. I don't want to do it just to say I did. I got to examine every praise I give, every hand I lift. Did it come from a pure heart? Did it come from a clean heart? Cause I know these days, strange fire is being offered up, thinking it's your desire. But no, you deserve more than your children putting on a show. Cause I know my best is not enough. You are looking at the altar of my heart. Not performance, no performance. My yes is what you want. My obedience is more than that song. Not performance, no performance. Lord, will you take me back to those days and those nights when my passion was for you to be pleased with my life? I'd seek your face. I'd find my place at the feet of the Master. You want a broken spirit and a contrite heart. You desire truth on the inside part, on the closing of the curtain, end of the show. Cause if it's one thing that I know, it is that my best is not enough. You are checking out the altar of my heart. Not performance, you don't want performance. Oh, my yes is what you want. My obedience is worth more than my soul. Not performance, you don't want performance. Let me tell it as it is. Richard, me use my tongue for worship, then me use my tongue for gossip. Claim say you will please, but you tell me that it's not your unforgiveness in my heart. I'm still standing as a prophet. Holy Spirit tell me if you stop it. Oh, reverence in my heart for the King. Forgot it. Surrender every pride, everything, just every habit. Me can't sing, me love God, but me hate Patrick. Clever come out with the instrument and clap it. All my best is not enough. You are checking out the altar of my heart.
I can play church and hate people, you see what I mean? That's why I love that song, man. My yes, that's what you're looking for. No performance.
Obedience is better than sacrifices. Not performance more. Oh, my best is not enough. You are searching out the altar of my heart. No performance.
Yes, someone meet us will be live in concert on Monday night. The guy is excited about coming down to DA, you see. I can be coming straight out of Trinidad.
Running to the altar.
And so we're looking forward to have a fantastic time here on Monday evening. Here's another wonderful artist who will be on Monday evening. Hear this.
Jésus retourné. La king is always time. Aucun point. Si on a péché, si les pour est parti, accepter, papa portier. Joula Japoué, Jésus retourné. Aïe, la king is always time. Aucun encore point. Si on a péché, si les pour est parti, accepter, papa portier. Saison, les pas saison, aider la vie, accepter Jésus. En dans saison, les pas saison, aider la vie, accepter Jésus. Accepter, attendez, réfléchir, quelle belle la vie. Oh, accepter, attendez, réfléchir. Quelle belle la vie, accepter, attendez, réfléchir, quelle belle la vie.
Good morning, Pato in St. Martin. Trust you're doing very well this morning, girl. And my official pal rep. Good morning to you, my brother. I remind you that on Sunday morning we invited Parliament to service because we believe in the theme that we put in forward, the liberation, the result of authentic praise. We'll have Pastor Michael Jr. George out of St. Lucia. be your guest speaker for Sunday morning and Sunday night. Sunday night, we expect some of your churches to join us. And Monday evening, we bring curtains down on this thing at the Bill Daniel Memorial Park. With what I consider to be some of the best of Dominica's gospel singers. I wish I could have brought all of them together, believe me. So we'll get a chance to bring people like Tony Williams and Visionaires. And all the rest of them who made a mark in Dominican gospel music. And some of them are still making a mark here. And so we're bringing them together, the current and the former, and then those who are here, right here. They will be supporting this thing with Samuel Midas on Monday evening. Tickets are still available. You better get yours now. It's my time to leave your studios, ladies and gentlemen. It's already 5.5 minutes, moving up to 7 o'clock in the morning. The news comes up at the top of the hour at 7. I'll be back with you, God willing, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. I look forward to it all the time. It will be Friday morning, you know that? My name is Randy Rodney. Until then, you have a great Thursday. Go out there and move. You hear? Move forward. It might look dark. Situations might look real terrible and frightening, but you have it within you. You can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. Move forward. Have a great Thursday morning. God bless you.
No matter the color of your skin, no matter whether you're a police officer in a uniform, no matter whether you're somebody trying to get home or driving down the street with your girlfriend, one thing that we are all learning is that life is so fragile. One blink and the person you love is gone. Just 1 second, one flash, and what started out as a beautiful day turns into something horrible. And I admit to you, it changes the way I deal with people. You know how you care for somebody, but you don't say nothing. You just kind of, see you later. I'm learning to say something. I'm learning to make myself open my heart and say, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you for those biscuits you made. I love the way you tell jokes all the time. I'm glad you're my friend. I look kind of mushy and I get kind of silly and it goes against my machoism, but I'm learning that if you love somebody, you better say something. You better say something. Don't allow the petty things that we can all fall out. It's so easy to fall out. You can fall out with people. It's so easy to be angry over things that don't even matter. Don't allow those petty things to stop you from loving and caring and nurturing and reaching out to people. Can I get an amen?